Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in about 30 seconds or 1 minute. So take your virtual seats. Good morning, everyone. I hope people were safe over the weekend as our smoky atmosphere hangs over us. I haven't heard of any problems amongst the council family, and I hope that's true. I'm going to first turn to Chuck Tracy for opening remarks, and then we'll get started with a public comment on agenda item D1.
Thank you, Mark. Welcome to Monday morning. As you might recall, we didn't get to public comment for agenda item D1, which is the Sablefish gear switching and management area management issue on Friday. So we're going to start this morning with that. We've got 30 people signed up for that, so that'll take us a while. Obviously, we would like to encourage people to be succinct with their testimony, and to the extent that you can just support previous testimony, we'd appreciate that efficiency as well. But we will continue through that, get through public comment, and then move on to our regularly scheduled agenda of HMS items. We have 4 of those, and then we will pick up with council action on the Sablefish gear switching issue at the end of the day. That's our plan at any rate. Because we have a substantial amount of public comment to deal with today, we are anticipating a longer day than our 6.5 hours that we had scheduled. So I think people should be prepared to go till as late as 6 o'clock tonight again, if that's what it takes to get through our agenda. And if that's not enough, we will pick up the remainder of the gear switching agenda item tomorrow morning. But our intent is certainly to get through the HMS business today and hopefully get a start on, if not complete, the Sablefish business today. So I believe that's all I've got in terms of schedule, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Chuck. So I'm going to pass the virtual gavel over to Vice Chair Pettinger to deal with the public comment. Brad?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have me?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, good morning, everyone. Hope everybody enjoyed their weekend. As you know, we're a little behind. And so when we've got 31 comment cards submitted, so please be ready to go. And if you can, as someone who has already spoke to your point earlier, maybe kind of maybe paraphrase or shorten up, and maybe say you agree with folks who spoke earlier. Hopefully we can get some time here. But with that, we're going to start off with John Gonzalez, followed by Lori Steele.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name is John Gonzalez. I'm the Fisheries Policy Specialist at Pacific Seafood. I submitted some comments under this agenda item, and in the interest of time, I don't see the need to repeat all the points that I made in the comment letter. I want to just first point to some analysis in section 2.4 as far as the question being asked, is uncertainty about access to Sable inhibiting investments? The answer is yes, and I support all of the analysis that points to all the other reasons why we're inhibited from making investments at this point. So just want to point to the fact that, this fishery is already a conservation success, and we have a real opportunity through this agenda item to make it an economic success. And so I just really hope the council moves forward with this issue, adopts a range of alternatives in November. And at that point, I hope they would include a more restrictive alternative to the current range. And I'll just leave it at that in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Questions for John? Okay. All right. Lori Steele, followed by Mike Anderson.
Hello, thank you. I'm assuming that you can hear me. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. West Coast Seafood Processors Association represents all of the major non-whiting groundfish processors in the groundfish IFQ fishery. I believe our companies process definitely over 80% of the non-whiting groundfish, the vast majority of it. And this includes Pacific Seafoods, Bornstein Seafoods, Ocean Gold Seafoods, California Shellfish Company, which includes Hallmark Fisheries and Kaido Fisheries. We all support moving forward on this issue with a meaningful action as quickly as possible to address problems associated with sablefish gear switching. We urge the council to approve the purpose and need as is and schedule approval of a range of alternatives at the next possible council meeting. We strongly encourage the council to adopt a broader range of alternatives in order to adequately capture the scope of concerns raised by the trawl fishery participants in countless meetings and hearings over the last several years. You're going to hear some testimony today from a number of our shoreside processors. And I guess going ahead of them, I will just support the comments that they're going to submit, as well as the recommendations submitted on the record by Pacific Seafood and Ocean Gold. Since I started here in 2015, sablefish gear switching has been identified over and over as one of the most significant, if not the most significant, obstacles precluding attainment of several commercially important groundfish stocks and preventing the groundfish management program from achieving anything near OY, contrary to the primary mandate of the Magnuson Act. So given the obvious importance of this issue to the industry and the potential long-term MSA implications, it would be an extreme disservice to all the stakeholders and to the public for the council to do anything but move this issue forward for complete analysis, public comment, thoughtful deliberation, and what will ultimately be difficult decision-making. Thoughtful deliberation and decision-making will benefit greatly from a wider range of alternatives that fully captures the issues raised during scoping and all of the meetings leading up to this point. I fully support the recommendations on page 3 of the GAP report, identified by those on the GAP who also support moving forward with meaningful action. We need to move this issue forward, adopt the purpose and need as is, and add at least one alternative to the range that limits gear switching to something less than 20%. As indicated in the GAP report, the 3 alternatives forwarded by the SAMTAC were not designed in and of themselves to achieve a reduction in gear switching below 20%. While there may be some sub options within those alternatives that could potentially reduce gear switching, it wasn't the intent of those alternatives, at least not two of them. And it's just not clear enough. With a no action alternative, two alternatives that cap things at current or recent levels, and one alternative that reduces to 20%, it just makes sense to add another standalone alternative that considers 10%, if not a 0% alternative as well. I really hope the council will allow for the range of alternatives to be broadened by the addition of one simple, more restrictive alternative at the meeting when the council does approve the range. It's difficult for me to understand the statement or conclusion that there are no strong indications of coast-wide decline in physical infrastructure except for processing entities. There's really no more essential element of physical infrastructure to support commercial fisheries other than our shoreside processors. And without a doubt, we are down to critical mass in terms of shoreside infrastructure to support and sustain the groundfish fishery at levels anywhere near OY. Several plants no longer process groundfish, and we've seen some plants go out of business. As this trend continues, our commercial fisheries will not regain this infrastructure. We have incredible opportunities in front of us, and there is tremendous potential to redevelop the groundfish fishery and begin to achieve the economic benefits promised to the industry under the IFQ management program. We need every possible opportunity right now to capitalize on the yield that is available in this fishery so that we can create the stable year-round employment in our fishing communities. We need some certainty from year to year. We need some stability and a good understanding of what's ahead of us in order to make necessary investments in our infrastructure to make this happen. You'll hear a lot more about this through the public testimony, and hopefully it will become clear from the testimony of our processors what the potential is that we have. With that, I will I'll conclude by just saying that what we're asking for, I think, is relatively simple. We're asking the council to help us keep trawl allocated fish in the trawl sector so that the trawl fishery can use these fish to help rebuild the entire fishery. So that's this. I think it's relatively simple. We'd like to see action quickly, and we'd like this not to get tangled up in any larger review or larger process. We need some limitations on the amount of trawl sablefish that is allowed to leave the trawl sector. That's all we want to see in this action, is something to keep trawl allocated fish in the trawl sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Questions for Lori? Okay, seeing none, Mike Anderson, and followed by Bruce Campbell.
This is Chuck. Just to kind of help the process along here, if you are signed up for public comment here, if you could raise your hands, particularly if you're an attendee, if you could raise your hand, that just makes it easier for Patricia to find you and allow you to speak. So that's all. Thanks. Go ahead, Mike. So right now, for example, Patricia cannot find Mike or Bruce.
All right. Going on down the line, Kevin Dunn, you available? If you are, you'll be followed by Joe Sullivan.
Can't find Kevin either.
Okay. Joe Sullivan, come on down.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Joe Sullivan. For those of you who don't know me, pardon me, I'm an attorney with a concentration in fisheries practice. I've represented fishermen, trade associations, and fishermen's cooperatives in the North Pacific Council and Pacific Council process for 30 years. I'm here today on behalf of Bernie Burkholder, John Corbin, Don Jester, David Lethine, and Tyler Bessiker. They asked me to review and comment on the analysis prepared for this meeting of the gear switching issue. The SAMTAC developed the gear switching alternatives for the express purpose of restraining competition in the sablefish quota pound leasing market by limiting and potentially reallocating the amount of trawl individual fishing quota, sablefish, harvested using fixed gear. These alternatives implicate Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standards 1 and 4, and I'd like to speak to those two briefly. Under National Standard 1, the Council has an obligation to manage stocks under its jurisdiction for optimum yield, or OY. And it's important to note that that is different than maximum sustained yield or full utilization. The MSA defines optimum yield as the amount of fish which will provide the greatest overall benefit to the nation. Key economic factors the Council should consider in setting OY are satisfaction of consumer needs and encouragement of domestic and export markets for U.S. harvested fish. The relative ex-vessel prices of sablefish harvested with trawl gear versus sablefish harvested with fixed gear show higher consumer demand for sablefish harvested with fixed gear. This suggests that it would be more consistent with National Standard 1 to allow gear switching to continue on an unrestricted basis. However, there have been assertions that restricting gear switching would provide more reliable and, under some options, additional sablefish funding for trawl harvest of the Dover, Sole, Sablefish, and Thorny Head Rockfish complex, the DST complex, which would in turn result in significantly greater amounts of that complex being supplied to domestic and potentially foreign consumers. But those assertions are based on the hypothesis that there's adequate demand in the market for DST complex product to absorb additional supply at prices which support profitable harvesting and processing operations. The analysis provides no evidence to support that hypothesis. It does contain a hypothetical model based on the assumption that additional pounds of DST complex could be landed and absorbed by the relevant markets without impacting prices. However, Section 2.2 of the analysis suggests that there are sufficient competing substitutes that is not currently something that you could expect under current market conditions. Consequently, what you find yourself faced with is a situation where you're being asked to artificially depress the value of sablefish in exchange for a speculative possibility that there would be an increase in consumption and demand for the DST complex. Secondly, National Standard 4. National Standard 4 provides guidance concerning allocations of fishing privileges among fishermen. Under National Standard 4, allocations of fishing privileges may impose a hardship on one group of fishermen if it is outweighed by the total benefit or benefits received by one or more other groups of fishermen. Councils have an obligation to make an initial estimate of the relative benefits and hardships imposed by an allocation and to compare its consequences with those of alternative allocation schemes, including status quo. The hardships that fishermen would suffer under gear switching limits are readily identifiable. Fixed gear fishermen would lose opportunities to generate revenue, and trawl quota holders who lease to them would lose the opportunity to accrue additional income. Whether those hardships would be offset by the benefit of increased income to trawlers landing DST complex product would depend on two factors: whether the additional DST product would generate revenue in excess of the related expenses, and if so, whether trawlers would receive a fraction of that revenue, which outweighs the losses suffered by fishermen as the result of restrictions on gear switching. I respectfully submit to the council that you have no evidence in the analysis that supports the conclusion that there would be a net benefit by restricting gear switching. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions for Joe? Okay. Let's see. Followed by Rex Leach. Well, Rex Leach will be next.
We have questions from Kelly and Corey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a little problem with my end here on my on my participant list. Sorry. All right. And so we have Kelly Ames.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Joe. I had a question. If you had the opportunity to review the Groundfish Management report that recommended reviewing the overall management performance of Sablefish in a combined tier program and catch share program review, if you had any feedback on that recommendation.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I have not had time to review the GMT report, but I would say as a general matter, I think as you've summarized, that sounds like a much more appropriate approach to take with respect to the issue. I think this is a complicated issue with lots of moving parts within the program. And I think a holistic, comprehensive review that looks at it in the context of the overall program, rather than on an isolated basis, is much better, much more likely to produce a good result for the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Joe. If I understand your testimony, you're basically advising us that you see, you would see, if the council were to limit gear switching, you would see clear harm to those who have invested, and that the offsetting benefit would be potentially speculative. But could you had two factors? Could you repeat what those two factors you thought were important for looking at whether the benefit would offset the harm?
Sure. The two factors that I think are at the heart of this would be whether the additional DST product that could be produced by restricting gear switching would generate revenue in excess of related expenses. And that relates to, first off, whether or not there's adequate demand in the retail and wholesale market to generate a higher price and cover the expenses associated with producing it. The second factor is whether the trawlers that would be delivering that fish would receive a fraction of that revenue, which outweighs the loss suffered by fishermen as a result of restrictions. That has to do specifically with the ex-vessel market. And from my perspective, there's a significant question as to how much, if any, of additional revenue, were it generated, would actually flow to the fishermen. That depends on the market power of the processors to whom they deliver. The large-scale processors of the type that would be receiving that complex, just from kind of a common sense, quick look basis, have a significant market power in the ex-vessel market. And consequently, while it's certainly possible the fishermen might receive something more than they're currently receiving, I think it raises a significant question as to whether or not, in total, the loss suffered to all participants as a result of gear switching being restrained would be offset by the amount of additional revenue that would actually flow to the trawlers that were delivering the DST complex. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Joe? Okay, seeing none, I see Mike Anderson is in the room and has a hand up. And so Mike Anderson, followed by Rex Leach. Mike, are you on?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Mike Anderson. I've been a trawler all my life. Started operating trawlers when I was 21, 43 years ago. And I did a survey on the gear switching, which I felt misled because I actually said I was in favor of gear switching, which I'm not. I personally think that trawl allocated sables should be trawl caught. I mean, there's a percentage that's possible that can be used on gear switching, 10% roughly, in my opinion. But the problem with our trawl caught sablefish is fixed gear fishing runs our prices up to where we can't afford to buy quota. And we have a year class coming up, and we've got a real problem with putting fish on board because with observers we can't discard, and our prices run lower than what we have to pay for quota, which it's not very cost effective to put fish on a boat and owe the boat money when you return to the dock. So, and with the markets the way they are, the prices are down. Trawlers generally catch a smaller fish than fixed gear fishermen. So my problem is trying to keep affordable to keep fishing. So I just personally think that trawl allocated sables should be trawl caught.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Okay. Oh, yeah, Maggie.
Vice Chair, thanks very much for the testimony, Mike. I'm curious where you fish out of currently.
I fish out of Eureka, Northern California.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Mike? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Rex Leach, followed by Lynn Langford Walton. Rex? Rex, are you muted?
Okay, am I unmuted now? Am I unmuted now?
You got it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all the council for giving me the opportunity to testify here this morning. I'd like to say, first of all, I support everything that Lori Steele said, John Gonzalez, and Mike Anderson there on the Triple Star. I think they're all spot on. I'd like to say that I've been in this industry since 1978. I've been a third generation fisherman. I bought my first boat in 1999. I now have two in the groundfish fishery. I used to have a 12-month fishery back in the day before we rationalized this fishery, and I made a darn good living in the groundfish fishery, and that has all changed. Now I have a 2 to 3 month fishery at best. I usually gobble up all my sable limits in that 2 or 3 months. And like Mike said, it's hard to go lease fish when the lease fees are higher than what you get paid, or at least take the lion's share of what you make away. So we've lost market share since we went to what I would call the 2 month fishery. I've seen my fish plant that used to cut fish 5 days a week, now down to one boat a week. We would have, unload several boats. Now we're down to one boat a week on tight trip limits due to several things in my mind. That would be lack of market. You don't see our Dover sole at Safeway anymore, or hardly ever, because the lack of it. We've lost it all to tilapia and swai and ranch fish. It would be nice to turn that around, so we actually had people on the fillet lines in the plants. The money going out into the local communities like it used to, tenfold. And I believe the whole reason we're here is due to lack of sable in the groundfish fishery. So I'll keep it brief. That's basically, I'm hoping that the council will make the right choices here and help us out in what I would call a disaster of a groundfish fishery. So thank you for your time and good morning.
Thank you, Rex. Questions for Rex? Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman, and hello, Rex. It's nice to hear you on here this morning.
Thank you.
I have kind of a two-part question. The first being, in terms of sablefish, you mentioned that you're basically slamming it in 2 months. Are you leasing out any of your sablefish to get all of that fish in, or are you strictly going out and catching it in that 2-month window? And the follow-up to that is, knowing that you're a shrimp fisherman through work with you on OTC stuff, if we were to change this, is your intention to go back to being a 12-month groundfish trawler, or are you going to stick with shrimp as kind of your primary and do a little bit of groundfish fishing? 2 months I would put in the smaller side of things rather than say 6, which would be 50-50.
No, number one, to answer your first question, I harvest all my own sable. I have leased additional sable in the past when the price was better and more profitable to my business. This year, I actually kept my biggest vessel, the Ms. Julie, ground fishing through shrimp season. We just now switched over last month, trying to bring more product to my plant and try to get back closer to that 12-month fishery. So I have put in 5 months this year with one of my boats. And the reason I was able to do that is because we got rid of the old lines in the ocean, and I was able to come to the beach and get out of the sable, more of the sable, I should say, and catch more of my Dover sole. So yes, I am very interested in a 12-month fishery, and I would like to be able to compete with the gear switchers to get my sable back.
Okay, thank you, Rex, and thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, any more questions for Rex? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Rex. Okay.
Thank you, Brad.
You bet. Okay, Paul Quila, followed by Dave Lathine. I'd just like to say that if there's anybody getting ready to testify or see your name on the list, please raise your hand so we can see you here. We're still waiting for Bruce Campbell and Kevin Dunn to come online. So, Paul, take it away. Are you muted, Paul?
Okay, here. Now can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair, Council, staff. Paul Quila, trawler from Warrenton, Oregon. I don't recommend either moving these forward in these alternatives in this forum. And the simple reason that it reduces my flexibility and decreases the value that I feel like I was forced to purchase to continue in the bottom trawl fishery. And I don't see these as producing the desired benefits. Again, I'm a year-round trawler, part of the group that's targeted for help from the SAMTAC. I would be in favor. I heard, I think, a couple people of the GMT approach, which sounded to me like a more holistic approach to change aspects of the program, because I think there are problems. But these problems are actually prevalent throughout the whole program, I believe, not just for Sable North. And I think Lori agreed with that, and Joe and others, and I would agree with them also on that. And I know I've been kind of asked the question about seem like I have a different view from the rest of the trawlers. And I'd like to answer that. First is, well, I'm not the only one that has that view. There's others, but more importantly, it's just about flexibility. The ITQ system is very complicated. And so everybody's developed a different game plan to continue fishing. And this was the intent of the program, and that's what I've done. So I've invested everything into the bottom trawl, and I used some of the sable quota to acquire petroleum quota so that I have enough quota pounds of both to continue fishing all year round. And, you know, no 2 years are alike. It's constantly changing. It's not easy. So, you know, in short, I guess I'm not a fan of the council devaluing any of my assets. But if you do, then please devalue it all, because picking out just the sable and changing it will take away my bargaining chip, my only one. And I can't fall back on other fisheries like crab, shrimp, and whiting because I don't participate. But a couple quick thoughts, and they pertain to the landing of the rest of this fish. So, like, I remember Merrick Burden presenting a slide back during the ITQ development that showed how the bottom trawl sector had the pre-ITQ had a quote zero profitability. And I think we have to keep that in mind, because in my mind, that kind of explains why a lot of people got out. I mean, as soon as it hit, people said, I'm done. I'm not making any money or very little the way it is. And now I can lease stuff out and make something. So it was like their exit strategy. So I think that contributed also to the decrease in landings. And allowing me to gear switch as an active trawler, quote, active trawler, or some sort of exemption does not accommodate me. And because I do not want to gear switch. And if I did gear switch, it would only take away from time that I could be trawling and delivering bottom fish. So that doesn't do any good for me or the program, I don't think. So I need to be able to lease or trade to a gear switcher at certain times. And then the other point that I keep going back to is, you know, a lot of this, well, every pound of this sable can come back to trawl. It's still there. It hasn't gone anywhere if the economics change. And so then that can happen without any council changes. Not that I'm advocating no change necessarily. I just don't want these changes. So because I do not believe that they're going to result in a net gain for the industry. I think there's other ways to modify the system that won't hurt some of the current participants. So please provide me an opt-out to these alternatives, and if you're going to move forward with them. And then that's all I'll say. Thank you, Paul, and I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Paul, for your testimony. My question was if you could help me understand what limitations, if any, you currently have on your ability to deliver Dover sole.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Phil, or Mr. Anderson, sorry, Council Anderson. Most times I don't have too much limitation in the market. I have a smaller vessel, so the limits that are there are, usually above what I catch. The only limit would be you do get if you go over, the market wants, my understanding is what I'm told is the market wants a constant supply. So if you deliver over a certain limit, you do get a reduced price because, you can't jam all the fish in at once. It wants a more constant supply. But as far as me, I have at marketplace very little for my small boat problem.
Thanks very much, Paul, and Phil's always just fine.
All right. Questions? I see Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. And I apologize. I have had a lot of people call me on this, which has raised rather a lot of questions and interest just for me personally on this issue, making sure we really think it through. Thank you for your testimony, Paul. You mentioned that you're a 12-month trawler, smaller vessel. And I know that every boat out there and every, vessel owner and captain has a different strategy. I get that. But you also, so you mentioned that you're doing 12 months a year, and there are other folks out there that are, they've diversified into other fisheries. Do you see any clear strategy differences in how people are approaching their use of sablefish, whether they're a full-time trawler for bottom groundfish versus folks that are moving into different fisheries and also trawling?
Thank you, Krista and Vice Chair. And so, yeah, I'm not. So I think the areas you fish make it different also. I've heard from guys down the south that it's harder to avoid them in certain places down there in the deep. Up here, it's more on the shelf. So I fish on the shelf a lot, and there's little ones running around everywhere in the summertime. So my bigger problem is kind of avoiding them on the shelf. I can't speak a whole lot to other people's operation because everybody has their own deal, and a lot of them, fish multiple fisheries. For me, I just try to avoid them all that I can, and that's what I do. And if I need more, I go out and lease them. And yeah, do I lose money on it? Yeah, but that's why I try to avoid them to the best of the ability. And I'm not an expert in anybody else's habits or whatever, but I just know that I avoid them at all costs. So.
Okay. Any more questions for Paul? Marcy Rimko?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Paul, for your testimony. Can you describe for me what your primary target fishery is? It sounds like you're working to kind of avoid sable, but do you view the other components of the DTS complex as your primary target? What does your portfolio look like? And the reason I'm asking and hoping you can speak to this is, what is your view on the future of trawl caught sablefish? You mentioned that every pound could come back to being caught with trawl if the market changes. But I guess I'm just looking for you to elaborate a little on that and what your targets are these days.
Thank you. And so, council member and vice chair. So I primarily fish Petrale and some Dover. I try to get as much Petrale quota as I can and catch it all year round. But it's not enough. That's not enough to do, stuff with. So to make money at, but it is something. And then I'll fish Dover and whatever else comes with it. Some of the other species we used to rely on, such as Rex English, sand dabs, skates, all that stuff, sand sole, flounder. That stuff really, there's not a great market for a lot of that stuff either. So it boils down to Dover and Petrale primarily, I would say. And then the other stuff that comes with it. That's what we do. Where do I see it headed? I don't know. There's others on here that are far more in touch with the market than me, and that's what determines it for me. I don't know if I answered your question, but if you could refresh my memory of what exactly it is, I would be happy to.
Yeah, Marcy.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I guess, do you see, it sounds to me like you want to maintain maximum flexibility for yourself. Would you ever see your operation focused on sable is the primary trawl target. Maybe I'll try it that way.
Thank you. So it all depends. It all depends. Right now, the market's in the tank for it. There's not much value in it at all. And so, no. If things drastically changed, I probably would. I mean, I could catch it. I just prefer not to. If somebody else can lease it from me, it lets me get some value out of that, get some other stuff that I can target on with smaller lease rates, and then I target whatever else I can. So, and that actually works better for me. But if that wasn't available, then I guess I don't know about target it, but you'd still use it to catch more of this and that. But when there's no money in it, then I'm still going backwards. So that's the way I look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
For Paul? Paul, thank you. Next, we have Lynn Walton, and followed by David Lethine. Lynn, I apologize. I think I might have jumped you last time accidentally there, so my apologies.
Mic check.
Yep, you're good.
And you did, Brad, but I appreciate you came back quickly. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Lynn Langford Walton, and I'm offering comments on behalf of my clients. Their interests are described in the public comment letter that I submitted, so I won't repeat them here, trying to conserve time because I know you've got a lot on your table today. My comments are at a generic level. First, the assertion that there have been massive decreases in the vessels and landings directly attributable to implementation of the catch air program. Heard it a lot. I would submit that some level of vessel consolidation is always anticipated in quota share program. I'd also suggest that the staff presentation graphs that we saw in that excellent slideshow, section 2.1, figure 5, page 13, and figure 7, page 15, which were all on the same slide, suggested otherwise to me. First, it appeared that the decrease in vessels started in 2017. And even though there was a significant drop in the 10 to 11 numbers, it has been relatively stable since then. Secondarily, that the decreased number of vessels are landing nearly the pre-catch share volumes and overall revenues are up. This is with the gear switching option intact. I'm confident that if there was a smoking gun of harm, staff analysts and the GMT would not have missed it. Moving into the if we decide to go forward category, I ask that the council ensure we include descriptive analysis of our highly stratified West Coast fleet. My homebrewed analysis of landing volumes indicates to me that you have very distinct subcategories of trawlers, and there's at least 3. You have the A team, who are high volume, multi-fishery, multi-region, significant delivery opportunities resulting in significant landings. You have a tier 2, the B team, a medium volume set of individuals, primarily West Coast. They have some additional fisheries they participate in, and they have fairly substantial delivery opportunities and substantial landings. Tier 3 seems to be everybody else. And those are the ones who have substantially less landing opportunity, resulting in substantially less landing volume. I believe that stratification information will help inform a finer scale assessment of potential impacts of changes across the fleet. It may also challenge a certain assumption that I think is embedded in some of the conversation that more fish landed will have a broad benefit to all harvesters. I would also ask that the decoupling of the West Coast trawl and the West Coast fixed gear pricing that occurred in 2015 be fully analyzed. That information was identified at section 6.2, figure 39, page 63. I would suggest that the council reintroduce the quota share work undertaken by Corey Niles, WDFW. My apologies, Corey. I think that quota share has been largely ignored in the conversation thus far. I believe that to be a mistake. Certain alternatives will have a very high probability to substantially devalue the North Sablefish quota share. That quota share property is the single most valuable asset in the trawl fleet's quota share portfolio. This is mentioned in both the GAP report and I believe in FEOA testimony. Draining substantial asset value out of an already weak fishery seems counterproductive to our FMP goals and the health of our industry. In summary, I concur with the GAB's opposing statement. The analysis thus far in the GMT statement on the agenda item support the opposition's opinion that there is no critical mass event about to implode. While there is a lot of desire to move forward, there doesn't appear to be a correlating and compelling need to do so, at least at this time. I'd like to thank the staff for all their hard work and their excellent product. So thank you for your time and consideration of my comments, and I will be happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Questions for Lynn? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, David Lethine, followed by Frank Dulcich.
Thank you, Chair and council members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is David Lethine. During my fishing career, I have owned a number of fishing boats, including crabbers, fixed gear, salmon, trawl, as well as participating in shoreside and mothership whiting. Groundfish stocks had collapsed prior to the trawl ITQ program we operate under now. I believe the collapse of fish stocks were due to regulatory methods under which we were given the fish. These rules did not benefit the resource. Eventually, ITQs were given and we were told to regulate ourselves. This has worked great for the resource. Almost all the species are off of the OFS list. ITQs have given us the ability to develop fishing plans that are flexible and not mandated. Many trawl fishermen do multiple fisheries and at different times. We have incredible incentives to avoid unwanted bycatch. Our fishing methods now include excluders, fixed gear use, and area location modifications, to name a few. I have submitted a written letter for public comment which briefly talks about co-ops and how collectively fishermen deliver their catch by working together. We did just that at the Oahu Fishermen's Marketing Cooperative. There are informal co-ops operating now. Processors are utilizing pools of permits to regulate deliveries. Under the D1 PowerPoint, slide 35 indicates that only 11.5% of sablefish is owned by fixed gear only fishermen. Processors and trawlers own almost 90% of all the sablefish quota. Co-ops can be used to develop fishing plans that maximize Dover catch and minimize sablefish. Co-ops can also be used working with processors to maximize catch and negotiate price. That's right, negotiate price. I believe the sablefish problem, or lack of, got started to manipulate ex-vessel price and control of the fish, not to deliver more Dover. Prices paid for sablefish have increased under the gear switching program. Multiple smaller buyers are able to compete for a variety of fish. We get rid of fixed gear options and many buyers will go away. Major processors generally match prices paid by smaller buyers. Prices will go down if fixed gear options go away. Some processors and fishermen would like this. They're not the average bottom fish trawler just trying to survive. They have the means, political power, and financing and control to manipulate a situation that benefits them the most. We were given the tools to manage our fishing. ITQs have already done phenomenal things for the resource. I see nothing in the analysis that points to a necessary change to this program. Changing this program, which gives processors and some fishermen an unfair advantage, could have catastrophic implications. There has always been some push and pull between fishermen and processors. For once, we have options on how to catch our fish and who we might sell them to. Force us all back into the majors and make us deliver everything, I guarantee the ex-vessel price will be lower. There are no pricing mechanisms nor binding arbitration that were afforded in other fisheries here. The small dragger and the value of everything he has ever worked for all these years is on the line. I thank you for your time and I offer any comments and I might answer.
Thank you, David. Questions for David? Krista Swinson?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, David, for coming and speaking with us today. I have a question about the co-ops that you mentioned both in your letter and your experience in it. You know, when I was at Jesse's, I heard we hadn't had any groundfish come through Ilwaco, which surprised me because I thought the landing had prior to me getting there, and did a little research and found out that yes, in fact, you guys had pulled somewhere between I think 5 and 10 million pounds across your dock there. So in your opinion, do you think the sablefish question that we're grappling with right now in the council is a marketing question that could be solved through the use of something like co-ops, or do you think council action would still need to be involved?
Well, at the original meetings which set up the ITQ program, I remember specifically, I think it came from NIMS, and they told us that we were now, given the tools to regulate ourselves. They were no longer going to mandate these rules, the bi-monthly quotas that we were under. So, therefore we developed our own fishing plans, as a co-op, as a group of fishermen, getting together, we could determine, when or how much fixed gear that we would be, comfortable leasing, maybe leaving some on the table as a group of fishermen down the road to look at that and have options available all through the season. We sat down at the Ilwaco Fishermen's Marketing Cooperative and we designed a fishing plan prior to the season. And then during the season, we modified that. We also had some rules in place that deterred actually catching OFS species that we were trying to save. And so with those OFS species, sometimes, the boat wouldn't even get paid for that. It would go into a pool, which would be available, and it was available, and it was spent for acquiring other species in OFS that we needed as the season progressed. So we were constantly monitoring what we were catching and where we were going with that. You mentioned how many pounds of fish that we brought over the dock. I believe it was over 10 million pounds in about 4 years we brought over the dock in Ilwaco there. I hope I answered your question. If there's something I missed, please let me know.
Hey. Thank you, Dave. Maggie Summers.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
I mean, one comment that I missed is that, the council wouldn't have to be involved in these decisions. We've already been given the tools. And that's why I bring up the co-op issue, because we can work together to manage this. Over 90% of the sablefish is owned now by processors and trawlers only.
Okay, Maggie.
Thank you very much. David, thank you for your testimony. A question, your public comment letter says you intend to have a fisherman-driven cooperative in operation for West Coast groundfish in 2021. Can you briefly tell us a little bit more about your plans for that? Do you have concrete plans? What would be the geographic scope? Would it who would you intend to have involved, et cetera? But just briefly, thanks.
Well, I don't want to name names at this point.
Thank you. I didn't intend to ask for that. My apologies.
We we've been talking with fishermen that are interested, and I believe they are. Once we sit down and we talk about the merits, we talked about the merits of the program and how it operates. It's not just somebody gets everything. It's working together to maximize catchability and profitability. And so I'm very excited that this is going to happen again, and generally going to try to be in one location to start off. But in the future, I would hope that other fishermen might see the merits of it and move forward. I was involved in the Bering Sea crab fisheries, and we, including myself, did not want to get involved in the co-ops. But over time, as these fisheries evolved, and it was species-specific, king crab, and then opelio, and then tanner crab, everybody's in a co-op today. It's okay, and it works. And there's a fear base that's basically that. It's false evidence appearing real that these won't work for fishermen. And I found out the contrary, they do.
Okay, thank you, David. Any other questions for David? Okay. Seeing none, next up, Frank Dulcich, followed by Tom Libby. Frank, are you there? I think you're on mute, Frank. We can't hear you. Oh. Okay, let's go to Tom Libby, and hopefully Frank can come on board here. Be ready. Okay, Tom.
Mic check.
We have you now.
Okay. So I guess to start with, I'd say that there are a ton of variables in this program, in the IFQ program, many of which have been spoken to. Some of those are what I would call uncontrollable. Some are semi-controllable, and few are totally controllable. To back up slightly, I'll introduce myself. My name is Tom Libby. I'm a shoreside processor, the at-large shoreside processor representative on the Groundfish Advisory sub-panel, speaking for California Shellfish, Hallmark Fisheries, and Point Adams Packing Company. Currently, regulation-driven unintended consequences have caused significant negative impact on the ACL attainment of underutilized species in the quota share program. Dover sole utilization is of particular interest. For 2020, the Dover sole sector quota pounds was 101,366,784 pounds, a carryover of 9,264,000 pounds, a catch to date of 7,491,000 pounds. Pounds remaining based on the IQF website, 103,139,586 pounds. That's 103,139,586 pounds. That's Dover left in the water 8 months into the season, and to date landings of Dover sole have yet to exceed the 2019 carryover. Why is that? The lack of regulatory assurance that sufficient bottom trawl dedicated sablefish is available to support a high volume targeted Dover sole fishery is the primary deterrent. Regulatory assurance of a consistent Dover supply or for that matter, any target species on which harvesters, processors, and ultimately the marketplace can rely, is critical to the overall economic success of the quota share program. The absence of reliable supply of Dover sole in the marketplace historically has provided the opportunity for farm fish such as tilapia to replace Dover sole in the seafood display case and as center of the plate in restaurants. Farm fish are a captive resource and thus a reliable supply. Our challenge is to manage the underutilized Dover sole resource to maximize utilization and provide the regulatory framework within which that can be accomplished. In the case of Dover sole specifically, and all target species in general under the quota share program, regulated, consistent access to the resource is critical. Without that access, any investment in gear, processing equipment, infrastructure, and market development cannot be justified. Reliable resource access is the critical catalyst to launching a new product line. In this case, Dover sole would be a new product line. Beginning with supportive resource management through harvesting and processing to an enduring market. In the case of Dover sole, assured regulatory access to the resource is essential to the successful future harvest of that underutilized species, as well as the development of a viable market. Positive regulatory changes to the quota share program that provide sufficient dedicated bottom trawl sablefish to support a high volume directed Dover sole fishery will provide a fulcrum to leverage the launch of a new product line with significant positive economic impact on the entire quota share program. Remember, in the beginning, I said that 103 million pounds of Dover sole is remaining 8 months into the 2020 season. By managing to optimize ACL utilization, a targeted Dover sole trawl fishery could, in time, be as successful as whiting, although on a much smaller scale. At this point, the underutilized Dover sole for 2020 represents about 32% of the 2020 shoreside whiting TAC. Without supportive regulatory changes providing sufficient bottom trawl dedicated sablefish to support a high volume Dover sole fishery, the quota share program will continue to evolve.
Tom, your time's up. Could you please wrap up?
I'm wrapping up here in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Without supportive regulatory changes providing sufficient bottom trawl dedicated sablefish to support a high volume Dover sole fishery, the quota share program will continue to devolve into an artisanal fishery and a dismal economic failure. I support the GAP statement in favor of moving this issue forward. I recommend that in doing that, we keep the purpose and need statement as recommended by SAMTAC. And in November, should we move forward, add an alternative for analysis to ensure a complete range of economic evaluation from status quo to elimination of gear switching. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, thanks for the wrap up. Krista Swenson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Tom. My question doesn't have to do with the testimony that you just gave, but it does have to do with testimony in terms of being able to access market. And the question really stems around, we've heard from Ocean Gold, Bornstein, and PAC that they're all in the process of automating or intend to automate. Is your company also planning on automating, because that is going to significantly reduce their labor cost? And if not, and for other companies that maybe don't have the resources that larger plants do you see a strategy so that those folks can compete and we don't continue to lose critical infrastructure, particularly in smaller ports outside of Astoria and Westport?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Krista. California Shellfish Company in total is a small operator in the bottom fish market. And as such, and being small overall, we don't have any current plans to install mechanized bottom fish lines to handle Dover. Although with that happening, I truly believe that increased volume going into the market with assured, reliable, continuous deliveries of Dover will pull everybody in the fishing industry, processors included, up from on an economic standpoint. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, we have one more question. Phil Anderson.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair, and thanks, Tom, for your testimony. I was wondering if you could tell us about any limits that you have, the companies that you represent. Do they have limits on the amount of Dover sole that vessels are able to deliver to their plants?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil. We don't have specific limits. We've just cut back from several boats. I think we had between 7 and 11 boats fishing bottom fish when the program started. We now have 2, sometimes 3. Rex Leach indicated that we were cutting 5 days a week prior to the program, and we were cutting with 21 filleters and several boats delivering. We now have 7 filleters that are part-time. We have 1 boat a week that delivers groundfish to us. And I believe that making some changes to specifically target 103 million pounds of Dover is going to make some major differences to my company as well as the other companies.
Okay, see Bob Dooley's hands up. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Tom, for coming forward today. Good to hear from you here. I was kind of taken aback by your comment that a small player. I remember it wasn't too long ago, but I guess I'm getting long in the tooth these days. The Cal Shell was probably the biggest player on the coast, in my recollection, particularly the California coast. And I remember a lot of groundfish being caught in California, and Cal Shell taking a lot of those deliveries. I was curious that if what do you see as the future of our California trawl fishery? Should we be able to have some assurances that you can achieve the sablefish that it would take to support a groundfish fishery, trawl fishery on this coast again? I recall that California used to have nearly 50% of the deliveries on the coast of groundfish, trawl groundfish, and it was a long time ago, but that was prior to the disaster and all of that. So I just want to get your comments on that. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate the question. Yeah, you're right. California Shellfish was probably the single largest processor on the coast, and we had a large processing plant in the Santa Rosa area. We received bottom fish from trawlers not only in California, many in California, but up and down the West Coast, all the way to the La Push and Neah Bay areas. A lot of different things went into the fact that we're now one of the smaller players. One of those is the quota share program. As I said earlier, we went from 21 filleters, several boats cutting 5 days a week, to 7 or fewer filleters processing 1 boat a week. And that to me is not a direct result, because every processor has different circumstances to deal with. But I believe that to a great degree, having dedicated sablefish available to support a large volume, and I can't emphasize that enough, a large volume, 103 million pounds of Dover sole, in order to develop a market for the Dover sole again. And I believe that that's going to ultimately, over time, increase the value of all of the fish that's caught by the bottom trawl fleet at this point in time. And it's definitely going to make changes in how we California shellfish see the bottom trawl industry and how we participate in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Maggie Summers.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks very much for the testimony, Tom. Thinking about your comments on a large volume and filleters, is Cal Shell and your processing businesses, are you able to find and hire the filleters you need at this point? And what do you see looking forward if a much larger volume of Dover were coming in terms of your ability to find the workforce to process those fish?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Maggie. As I said, we're a small player in the bottom trawl industry at this point in time. As such, and with the other 3 major processors of groundfish on the coast planning to mechanize their operations, I believe that 2 things. One, the possibility of opening the Warrenton facility, Point Adams Packing Company, to the processing of groundfish is a very strong possibility. Right now, all we do is Pacific whiting and Dungeness crab when the Dungeness crab season is open. So I do believe that even though we would have to have hand filleting with a consistent supply coming in and having the ability to keep filleters busy and to make it a year-round operation, that we would be able to find the employees that have the skill set that we can train to fillet fish.
Okay, I see Butcher Smith's hand. Butch?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, Tom, and everyone, great testimony thus far. So Tom, I have a question. You know, there's marking in issues now that have been given on because of the market share of tilapia and other farm raised fish, and so thinking out loud, and there's a tremendous amount of Dover sole quota available. I think you said 100 million pounds or something. Huge, unfallible number to me, but huge number. Might there be a step in between you know, where we're at now and to where you might want to be, you know, in the future, given the time to get up and running with filleters and all the infrastructure to fully access that Dover that might be looked at in your opinion, or is it an all or nothing type process in your opinion, Tom? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Butch. Appreciate the question. In developing a new product line, and that's essentially what Dover in large volume would be, in my opinion only, for all of the processors, there would be kind of a ramp up time frame. You don't develop a market in 1 or 2 years. It takes time, but it's essential in the case of Dover, and actually other species too, to have a dedicated amount of sablefish to support a large high volume fishery in Dover. And sablefish swim with all the other fish in the ocean, so there would be a situation where the vessels wouldn't have to practice avoidance so much to steer clear of the sablefish. In order to have a consistent supply that is reliable, that the harvesters, the processors, and ultimately the marketplace have confidence in the fact that if I order this fish this week, I'm going to get it. If I order it on Tuesday, I'm going to get it on Friday for the weekend. If I order it on Sunday, I'm going to get it midweek and be able to rely on the fact that it's going to be available. Tilapia is a ranch ranch fish. And that being the case, it's always available. So we're competing in a situation right now with something that's always available. We're operating in a wild fishery, essentially a gatherer type economic situation. To ensure that there's reliability in the market and that the people that we're selling to in the marketplace, the major buyers in the marketplace, have confidence in the fact that they're going to be able to get the fish on a steady basis. I believe that we have to have at least opportunity access, I would say. I consider the opportunity access to me means that as things develop, the fish is available and we can go to a buyer and tell them straightforward, hey, this is a product that will compete with tilapia. It's a better quality product. It's going to be available on a reliable, steady basis. And I believe that that's the only way that we're going to be able to get it into the market. So that being said, I guess that's all I have.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, next we have Frank Dulcich, followed by Ken Johnson. And Ken, if you're around, please put your hand up. And if I don't see your hand, I'm going to go with Jeff Lackey. Frank, are you there? Frank, I think you're muted. I still see the mute sign. There you go. Can't hear you. Okay. Frank, we can't hear you. So Ken Johnson, I don't see his hand. So Jeff Lackey.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Jeff Lackey. In 2011, the Catch Shares program was implemented with the intention of increasing utilization. Yet a comparison of the numbers 3 years before and after the program show a different result. The 32% drop in Dover corresponded to a 27% fixed gear attainment of northern sable trawl quota. Underutilized species became more underutilized. More important, were immediate impacts felt by communities. Processors on the West Coast lost almost half their fillet force. Processors provide the foundation for community economic impact, vessel opportunities, and support services. Groundfish is important to provide year-round employment in the industry and support communities through ups and downs of other fisheries. Trawl provides a critical mass of consistent activity to maintain infrastructure and economic multiplier effects in ports. In 2011, this foundation was shaken. By 2012 and 13, it was obvious that major unintended consequences would need to be added in the 5-year review. The review findings included that the, quote, fixed gear fishery has contributed to the decrease in attainment of Dover sole and thorny heads, end of quote. And gear switching was identified as the #1 item to address coming out of the 5-year review. For previously mentioned reasons, trawl groundfish processing is an excellent proxy for fishing community economic impacts. Let's look at the major groundfish processing in coastal states. For Oregon, large-scale processing historically occurred in 3 locations: Coos Bay, Charleston, Newport, and Warrenton, Astoria. The program declines in 2011 continued until in 2020, trawl groundfish cutting ceased in Newport for the first time in maybe any of our lifetimes. This should set off alarm bells. Charleston levels remain low, and now all major trawl groundfish cutting in the Pacific Northwest is consolidated to the Warrenton, Astoria area. Now for Washington, the closure of the Bellingham groundfish processing line in 2019 left the state without major groundfish processing for bottom trawl caught fish. Ocean Gold does have a rockfish fillet machine, but not a large fillet line serving bottom trawl. Ocean Gold's public comment noted a desire for investment to increase utilization, but the gear switching is a major deterrent in doing so. Such a groundfish fillet line on the central coast of Washington could be very economically beneficial and provide utilization of species off the coast of Washington. Now for California, catch shares was also a blow for California. Major losses in 2011 meant that California was left with 2 reduced capacity plants in Eureka and Fort Bragg, and a couple of other small, mostly 1 or 2 vessel operations cutting fish. The processing that remains in California is more essential than ever to the West Coast. There is no other large trawl groundfish cutting operation outside of Eureka from the Mexican border to the Columbia River. There are small operations in Fort Bragg and Charleston. And we know from past history in California, when trawl processing infrastructure leaves a community, it affects more than just trawl jobs, and it is incredibly difficult to get back. Our goal should be to use the Sable North trawl allocation to help rebuild the fishery to the point where substantial fillet lines return to Newport. We see increased output in Coos Bay, Charleston, and Fort Bragg, and communities south that are able. And having increased volume, stability, efficiencies in Warrenton, Astoria, and Eureka, and new fillet lines in Washington. This is not just an issue about who gets a few fish. It is a critical issue deciding the health and existence of our fisheries in West Coast communities for generations to come. Looking at gear switching through this meeting and all the way through the FPA, the council is at a fork in the road, and they have the same fundamental choice that they have always had since the unintended consequences were realized in 2012 and 13. The first choice is to continue allowing 30% or more of the lifeblood of the fishery, Sablefish North, to leave the trawl fishery and continue with the poor results for communities, or they can mandate a significant reduction of the fixed gear attainment and allow the program the capacity to meet its goals and objectives in fishery OY, thereby supporting stronger communities on the West Coast and food production for our country. I support the gap recommendations from page 3 of the report. I support the comments by Lori Steele, Tom Libby, and even though there have been, there always may be a push and pull relationship with processors and vessels. Vessels realize that they don't land or sell 1 pound of fish without processors, and when they leave your community, you feel it. I would urge the council to listen to the processors on what it's going to take to feed and employ people, on our coast and feed people in this country. Thank you. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Okay, Seeing no questions, I think we've been going about an hour and a half here. Some people didn't have a break. I think we're going to take let's go with a 10-minute break here at 9:40, and we'll start with Osich, followed by Ken Johnson. This is our 60-second notice. We'll start in 60 seconds. Okay, I think we're back in line here, I believe. We ready to go here, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you got the gavel. Go ahead.
Very good. Very good. So, all righty. So, this is Frank Dulcich. Frank, are you there? Followed by, actually, our list isn't up right yet. But
Did you put our list up, Sandra?
I'm here.
Hey, Frank, please.
Third, I apologize.
No problem. Happens to the best of us.
And the worst, I guess. Anyway, am I up now?
Break. Council breaks.
Yes, we got you.
Okay. Well,
I know it's hard to get back.
Council Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, thank you. My name is Frank Dulcich. I'm owner and CEO of Pacific Seafood Group. It's a family-owned business. We have over 3,000 team members in the U.S. Pacific operates processing facilities in Eureka, California, Charleston, Newport, Oregon, Warrenton, and Westport, Washington. I want to talk about the urgency of the problem and the specific request for action. I need to underscore how critical this issue is to the West Coast groundfish industry and urge the council to move forward with meaningful action to limit sablefish gear switching between sectors. Please move action to address gear switching forward and take action as quickly as possible. We need to fix the significant problems we face as sablefish continues to leave the trawl sector and continue to restrict attainment of other species. The economic viability and the future of West Coast ground fisheries is at stake, and the success of the groundfish fishery and of the IQF program hinges on resolving this problem and several others. This may be the council's final opportunity to provide the necessary stability and certainty to fishermen, processors, so that necessary investments into our future can be made and the benefits of rebuilding groundfish stocks can be realized. If we don't, our shoreside infrastructure will continue to erode and eventually collapse, and our fishing communities will be decimated. This is not a market problem, and I repeat, this is not a market problem. I want to clear up this misconception about this being a market issue. For example, the reasons we aren't getting fish like Dover out of the water is because we do not have a market for them. That's totally untrue and false. Our customers want MSC USA fresh frozen groundfish over frozen imports from China and Vietnam. The true problem has been the inability to manually process and fillet groundfish due to the infrastructure and our aging filleters. We saw this issue and set it up on a quest to fix this issue through automation. And automation is the key to ensuring a future, not just for Dover, but all ground fisheries. So we started on a quest, and our team has modified and developed a rockfish machine and a flatfish machine that can fillet rockfish and Dover at nearly the same quality and recovery as compared to hand flayers. Both these modified machines are on the West Coast, and we're excited that they are ready for commercialization. The number one reason holding us back from investing multiple millions of dollars per line is the lack of certainty about whether or not trawlers will have enough sable to catch a Dover to make this significant investment. We're excited about the future, and we must be able to compete with other proteins, meat, pork, and poultry. We've got to get out of the buggy whip part of our business and into the car side of the industry. We need the consistent ability to expand our markets through automation and provide year-round employment opportunities in our fishing communities. This is not a Pacific-specific issue. This is a groundfish industry issue, as earlier testified. In conclusion, please move this action forward and take action as quickly as possible. Our industry and the communities we operate in need this. A reasonable range of alternatives must be considered. The current range of alternatives must be expanded to fully address the concerns that have been identified by the trawl fishery participants. When adopting a range of alternatives, the council must include a more restrictive alternative that limits sablefish gear switching to a maximum of 10%, such as a trawl stakeholder proposal number 2, which we recommend for inclusion in our written comments. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Frank. Questions for Frank? I see Louis in.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. Can you read me over?
I can.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Dulcich. And this automation of the fillet lines is fascinating to me. And what I need to ask you is, you spoke that you have, I think you could call it pilot programs ready to go. Have there been programs on the East Coast of the United States or in Europe that have used these technologies successfully and financially profitably? I just wonder if you could illuminate us on that. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Louis, thank you for the question. They are more on the European side of the machines, but we had to adopt them to process the range of sizes of our flatfish, i.e. Dover, as well as our rockfish. And we've really we're out of the pilot project because we know this process will work. And so we're very excited about being able to do this. Now, it's not only cutting the fish that we're investing in, but the markets that we are going after are ones that basically we're going to automate all of our packing and going right into spray packs and other forms of packaging to the ready to eat and the ready to cook part of the business. That's a very big sector in a lot of parts of the U.S. So we feel a huge opportunity for the first time to get out of the 10-pound bags, which Dover sole or rockfish gets put in, and with its tie, and modify that all the way through to a final form that is ready to purchase and to.
Cool. Louis, any more?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I just wanted to comment that one of my questions is how is this in response to the COVID situation? But I believe he answered my question. 10-pound bags being, of course, for restaurants, and individual packs being more for the individual consumers. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
That is correct, and it's. We can talk later about the amount of markets we had for black cod and Dover prior to COVID. But we're looking not as a COVID issue, we're looking past COVID because we'll get out of this. And we're looking at the opportunities that this fishery really has because it's been well managed. It is MSC. It has all the words, the buzzwords the consumer wants. We're just not bringing it to the form with the consistency that they need it in. And that's why this opportunity is so critical. And this change of gear switching is an important factor in that.
I guess I have one more question. And what ports would this affect? What ports would you plan? Would there be a California port that could take part in this?
Yes. Just in our numbers, 65% of the Dover is caught between Brookings and Fort Bragg, California. Brookings, Oregon, and Fort Bragg, California. So yes, Eureka would be one of the targeted facilities that we would be putting this in, and also in Warrenton. And eventually, as the market continued to grow, because again, the market is a £1 billion market. So when people say we can't sell into it, it's not true. The problem is we got to be able to catch it and process it efficiently so the market can have a consistent product to use. And we'll eventually, I see in the numbers, providing that we stop this transfer of black cod, we could definitely relook at beginning processing back into Newport, which we've just closed during COVID on the filleting of groundfish in that facility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Frank, it's been a while since we've seen you before the council, and I really value that you're here. Thank you for being here. I got a question for you. Can you give the council a better sense on how dire the situation is in California? For example, in terms of the Pacific plant in Eureka, and how important addressing this problem is for the future of groundfish fishery in California?
Yes, Vice Chair, and thank you, and Bob, thank you for asking the question. In Eureka, California, which is one of the last of the, Kaido has a small operation in Fort Bragg, but as far as what we're doing in Eureka, California, we've already consolidated to reduce expenses our shellfish operation in the Pacific Choice facility. And that's really helped that facility. But looking at the numbers and what is happening in California, there's a number of things that are occurring: cost of water, infrastructure, freight, etc. If this does stop, and again, this doesn't end, just the only way I can say it. If we continue to transfer out of the trawl sector into the fixed gear sector, Eureka fillet operation will cease within a year. And the issue is we have great people there, great filleters, and they're aging. I think the average age is about 58 years old. And there are some that are much older and some that are few that are younger. And we have attempted for a number of years to look to hire and train people. This is a skill set that is very, very rare. I've been filleted in the past, and I couldn't feed my family filleting fish. That is not my skill set. So I really honor these individuals that can do this and do it so exceptionally well and have done a great job. Problem is that the younger generation are not interested in doing these jobs. And we do also, as an industry, need to automate. And that's what makes this critical, because there's enough Dover volume that is unharvested today and a market that wants it, that this is a huge opportunity for us. I have one customer that I only can sell 2 of their 12 facilities, their distribution facilities, because I can't get the fish cut, the Dover cut. It's a huge market that we are untapped because of what's been happening on this transfer. And that's why I'm testifying today. And the reason I've gotten involved in this testimony is to really have the council understand the market that's out there and the ability and the opportunity that we have. And I wouldn't put my name or our company's or our industry's name on the line if I knew that this opportunity we have in front of us is critical. that we do something and we do it quickly.
One follow-up, Mr. Vice Chair.
Sure, Bob.
Yeah, thank you. And Frank, after your comments there, it just occurs to me that how critical it might be to other fisheries as well that you have in Eureka that deliver to your plant if you can't keep the doors open and the infrastructure viable going into the future. Can you comment on that?
Absolutely. You have what's called a fixed cost, and it's just in your own homes. It's it's your rent, it's your taxes, it's your light bill, it's your water bill. We call those fixed costs. Now, the more pounds that we're able to run through a plant, and the lower those fixed costs become, because those costs will occur every month. So if we lose the 10, 12 million pounds of groundfish out of that plant, those 12 million pounds aren't going to be covered by crab or shrimp or other species, tuna, etc. So that plant will become a high cost plant to operate because of the fixed expenses. And it will be on the epitaph you can see could eventually close it completely and just turn it into a buying station. That's not our intent. We have shellfish there. But again, that is the cycle that you've seen in other places, like Ilwaco fish just happened. What we had to do in Newport, this is a real problem that we have to address.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Paul. Louis, could you put your hand down? Next up, the question is Butch Smith for Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair, excuse me, and Mr. Dulcich, thank you for taking the time to testify from the processor's perspective. And I don't want to make a big speech here, but it's well known that we lost our processing facility, and with that went the biggest employer in Ilwaco, and depending on what they were doing time of year, the biggest employer in Pacific County. So huge. And along with that goes our stability and securing dredging funds to get from Ilwaco to the river. So this is just not losing a few jobs. This can digress to all the other fisheries that we have in the Port of Ilwaco. So this is kind of a huge issue to me. I also feel that every fishing job, from the shore to a deckhand on a boat, is important to the coastal communities and a great value. So I don't want to lose any fishing jobs per se. So, Frank, my question is to help, the year-round. Would this help to maintain year-round, access to fish? Also, for the smaller plants to hire and lay off every year like they do, kind of keep an even flow of employees. It's my perspective in talking to Pierre over the years, the more employees that you can keep in the plant, the less training that you have to do, because if you lay off, you of course lose some people going to other jobs. And how could this help prevent the loss of other plants to coastal communities that are as important, as the fishermen? We have to have fishermen have to have fish catch the fish they have to deliver to sell to somebody. So anyway, those are just a few of my questions. And once again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dulcich.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Council Member Dooley. What I really want to say with what's happened is groundfish has been historically, as you mentioned, the glue, I call it, that really is where you've kept your seasoned supervisors and leads, where they were helping in the ground fisheries, being able to, then you could use those fisheries as well as the flayers and the support teams there to help on, the seasonal crab season, shrimp, tuna unloading, a number of things, salmon trolling. Those things are what historically we've been able to use our groundfish teams for. That's evolved over the last couple of years because of the disruption and the lack of some of the markets. So my belief, and I do believe it's my belief, and I think anyone that's in business would have this, is that the more pounds that we're able to get out of the water and access, especially like a Dover sole, because it's such a great volume, as well as it's a great product. And it competes very, very well in a number of sectors. So to your question, yes, we can use, as more fish comes into a port, it keeps the ice plants open. It keeps the ports able to be dredged. Groundfish has been a real critical, important piece in this fishery. And not taking anything away from fixed gear, but fixed gear processes most of it at sea. The jobs are on the boats, which is great. There's nothing that comes into the community except the unloading and possible freezing. And then the product gets moved to a port, Seattle or elsewhere, and sold. We do a lot of it, but it doesn't create jobs shoreside. That's just the facts.
All righty, Butch, your hand's still up? You done?
Rookie mistake, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize.
No, you get one. That's good. Krista Swinson.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Frank. I have a question around automation and jobs, actually. So you've spoken today pretty extensively about fully automating your plant. So we're not just talking groundfish line, we're talking packaging all the way through. And that you've looked to Europe for a lot of that technology and know-how. I sold extensively into Europe, have been through a lot of those plants, and they dropped their numbers from, the kind of 100 to 200 employees that we've heard currently are going on with groundfish factories here on the coast. In many cases down to, say, 20 to 30 employees. So I would suspect that the outlook would be fairly similar. I realize that you do use some H-2B visas, but there, I'm sure, are still quite a few employees who are, if your labor pool holds the same as pretty much everybody else here on the coast, coming from women, minority, and other socially and economically disadvantaged groups. How are you addressing that, and also the potential fallout to the local communities by the lack of payroll? All of those folks, if you go from 200 to, say, even 50 employees, that's a lot of payroll that is coming into Warrenton, Astoria, and even Pacific County, because I know a number of our employees do work here and live over in Washington.
Vice Chair and Krista, thank you. That's a great question. Problem is the premise is incorrect. The premise of reduced people. Let me explain. Most the factories that, I don't know which ones you've toured, but I would say in all the ones I've ever toured, they're doing one species, possibly two. That's a codfish or shrimp, but they're not doing 32 groundfish species. And that's why the premise is, looking at Europe and how they do it is totally different than when we look at how we're going to do it. We have to develop markets for all of our species to make money. Therefore, when you ask about, right now, we are not able to bring in new filleters. And again, at piece rate, I just want everybody to know they can make $20 to $30 an hour in the piece rate side. So these are not bad jobs at all on these coastal communities. So when we've looked at what we need is basically you need, and we're not going to remove our flayers because there's a lot of hand cutting that we can never get done through automation. Size of fish, different cuts, etc. At least today. And as they retire, we're going to have to continue to look at as our flares continue to retire, we're going to have to look at really what's our next steps. So if you asked me today, and my full belief is we're going to be adding jobs when we put additional pounds in, because we have people already working, doing on these lines, and there's going to be a lot of work that still needs to be done hand flame. And what happens when we're starting to move a line and we can start producing 10, 12 million pounds on a line of a product, you need a significantly more people than we currently employ. In addition, that's just on the repetitive side of that business, on those fillet lines. And then in the fillet side, when you begin to automate, you need an educated and a higher level expertise. And so what we're already started to do is start talking to our maintenance teams throughout our company and see which ones they really want to get this job. And currently they might make $50,000 or more a year, and we're going to be able to pay them $100,000 more a year, or $100,000 or more, once they learn the various skill sets and the automation, because it takes a different learned individual to learn this skill set. And we're going to invest in our team members to be able to automate and work in the automation different than what we do today. So I think a true net of all the underutilized fish, I think it's going to be, I would say, fairly equal to today or improved over time, Krista.
Okay, thank you, Krista, for that question. Marcy, you're up, go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the discussion today, and welcome. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Dulcich. Just want to follow up a little more on the testimony you offered about the untapped Dover market from Brookings to Bragg, and that automation is key. I hear you tell us here today that having sablefish in the trawl sector is the key to utilizing that untapped resource. I guess I'm curious to know if you feel that there's a future in targeted sablefish, or do you need just enough to tap that Dover resource? And with this increase in the sable that will be coming to you from the trawl fishery, do you have plans to automate your fillet line for sablefish as you do for Dover?
Vice Chair and Marcy, thank you for the question. It's a multiple question, so I hope I can understand each one well. If I haven't answered, please ask for clarity. And I'll start with the last first, and that is, are we planning on automating sablefish? The answer would be, over time, yes. Sablefish, just so you know, we had stepping back for a moment, Japan has been our largest consumers, we all know, of sablefish, both in Alaska, Western Canada, and the lower 48 in the US that we're talking about right now. That market has totally retrenched. We knew we had to make a change, so we have been working, and we had a great opportunity, and I won't tell you how many tons we had sold of sablefish, but we knew we had to create a competing market, and that competing market is North America. And we had several large restaurateurs, companies, that were going to start featuring sablefish on menus and portions and just do a whole host of things. And then we all got hit with COVID. So those are off the table now, but not forgotten. Hopefully those restaurateurs, those large businesses will be able to survive this. And if they do, we'll be picking up that conversation. So the answer is, we have to create an alternative market for our fishermen, so we're not relying on one market, Japan. And we had that, but we had begun that. So in that, we would use initially hand flayers to do the black cod that we were going to do, but we'll eventually use a number of other automations over time. The reason that the amount of Dover comes from Fort Bragg to Brookings is because that's where the fisheries, the volume is, and the opportunity that we see in Eureka to be close to market, in a sense, to San Francisco for air freight going east, and some of the packaging that we're talking about right now. And I just need you to understand the market. The problem you have on the retail side is you sell them this fish, they wrap it in a tray pack, and in 3 days, they throw it away. Imagine. And it could be as high as 30, 40% of the fish gets thrown away. This is unbelievable. So we have been working on how do we take this resource through automation, through packaging, and everything that we can add to it. And I got to give credit to our internal QA team and our value creation team, but they've come up a way with non-chemicals, non-nothing. We can take ground fish, if we can process it, we can give that ground fish 28 days shelf life. What we've just been able to do by a factor of 9,000% is to allow that to be able to be sold, or 900%, excuse me, on days shelf life throughout the country. So we're opening up markets with this automation that we have never even been able to sell to or use. And that's the excitement about this. Did I answer your question?
Maggie or Marcy? Good?
Yes, thank you. So I think I take from that you do ultimately see that sablefish could also be a target in addition to Dover.
It is today. And like I said, I won't say that it was in the multiple thousands of tons we had sold in a new product form for our fleet in the North American restaurant market. Yes, it is a very keen target for us of what we want to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more question, Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. And thanks, Frank, for your testimony. Just, I was unclear about some of your comments on filleters. You said you can't hire enough now, but you expect to hire more in the future to cut species other than Dover. So in the context of this issue, I'm curious which other species you would expect to see increased landings of with a reduction in gear switching, and how do you expect you will be able to find more filleters, to cut them in the future, given the problems you described currently with that?
Vice Chair and Maggie, thanks for the question. If I spoke that we're going to hire more filleters, we'll continue to attempt to hire, but that's not what we'll do or be able to do, I don't believe, unless there's a completely shift in behaviors in the workforce. I was really, and I probably didn't set it up well enough, but when I heard Paul Quayla's testimony, specifically around there's not much of a market for sand sole and Rex and a number of other species that he mentioned, some of those species that I talk when I say 32 that we have rationalized on the West Coast. Those, we can't, because of the lack of cutting time in the plants today, we are unable to cut those and create a market for them. So we have to stick with our Dover to get through and rockfish because we don't have the capacity to cut the small species. As we migrate into automation on the volume parts of the fishery, trawl fishery, we then can use the flayers that are very, very skilled and begin to cut those species that really don't have a market today that we can create restaurant and high-end retail markets for. That's the reason we were talking. I stressed that. So if that was misunderstood, I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Frank, thank you for your testimony today.
All right.
Okay. Next up, Ken Johnson on the and then followed by Carl Campbell. Carl, if you're here, please raise your hand. Ken, are you there? You're muted, Ken. There you go. I think so.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Ken Johnson, and I run the fishing vessel Grumpy J, and I'm just here to give testimony for keeping as much sablefish into the ground fishery as possible. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I'm a year-round bottom fisher. Fish bottom fish 12 months a year, and we really need that to keep all the other fish out of the ocean, and Dover especially, because I fish in shallow now inside of 100 fathoms, and it seems like there's lots of black cod in here, and I know the market's not been very good for them, but there's lots of times where I like to target them to help me out and my family and my crew. So when we just hear that, fish might be leaving what we need to catch, and that's kind of worries me. And I'd just like the council to have a really, really good look at all this, all the testimony, and lots of research, and try to figure out a good system that works good for both.
Thank you, Ken. Maggie, I see you have your hand up. A question?
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Ken. I heard you say that you'd like to be able to target sablefish, and I certainly understand the value of that, and that's an important part of your portfolio. In addition to that, I'm curious if you are finding that you are limited in the amount of Dover or other species you are able to catch and deliver because of sablefish quota.
Yeah. When it gets like towards the end of the year, it seems like, we need another boat to start before crab season, start getting into the bottom fishing after shrimp season. And, I don't lease the fish myself because I run a boat for the company, but I know that they talk about lease rates, and I see the lease rates, going up, and the market's down. But yeah, we really need that extra to get the Dover and all the other, not extra, but just keep what we have at least for now.
Great, thank you, Ken.
Any more questions for Ken? Okay, I don't see Carl Campbell with his hand up, or I don't see him listed actually. And I know Andrew Bornstein is on the line. Mark Reitman, are you there? If you are, you'll be followed by Jim Kaido.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
We can, please.
Hello, thank you, Chairman and council members. For the record, my name is Mark Reitman. I'm the CEO and an owner in the Ocean Gold Group of companies and a fourth-generation fisherman. I am here to comment on the gear switching issue and the impact it has on Ocean Gold's investment strategy and business plans for the trawl IFQ groundfish fishery. You there?
Please go ahead.
Oh, Ocean Gold operates the single largest freezing facility on the Northwest coast. In peak season, we employ up to 500 people, making us the largest employer in both Westport and all of Grays Harbor County. We presently do not have year-round employment for our workforce. We support any fishermen in the whiting, crab, shrimp, squid, albacore, and midwater rock fisheries. We also buy and process some traditional groundfish. At previous SAMTAC and other public meetings, we have expressed our interest in developing our groundfish production utilizing automated equipment to successfully process and market groundfish. Automation is essential. This may eliminate a few jobs, but has the potential to add many more. It would create stable year-round employment for our key local employees. Two fishing communities, Newport and Bellingham, have recently ceased processing groundfish. A third operation in Awaka went out of business entirely. Automation and technology can reestablish our ability to process this fish and reverse the direction the IFQ program is now headed. This equipment will cost millions. If this situation is not remedied and the price of several million pounds of one species remains more important than the entire trawl IFQ fishery, including the coastal communities we support, we predict this fishery will continue to collapse until there are only a small number of fishermen and only part-time processing plants. Our first ask is to continue to move forward on the gear switching issue. Do not allow it to end at the September meeting. Second, we ask that the council make the hard decision and adopt an alternative that eliminates gear switching to or reduces it to a level less than 10%, and which includes a sunset provision. Thank you for consideration. I'll answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Mark? Krista Swinson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And this is pertaining to me working at Jesse's Ilwaco and the fact that we did go under. And I'm not aware of a groundfish processor in Ilwaco going under. And I just want confirmation that you're talking about Jesse's, which, like I say, we were not processing groundfish other than whiting, or if there's somebody that I'm not aware of in that port that you are in fact actually referencing other than ourselves.
I was referencing Jesse's, and I'm referencing the fact that they're involved in the trawl fishery and they weren't able to make it. And I worry that we could end up in the same position as they are.
Okay. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair. I have a question about maybe your expectations for price, for ex-vessel price. You know, as we've listened to some of the presentations on the analysis of this, we are reminded that those have made an assumption that price would remain stable at higher volumes. And I think particularly from your perspective as a with frozen product, curious what your expectations are in terms of Dover price in particular, as we're looking at potentially large volume increases.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to answer. I mean, COVID's affected all the prices of fish right now. Going forward, I think, you know, people want fish, people want protein. How do you get it to the marketplace at a price that everybody can afford? And you can compete against other fish. I mean, that's the challenge. How do we cut it and freeze it and get it to the marketplace where people can afford it and we can compete? That's our challenge. I don't know if it answers your question directly, but I mean, price to fishermen goes hand in hand with the price for the processors and the price in the marketplace. Nobody wants to sell something for less.
Thank you.
Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mark, for being here today. I was curious, your concern about having certainty in the sablefish availability to the trawl fishery, are you concerned with, you mentioned several different places here, like 10% and things like that of limits. Are you just understanding that you want to stop to, or a place where you can get certainty, some number set or something like that, something that says that we're going to freeze it in place, or are you advocating really having some retraction of where we are today and that? I'm just curious what you think about that.
My personal feeling is we need to retract some, but then the fisherman side of me, being a fisherman before a processor, I don't want to cut people out either. So how do you find the balance? That's your guys' job, not my job. I'm just telling you my opinion is Ocean Gold and how going forward with Ocean Gold and our investment in this trawl fishery and what we're going to do. I mean, that's my opinion on it.
Yeah. So follow up, Mr. Vice Chair.
Sure.
Yeah. So I guess I understand then that if there was certainty in what the limit might be, so that you can have some certainty to make those investments, providing their, at least you'd have certainty to make that choice. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, that's part of it. Yes.
Bob?
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mark, for your testimony today and following this process along. Just had a couple questions for you. First, obviously Ocean Gold processes a large quantity of whiting, and I'm wondering if the cutting of that fish is primarily done with humans, or whether or not it is being automated.
It's all mechanized. I mean, you have humans driving the machines and you have humans packing, but most of it, as much as it's mechanized.
Okay. And how about you? I know you're doing, or at least I believe you're doing some rockfish. Are you also doing some Dover at this time, or is it in terms of other than whiting? Is it rockfish is the only other species from a groundfish perspective that you're processing there?
Yes, we do a little bit of Dover. We've been like little pilot programs trying to figure out the best way to cut it, but we know how to cut it. We know what we're going to do. We just have to pull the trigger and get the machines.
And you're in the same situation then in terms of moving forward and making Dover and other ground bottom trawl species more a part of your portfolio. You would need to be mechanizing the filleting of those fish in order for it to work. Is that right?
Yes. Our biggest challenge here, Phil, is keeping a year-round staff with start and stop. And it's the problem in all the fish. I mean, not just at the plants, on the boats too. The boats have a hard time finding crews because nothing's year-round anymore, and you don't have a family wage job that lasts year-round. Oh, hey, you can work for 6 months, but the next 6 months you can have unemployment. Or we're trying to change the direction here at Ocean Gold to have year-round employment for these people, and this is part of it.
Okay. Thanks, Mark, and thanks to your company for being a big part of the Westport community.
Okay. Well, Mark, thank you. Next, we'll have Jim Kaido, followed by Andrew Bornstein. Welcome, Jim. Jim, are you there? I think you're muted. Okay, let's go with.
Hey, how about that? Is that better?
Oh, there you are. I got you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jim Kaido from Kaido Fisheries, Fort Bragg, California, processor. I know this fishery's gone through a big change in the last 20 years. Some for the good, some for not so good. This is one, this catch here, the Sablefish, is not a good one. I mean, our vessels here in Fort Bragg, right now they don't have enough Sablefish to conduct a Dover fishery. I mean, every trip our vessels go, we give them Dover to catch. And a lot of the vessels will not go fish Dover because they do not have enough sablefish to get them through the year, which leaves a lot of fish at our company that we could use that we don't get. Our Dover has gone down the last 3 years, and it's going down again this year. So this problem needs to be fixed. You need to go ahead with some action. I agree with all of our other processors that have testified today. We need more sablefish for our vessels to keep going so we can have a supply of fish all year round. Without it, I don't know how long, we're all going to stay in business. It's getting harder and harder. We have the sales. We could cut most of the fish, although we're down to 8 filleters ourselves. And we're always trying to get people to fillet. It's hard. A lot of people don't like to do it. But, I mean, we keep trying. And so far, we're succeeding. But it's getting harder. And our vessels need to have more sablefish to keep our plant going through the year. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? I see Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Jim, thank you for being here today, and I good to virtually see you there. I've made a few trips in my time out to Fort Bragg, and I was up there I think about a year ago visiting with everyone and seeing the condition of that community from what I remember years ago. I see in the report that under infrastructure section 2.3, it talks about there's no strong indicators of coastwide increase or decline of physical infrastructure. And my takeaway from my visit there was there's a lot less infrastructure in Fort Bragg than there used to be. Could you comment on that and what and how much this issue really plays into that?
Well, yeah, we've lost a lot of infrastructure. We've had a lot of processors here in the past that are no longer here. We're the last ones. I mean, the ice plant is 30 years old, and they're not putting any money into it. And, who knows how long that ice plant's gonna be here for. Yeah, it's gone. We don't have a fuel dock. The only place they get fuel, they have to call a fuel truck and fuel across our dock to get fuel. So, I mean, there's not much infrastructure left in this town.
Yeah, I don't think I saw many gear stores there as we used to see there, and it seems like the things are down. So I appreciate your comments, Jim. Thank you.
Well, one of the gear stores was a paint store. It still is a paint store, but since all the gear stores were going out of business, he decided, hey, maybe I could sell some gear. So now probably the biggest gear store is also the biggest paint store in town. I mean, that's how much things have changed.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for your testimony today, Jim. I know I'm asking a lot of questions around automation, and I'm asking basically the same question that I asked Tom Libby. Partially hearing your commentary from my colleague's question a moment ago. In terms of automation and competitive, what are your thoughts in terms of keeping ports like Fort Bragg and their infrastructure intact? I mean, quite often customers will go for the lowest price point, and if you can't compete due to labor, where does that leave companies in smaller ports that are not automating?
I mean, as far as automation goes in this plant, I don't believe that I don't think we have the room. We're a very small plant. I don't think we have the room to really fully automate without getting adding on, and which would be super expensive on top of the automation. So as far as automation goes, I don't think we would. We would just keep doing what we're doing and what we know best and do the best we can.
Okay. Any more questions for Jim? Done. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Next to be Andrew Bornstein, followed by John Corbin. Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, hello, you got me?
Yep, we have you.
Excellent. Thank you, council members, for having me here today to testify on this issue. Sorry, this is cumbersome here. That is affirmative. You can hear me there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I just want to testify on the subject here of the removing of the trawl black cod into the fixed gear fishery, and do stress again, much like Mr. Kaido there just did, the importance of having sable in this fishery. Previously, before this year, one of the main issues that the bottom fish boats couldn't get the black cod. They could, but it was so cost prohibitive, north of $1.40 a pound, that there was no just no financial incentive to be out there leasing it in order to prosecute your Dover fishery. In terms of infrastructure, we long said at the beginning of this, we Bornstein Seafood said at the beginning of the IFQ fishery, well over 10 years ago, that the bottom fish and being able to prosecute it 12 months a year was the backbone of these plants. It is becoming the case. If we can't keep these fillet lines steady and going, we are starting to lose that capacity. Bornstein Seafoods last year, we shut down our fillet line in Bellingham, Washington. It was just death by 1,000 cuts. That fillet line had been running since the 1930s in that town. And for the last, 5-7 years of this fishery, we have been trucking the fish from Astoria and Newport and outside locations up to Bellingham. And so the cost of trucking it, the cost of the fish, the thin margins, all of it, it was death by 1,000 cuts that just made that unsustainable. We have been looking into automation as well, but even those are, they're expensive, they're risky, and without a steady supply of the fish, it's a hard nut to crack. This was a trawl fishery, and there was a black cod fishery that stood alone separately. That is what the management was originally intended to be, and now it's kind of been a merging of the two fisheries, which and it's not, it's unilateral, really. It is fish being extracted out of one trawl fishery into a separate fishery. So I just want to really stress the same thing you've heard from the other processors. I really would hope this issue could be moved forward with some meaningful action and schedule with a range of alternatives. I think the range of alternatives need to be expanded to address these concerns that the trawl sector and these processors are bringing up. And I think in terms of the range of alternatives, they need to be increased. There needs to be a more restrictive alternative put out there, such as the one Pacific and Ocean Gold put forward, such as a 10% cap. This is real. It's a real issue. It is detrimentally impacting our ability to get a hold of Dover, Petrali, all of it. The whole basket is needed for the vessels to make a good living at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Questions for Andrew? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Andrew. Pointing to see for us here in Washington, we've, as you know, don't have much of a bottom trawl presence left. And I guess I've almost posed this question to a few folks testifying, but there's been a lot of interest from other council members. But I guess what you mentioned there is thin margins. So what we're seeing in the analysis and the economic data is that, in theory, the basket of fish that you just mentioned should be earning more money per pound of sablefish used than a fixed gear operation makes. So, there's the real world, the real business world. There's theory and the data. So is that just it? Are the margins so thin? Is that why we're seeing this? It looks like people should not be leasing away their quota pounds, or should be willing to lease more of it, but that's not what we're seeing in the real world. So yeah, any more insight you have on there would be appreciated.
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I think I follow where you're going with that, and you're basically saying that in theory they should not be willing to lease those fish away.
Yeah, excuse me for being unclear there, but if you look at some of this analysis, you should, per pound of sablefish used in the quota fishery, you should make more money, according to some of this analysis, by fishing it with a trawler instead of leasing it to a fixed gear boat. So if you add up the thorny heads, the Dover sole.
Sure. Yeah, I think what you see is that this was a rationalization, and a certain percentage of participants were always intending to exit the fishery, and because the fixed gear operator has such a different cost structure, and they can bring X pounds of their own to the program, and then just go out and pay X plus to get the more poundage. They can afford a much higher lease rate to only go prosecute black cod versus the trawl operator, for instance, maybe a new entrant that has no quota. I've been working hard to try and bring new boats into this trawl fishery, but if you're a trawler with zero quota to start with, like you weren't one of the original participants, and you have to lease 100%, even when I, from my seat as a processor, supply all of basically everything except the petrale and the sable, which have the high lease rates, they still can't afford to make that pencil, even making it up. I mean, some of them are really good at being able to avoid black cod and petrale, but that's a heck of a proposition to ask a trawl fisherman to do, is say, go out there and catch everything you want, just don't catch the petrale and don't catch the sable, the historically high priced items, because you can't afford the lease rates on those. So I think that comes from the exiting participants, who absolutely have a financial incentive to maximize what they lease for, in their retirement.
Okay, Corey, hands still up.
Sorry, no rookie mistake here, but no, I didn't mean to leave it up. So thanks for that answer, Andrew. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, any more questions for Andrew? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to John Corbin, followed by Chris Rutherford. And Chris, would you please raise your hands to signify you're in the room and you're available to go when you're called. Thank you. Take it away, John.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Yep. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. For the record, my name is John Corbin. First thing is, I'm really troubled that this process has gone on for so long. The SAMTAC is the third committee that has looked at this and been able to come up with any solid conclusions. I dislike fishermen versus fishermen battles the most. I honestly believe that we have more common ground than you would think, and a small committee of reasonable trawlers and fixed gear fishermen should have been able to work this out years ago. But here we are today, battle lines are drawn. One of the documents you have talks to the hypothetical opportunity to increase trawl revenue. I want to underline the word hypothetical, because if this were true, there's no logical reason why this process would not have already started. The document indicates that 20 to 25% of the trawl sablefish is being leased from trawlers to fixed gear fishermen, which is true. but it states that if they would keep it and use it for trawling, they would increase profits by 55 to 65%. And that's just the fishermen. The processors supposedly would make exponentially more profit as well. If this were a possibility, why wouldn't any rational fisherman jump all over this? And why wouldn't the processors be incentivizing their fishermen to hang on to that fish? I cannot seem to wrap my head around why, if there's so much more money to make, they wait year after year to go after it. Why does the council have to take the fish from us before they can start making money? Unless it's not true. Processors claim they can't sell any more Dover until they get assurances that they can have our sable. I don't buy it. They could have had their boats bring in more at any time. Instead, they put them on limits. But according to them, once they take all the sablefish, markets will open up, the Dover will be flowing, and so will the money. Discussions started a couple of years ago of moving some southern sable to the north to add more fish to the northern boats and utilize more of the southern sable, which sits uncaught. This was set aside because, heaven forbid, that trawlers would not get all of that fish. Fixed gear might get some of it. So instead, this was put on the back burner. They first take away the fixed gear fleet, then later they could move up the southern fish and have it all to themselves. The GAP, the CAB, and now the SAMTAC have not shown that any of the underattainment issues brought up have been caused by fixed gear. They have come up with a lot of hypotheticals, but that's it. The SAMTAC final report indicates they could not find fixed gear at fault. The trawl fleet and the processors have had the ability to make changes for years, but have not. Instead, they tell you their hands are tied until the council first takes the fish away from us. This is nothing more than an allocation grab. Tom Libby just testified that the reason we aren't catching enough Dover this year is because the lack of northern sable being available to trawlers. I don't understand how he can say that when only 38% of the northern sable has been caught at this time. If they need the sable for Dover, it's there. This ongoing mantra is just not adding up. I think it's time to end the madness. 3 different committees couldn't find fault with fixed gear. Even the GMT report says it's time to take a break and look at other issues that might be causing underattainment. But if the council feels that it must move forward, I would ask that you recognize the financial investment made by entities who have invested in gear switching, that there be no arbitrary expiration date on the permit's ability to gear switch. You allow transferability of gear switching endorsement upon transfer of ownership of permit. And then our permits are just afforded all the opportunities of the limited entry trawl permits that we purchased. Thank you.
Okay, questions for John? Butch Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, John, for your testimony. I think that one of the things that struck me most about your testimony is fishermen sitting down with fishermen and working this out. I truly think that that always ends up in the best results versus foreseeing a council or a state or anyone coming up with a decision on their own. So, John, thank you for your comments today. Very well done, and look forward to working with you and others in the future. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take my hand down.
Thank you, Butch.
Yeah, Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, John. I've been involved with the SAMTAP committee process, obviously, and have looked at this issue over and over and over. And one of the things that I'm struck by is of the little over 30% of the trawl sable fish that's being taken with fixed gear, that about a third of that is owned and about 2/3 of it is leased. Um, I'm not sure what the leasing arrangements are, whether, I mean, I know they're quota pounds, so they're leased on an annual basis, whether there's multi-year agreements between folks on the leasing side, I don't know. But my question, John, is do you have a significant portion of the fish that you take that you lease, or is a significant portion of it owned by your company?
Mr. Vice Chair, Phil, thank you for that. We own our permits and we own all of our sablefish. We did lease a little bit of sablefish the first few years of the program, but it did get too expensive. It got too expensive, I know, for the trawlers, but it got too expensive for me as well. A big chunk of the fish being leased every year was by the processors. And, you know, I mean, they can make it up on the other end. But no, we fish all of our own. We haven't leased any blackcod in years now. And I really don't have any leasing planned in the future. So we're just fishing what we own.
Great. Thanks for the response, John. Appreciate it. And thanks for being here and providing your testimony.
Okay, any more questions for John? Thank you, John. Okay, next up is Chris Rutherford, followed by Mike Okadiski.
Hello, you guys, everybody got me?
Yes, Chris, we got you.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the council. I am Chris Rutherford. I am a trawler out of Newport, Oregon. I'm among a fishing family. We have actually 4 trawlers in our family. We have spent a long time doing this. We have invested heavily in the trawl industry. When the IFQs came about, we thought that, hey, you know, this, so we kept invested. We had hope. We knew that the fishery was going to rebuild someday. We've spent years helping out with management and surveys, and we seen a future in the trawl industry. So as a family, we've invested into it. Well, ever since IFQs have come about, it seems like our investments that we have made each year it's getting harder and harder to make it, and the reason being it's not the simple fact that we don't want to see people lose. We don't want to see the fixed gear people lose. That's not it. But the trawl industry is hurting right now, and it's bad, and it is due to markets. And the reason why the markets aren't making it is because we can't afford to go out and catch a 35 or 40 cent Dover sole and go backwards on our black cod. And so once we're competing for the same fish, we got fixed gear and we got trawlers competing for the same fish, and we're expecting the markets to be cool with it. When their value is, you know, they can afford to lease it at a higher rate. We can't. This winter, I averaged 66 cents for my black cod, and so I'm supposed to go out and catch a Dover and only make 66 cents on my black cod, which then I got to pay an 80-cent lease fee for it. I'm out of black cod for the year. Well, I'm pretty much out of black cod. I'm out, and so I have to make the decision after shrimp. Do I go lease black cod? There's lots of black cod available, but do you want to pay the price for it? So I have to go lease this black cod to go backwards so I can hope to deliver a Dover and make money on it. And now the lack of infrastructure in Newport, right? So now my trip limits, I used to be able to bring in my full boat loads, right? Because we'd cost average, you know, we'd have, 25,000 pounds go to the fresh market and the rest goes to the freezer. So you cost average your price. And now now I can't do that because now they're having to truck my product up. So now I can't fill my boat up. So the volume fishery that we've made it this far in, it don't work. And so I feel like we're good fishermen. We're great at what we do. And we've done it a long time, and we've took our 4 vessels and we've diversified to try to harvest everything that is available. And so we got 2 vessels right now that are just strictly that they bottom trawl. And so we have enough quota to keep them going, the 2, but that we still have to lease a lot of it out. We have to lease from, other people. And the reason why people are leasing product is because they can't afford to go fishing on their own, so they make more money leasing it. This is a complex system. It's a complex fishery, and having fixed gear in it doesn't help. I believe that we talk about the markets. We're competing. We're competing with the fixed gear. This is a competition. That fish is on the market, and of course, the guys that are that invested in this, and this is their retirement, they sit back and they lease it to the highest bidder, right? Well, you got these young guys or these people that are wanting to invest into this fishery or be in this fishery. They can't afford it because why? Why can't they afford it? It's because it's going for too high a rate. If I believe, this is my own, I believe that if we weren't competing with the fixed gear, the lease rates would go down, and we'd actually be able to go harvest more Dover and Petrale and rockfish. We catch black cod from 30 fathoms clear out to 700, and then 30% is taken from us going to the fixed gear. It's messed up. This was written into the regs as an alternative in case you had like a lightning strike and you had, this was written in the regs not to start another fishery. This was written in the regs to help the trawl fishery. Keyword trawl. This is trawl allocated black cod. And we have to, we're competing against that. And it's failing. And we've been saying it's been failing. And yes, it just, yes.
Your time's up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Questions for Chris. Maggie Summers.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks, Chris, for your testimony. I'm quite concerned about the loss of trawl groundfish cutting here in Newport, and with your comment on the much smaller amount you can deliver now because it's being trucked out of here for cutting elsewhere. And I'm thinking about the discussion of automation and the fact that fish is, it's likely to be going elsewhere for cutting for a while in the future. Just curious what your thoughts are on that are. Are you only delivering into Newport? And, even if there is some improved access or improved pricing for sablefish quota for you, how does that fit in with this prospect of there just being limited delivery opportunity for trawl groundfish in Newport in the future, in your mind?
Honestly, with this last year, they haven't been able to handle the product just due to the fact of markets and labor, and so we would be on weekly or rotations, 10 days. It's not wide open. No, if you have several boats, nothing's wide open. But yes, losing the fillet line in Newport it's awful. It sucks. It really does. And because we have been able to make it thus far the way we've been doing it, and that's because we've made it into a volume fishery, and we were able to fill our boats and do it and cost average and blah blah blah. But with if we could only do 2 trucks, oh hey, I want 2 trucks, that's 50,000. That's half of what my boat holds. So that's half of what I get for that time period that I have to deliver. And so this is a long road. We have a long road ahead of us. Am I saying that if we take fixed gear out, then all of a sudden next year everything's going to be peachy keen? No. We have to rebuild this. We've rebuilt the stocks. We've rebuilt the fishery. The management has been phenomenal. The fish it's incredible what's out there. Opening up the RCAs, it's incredible. But is this going to happen overnight where we rebuild everything? Heck no. We have to start something. We have to start somewhere. And once that start comes, I guarantee that you're going to see a flow of people that say, hey, maybe we can make it. But right now, the way things are going on, you heard Frank Dulcich say that in a year, if something doesn't change, Frank, we're talking about one of the leaders on the whole West Coast. Say, if something doesn't change within a year, we're going to lose another plant. Wow, something must be wrong. And so I just hope the council can push this forward and stop the discussion and come to a decision and realize that something's wrong in this system.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions, Chris? Okay.
I have my hand up.
Oh, it is. I don't. Not bad.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, please, Mark.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chris, thank you very much for your testimony. It's powerful. I've got a few questions for you. You indicated your family has been in the IFQ program since its outset, and I guess I'm curious, do you still have all of the quota share you started with?
Yes, we do. We've actually we've purchased more as it's came up to available, because we couldn't go with what we were given. We couldn't sustain what we had, so we had to invest more.
So even at the outset, yes. May I follow up, Vice Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, so even at the outset, you're saying you didn't have enough sablefish quota to prosecute your trawl fishery for other species. Do I understand that?
That is correct.
Okay, so this problem predates this gear switching issue. What is the ratio you see when you're out there? I understand you need the sablefish quota to access the Dover. What would be a typical ratio, excluding lightning strikes, for you? How many pounds of sable for the Dover you might get on a trip?
That honestly, that's kind of a hard question to answer, just due to areas fished and time of year, and I mean, it changes. It's ever changing. More so in the wintertime. Wintertime when the Dover are spawning, we can harvest Dover at a cleaner rate. But I want to stress cleaner as, if I can, is that we're talking about a black cod that was once our prime fishery, right? So now we're having to exclude it out of our business program because we lose on it. So anyway, but yes, we exclude them. We try to not to catch as many this year, or we catch many through the year. If we're in an area and we're catching Dover and we're catching a lot of black cod, then we'll leave that area and try to find a area that we could catch cleaner Dover.
Yeah, the reason for my question was to try to figure out if you have to pay 80 cents a pound for the sable to get 50 cents a pound Dover, depending upon that ratio, that might actually be a sound business decision. Let me ask you another question. You've indicated a lot of the problem, and I believe you, is that folks with trawl quota can make more money just sitting on the beach and leasing out their quota. How much of the problem is that? In other words, if it was a sort of a use it or lose it proposition, how much of this problem would go away?
I believe that. Can you restate that, you shut the door.
Okay.
I apologize.
You've indicated that the challenge you have in accessing additional quota is that there are folks who, with trawl quota, who instead of using it themselves in the trawl sector, are leasing it at a higher price to gear switchers. And I'm trying to figure out how much of a problem is that practice? If that practice were eliminated, how far would that go in solving the problem you see?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know on that. I mean, yes, if we could get, if we could lease black cod where we could actually profit from it and not go backwards, then it would help. It would help solve I believe it would help solve some of the problem that we're having.
All right. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Okay. Marcy, you're in code.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Gorelnik just asked my question. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions? Oh, Corey Niles? Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Corey from WDFW. Just Chris, thanks for the testimony. And maybe just a brief question. Are you on? You said that black cod used to be a big part of your business plans, and I understand leasing is part of that, cutting into it. But is it also in the price per pound going down? And there's a lot of information going on here, so if you mentioned that, apologies. But is it both those factors, just a lower price per pound from the market and the lease rate, or are you pointing mostly at the lease rate?
The price per pound, your markets are always going to fluctuate, right? And so your price per pound is that you're getting, you adjust to that. Like in any fishery, your crab fishery, you don't always get paid top dollar for it, right? It fluctuates. And so your VEX vessel cost, it changes for each fishery, right? Well, so with the market down in black cod now, plus the high lease rates that we're paying, then yes, it's making it to where it's not feasible to even do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Mike Okanowski, followed by Paul Clampett. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, you got me, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Mike Okanowski. I'm a consultant for Pacific Seafood. First, I commend the GAP for a well thought out report. I support the West Coast seafood processors' comments. I've been in the seafood business for 51 years, the last 26 of those at Pacific Seafood. The first 16 years at Pacific, I ran individual processing facilities as the general manager. 2 operations I managed had year-round groundfish operations. The last 10 years, I ran our Alaska regional division, which also processed groundfish. The Dover ACL was raised in 2007. By 2009, the industry had increased Dover annual production and sales by 97%. We did this at the time fresh tilapia fillet imports reached its maximum in 2008. By 2011, after IFQ, Dover production had dropped by 33%, and trawl-caught sablefish had dropped by 43%. In the pre-IFQ review coastal meetings, testimony was heard from many processors who explained the impact of losing 50% of their filleters had on their businesses. They stated this loss was due to the lack of stable supply, which they attributed to the IFQ program, and specifically gear switching. Dover production has continued to drop. 2 communities had their groundfish operations shut down recently. Industry increased Dover sales by nearly 100% at the time fresh tilapia peaked. This is not a market issue, it is an uncertainty issue. Processors in the markets do not know from year to year how much sablefish the trawl fish will retain. If this continues, the trawl industry will continue to degrade. One positive action has occurred. The processors invested in 2 sophisticated automated filleting machines to start a pilot project to cut Dover and rockfish. We believe this action is essential to reverse the direction of the non-whiting IFQ program. A second large processor has stated they want to automate and increase production. These machines are expensive. Before investors and loaning institutions commit to these expenditures, they want assurance that they consistently have enough sablefish to harvest the DTS species necessary to pay for them. Testimony was heard Friday morning related to the state of the sablefish market. There is an oversupply relative to traditional markets. Given high biomass levels in Alaska, recent high Alaska recruitment, and another large increase in Alaska quota scheduled for 2021, this situation may last for some time. Reported by the GMT, Alaska is proposing a 55% sablefish TAC increase. This could elevate the entire Alaska fixed gear IFQ quota to over 48 million pounds. The sablefish market deficit offers an opportunity and a challenge. Traditionally, Japan has been the single largest consumer of sablefish. Based on data received from our customers, Japanese consumption has dropped by 58% between 2005 and 2016. Lately, there was a slight uptick in Japan, and there is developing interest domestically and internationally, but there remains a market shortfall. By contrast, Dover sole is already recognized in many retail chains. There is growth and interest for American harvested, wild capture, sustainable seafood, if the supply is dependable. Council action will be instrumental in the development of this opportunity for Dover and other DTS species. The IFQ non-whiting program is not on a sustainable course. Continued operational viability is questionable. This can change if we create a regulatory environment for the non-whiting trawled industry to conduct and grow their businesses. We should analyze what positive steps we can take to improve the economics of the IFQ fishery, not mire down in the history of it. Our first ask is that we move the gear switching forward for further action. Our second ask is that we add an alternative which limits gear switching to no more than 10%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, for the testimony. A little slow this morning, maybe, but could you, the effect of the Alaska quota going up by 54%, I don't know that I followed there, what your conclusion was. Would you mind elaborating on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Miles. I think what I'm saying is that I didn't mention it, but there appears like there could be 10 or 12 million pounds of fixed gear quota left in the water this year up in Alaska. Our markets for sablefish are solid, but they've been reduced as far as the quantities, as far as the prices go. We can move tonnage, but prices have gone down tremendously in the last several years. I think that overall, that if they increase the Alaska quota by 55%, it would take it up from something like, for fixed gear, and I'm just extrapolating out from what I know now, it's about 31.7 million pounds. And if you include the Aleutian Islands and also Bering Sea for all areas in Alaska, it would jump up to something like 48 million pounds. I mean, I've been hearing a lot about the opportunities and the market shortfall, for Dover sole, but I think that actually what we're coming to here is going to be possibly a bigger opportunity, or as big of an opportunity, to market sablefish. But that, like Dover sole, is going to take extra work to go to places that they aren't going now. Mr. Dulcich made some statements that I found encouraging, and I know a little bit about it because our Alaska division is cutting some frozen fillet markets now for sablefish, where we didn't have them a few years ago for U.S. consumption. But if there's that much sablefish around, I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that the market for sablefish is necessarily going to jump up in prices anytime soon. I'd like to think that it's going to come back somewhat, but there is a large supply coming up the ladder here from the recruitment that's going on in Alaska. And I suspect that eventually down here, we're going to see more of it come into the stock assessment also. So in essence, I guess I'll let you draw your own conclusions from that. I'm not going to offer mine. I'm just going to say it's a dynamic I don't think too many people have looked at in conjunction with the rest of the trawl fishery right now. And I hope that'll give you a better answer. Thank you, Kerry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mike. That helps connect the dots better for me. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions for Mike? Seeing none, Paul Clampett, and I have Rick Harris up next after him. And folks, if you see your name come up in line there, please raise your hand so we know you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can, Paul, please.
All right. Thank you very much. I own the fishing vessel Augustine with my sons. My sons run the boat. We have participated in the Pacific Coast groundfish fisheries for over 35 years using fixed gear. We primarily fish for sablefish, but have harvested halibut and rockfish, both directly and as bycatch with our sablefish. We purchased a trawl permit and a trawl quota as soon as it was possible when the Amendment 20 was passed. We were involved in those discussions, and we were excited about it. We saw an opportunity to regain through the purchase of trawl quota what was lost after the last allocation fight in the early 90s, when a change in the division of sablefish went from 50% trawl to 50% fixed gear to 58% trawl and 42% fixed gear. At the time, the argument the trawlers used for increasing their allocation was that they would be killing the sablefish anyway, so they needed more sablefish to prosecute their other species. I'm hearing the same arguments now. Fixed gear is again being punished for being more species specific, even though we have a lower impact on the environment. There's a lot of discussion on how sablefish is constraining, but there isn't an explanation of how it's constraining. Is it constraining because it's needed to catch Dover because they're mixed, or are trawlers topping off Dover trips with sablefish and it's not constraining? How can it be constraining if processors have imposed trip limits on Dover sole? These questions haven't been fully answered or studied. We are just expected to assume it's true, in which case limiting gear switching becomes purely an allocation issue that the market should decide. I don't believe gear switching is the cause of their problems, but this is actually an attempt to remove fixed gear competition from the sablefish market in order for them to purchase trawl sablefish at lower rates to gain higher profits. If the lack of sablefish was truly inhibiting their ability to land Dover, there wouldn't be trip limits imposed by processors on the deliveries. There wouldn't be 50% of the sablefish unharvested so far in 2020. The sablefish surveys in Alaska is now being examined, and there's another big year class coming in 2019, and the year classes are showing up all the way back to 2014 and are still looking strong. There's every indication that this fishery is booming and the quota will be going up. So my conclusion is there's no reason to eliminate or curtail gill switching with this huge quota increase. And if the council deems it necessary to in some way restrict gear switching, it is my belief that anyone who has been involved at any time in gear switching needs to be made whole. We invested in gear switching in good faith. There was no indication that it would be eliminated. And if it is, it will be completely arbitrary and to the benefit of few. Now, I just read the GMT report, and this is one of the few cases where I've been in complete agreement with the groundfish management team. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul? Krista Swenson.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Paul. I have a question about new entrants. You know, we've seen kind of a stable number on the slide earlier this week in the presentation of, you know, we've had some new people come in, but we've had people leaving, and I know you and your son Ben have both fished down here and in Alaska. So just wondering, in terms of a potential flood of new entrants from folks up there coming down here, Do you think that that is a likely scenario, that we could potentially see an increase in folks headed this way, or new people coming into this fishery through fixed gear, or is that you think more likely to hold in terms of kind of a stable number as we've seen in the last few years?
Thank you for the question. I don't see any possibility of a flood of boats coming down here for a number of reasons. One, they're busy in Alaska. I mean, they can't even catch the quota that they have in Alaska. And, you know, the price is way down. There's just no reason for them to flood down here. There's also the distance, you know, our boat, we're unusual in that we're willing to travel. And the reason why that is because we started off the coast of Washington. This is where we first started fishing, and we saw an opportunity to move north. And that's why, you know, we did it. And we've always, you know, found a way to stay busy by being able to travel. We travel all the way to the Bering Sea and back. But, you know, off the coast here, you have to carry full, in that trawling fishery, you have to carry observers full time, which is 4 times the Alaskan cost. And then you have to pay for the buyback program and the Oregon Trawl Commission. And then on top of that, the lease fee. So it's all makes it prohibited. And, you know, they're also getting paid $52 more a pound in Alaska than you are for the fish down here. So I just think it's the worry is just unfounded. I don't see that happening. It's just not. It wouldn't be worth it for most of them. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does, and thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay. Any more questions for Paul? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Paul, for being here. And again, slow on the uptake here this morning, Paul, but could you run through your recollection of the allocation? You mentioned something about, I think 1989 might have been when we went to the current allocation. I could be wrong there of 42%, but you mentioned about 50 and then up to 58. Could you just run through that?
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. I think maybe it was 1989, but right about the early 90s, late 80s, there was an allocation fight. And at the time, the original allocation was 50% trawl, 50% fixed. And then it was switched to 58% trawl and 42% fixed. And, you know, I remember listening to the testimony, and, you know, the whole point was that the trawlers were going to be catching this fish, and they were going to have to throw the sablefish overboard dead. And so, you know, they needed to have a lot higher allocation so you wouldn't waste them. And, you know, our argument was, you know, we knew trawl fishermen, and they were telling us that, you know, they would top off their loads. So they would go out, they would trawl for Dover or Petrale, and at the end of the trip, they'd go catch some sablefish to top off the load. And we made that argument, and I can remember distinctly at one point in testimony, one of the trawlers saying, well, why shouldn't we target sablefish? You target them. And it kind of ruined their argument. But at any rate, they still got the increase in allocation. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Any more questions for Paul? Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next up is Rick Harris, followed by Virginia. Rick? Rick, are you there? Hand up. Rick, you might be muted. I just see your hand up, so I see. Okay, let's go to Mike Rutherford and hopefully get Rick online here after Mike's done. Mike?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to say thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Good morning, council members. My name is Mike Rutherford, and I am a trawler. I'm against gear switching in the trawl IFQ program. I believe the council should protect and preserve its West Coast bottom trawl fishery. Gear switching is not the only hurdle we have in this fishery, but if not dealt with, it will not allow us to face and overcome the others. You've heard testimony about increased overcatch, better markets, and more infrastructure. We are trying to promote and rebuild this industry so we can see its full potential. The bottom line is we can't achieve these things continuing to give trawl allocated sablefish away. I urge you, the council, to please help your trawlers. We have identified gear switching as a problem, and it's been many years and many conversations. It's not about greed. It's not about how much fish that I get to catch. It's about giving away fish that is allocated to the trawl sector. It's about protecting our resource. It's about preserving and rebuilding the trawl fishery. It's about protecting the future and leaving opportunity for my children. If gear switching continues, we will see more processors take fillet lines out. Our communities will lose industry infrastructure. We, the trawlers, will be lost and forgotten. I believe this to be true because the proof is there. Every year we suffer a little more since the program begun, and yet gear switching still continues. Jeff Lackey has been a voice for the trawlers. He has worked tirelessly combating the gear switching issue. He has showed time and time again the negative impacts gear switching has had on this program. There is majority support for the trawl fleet to stop gear switching. Please hear what we are saying. Please don't let this fall on deaf ears. Stop giving trawl allocated sablefish to a different sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Marcy Rumko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You spoke about the importance of the trawl fishery to future generations and your desire for you and your family to continue with your operations as they are. I'm just wondering what you know of the history of the program when the trawl sector was much larger and the industry went down the path of developing recommendations for the TIQ program. Many of those folks are now retired and are now have been consolidated, which was one of the goals of the program. But when you say that the trawl industry, speaking kind of with a united voice, are you speaking only to current active trawlers, or are you also speaking to those trawlers that may have since retired?
I'm talking about right now in the present. I'm talking about trawlers. I'm not talking about bottom fish as a conglomeration of fixed gear and bottom trawl fishermen. I'm talking about trawlers, guys that tow nets and catch multiple species. That's what I'm talking about. The trawl industry, I've been participating in the trawl industry for, 20 some years, I guess. I grew up doing it with my dad when I was a young man. And I participated in other fisheries, as far as midwater. But the basis of our businesses is trawl basis. We harvest with trawl gear. Anyways, so I do know the history. I was running a trawler prior to this IFQ program. I used to go out and catch our bi-monthly quotas on the Excalibur. I knew what sablefish and thorny heads and Dover fishing was. It was a huge part of our annual income, and we tried to target and catch every single bit of our bi-monthly quotas. And now that it's rationalized, I think that there is great opportunity to capitalize on. As a trawl sector, when we give fish to another sector, that's basically saying, in my opinion, that trawlers, sorry, you guys are out of luck. We're going to give your fish away to somebody else. And you guys can just deal with it. The bottom line is I don't care if it's 30%. I don't care if it's 50 or 70%. There's fish that is allocated to the trawlers, that historically has been allocated to trawlers. When this program became an IFQ fishery, that fish was designated for trawl vessels. There's no reason why that fish should be divvied out to other sectors. We are creating a fishery within a fishery, and that is not healthy for the trawl sector. It is going to exterminate us. We've seen infrastructure start to slip.
Okay. Any more questions for Mike? I see Rick Harris's hand. Rick, are you on here?
There's processing facilities or grow have more overcome. Absolutely, we do. But we have to start somewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Any more questions for Mike? Okay.
Did you get my response? Did that answer your question?
Can you hear me, correct, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, I think you're done.
Did you not hear my response?
Yes.
Did I answer the question?
What's going on here?
Hello?
Through the vice chair, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for your guys' time. Is there any more questions that I could answer?
No, Mike, you're good.
Okay.
Am I coming through here?
Yes.
Okay, see Mike was on his end. Is Rick Harris online? I see his hand up, but I don't. Mike, you on? Okay. Seeing that he isn't, Mike Rutherford, Senior, I believe, will be next, followed by Bob Alverson. And please raise your hands as you see your names coming up. We're going to try to get to this before we break for lunch. So just be mindful of the time, and let's go to Mike. Mike?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you, Vice Chair, council members. Please excuse me if the radio squawks. I'm on the boat running out the Columbia River right now. Thank you for your time to speak today. My name is Mike Rutherford. As my sons have indicated, we own trawl vessels out of Newport, Oregon. And for the record, I am totally against taking trawl allocation out of the trawl fishery. So I would be against your switching. I don't believe the framers of the program intended to create a single species fishery within the trawl fishery. It's a multi-species fishery. I think the original intent was to allow the trawlers at the end of the year to harvest their remaining sablefish using fixed gear, just in case they didn't have other species to cover. It's gotten out of hand. I would like to make one point that somebody had mentioned, that it used to be 50-50, 50 trawl, 50 fixed gear, and it's went to 58-42. Well, 50-50 in my book is not 70-30. And that seems to be where we're at right now. If you take the total allocation to trawl fish and you allow fixed gear to continue in the trawl fishery, and they're taking 30 plus their 40, that's 70%. That's not 50-50. and we need that fish in order to execute our fisheries. There's a lot of questions on what happened to, or why trawlers are leasing their fish to fixed gear. And I believe that it's because of the small boat fleet went away after the IFQ started. They just they couldn't afford to remain in the fishery, because that's primarily what they did. They beach fished, and we've lost those guys. A lot of them went away because of restrictions of other species. The rockfish rebuilding plan was in effect. Most guys got allocated 2 pounds of yellow eye. How do you execute a fishery under those circumstances? And I could rattle on and on and on. And I just want to make the point that when you remove a single species out of a multi-species fishery, somebody is going to suffer. We need that fish. We need it to stay in the trawl fishery. We need to limit the amount of fish that goes away. And, this multi-species fishery, it needs to be balanced with the tools that we have control of. Nature cannot be controlled, but management can be with good decisions. And I believe that good decisions need to be made to keep our communities going, to keep our fillet lines going, to keep the processors interested in moving forward. And is this the only hurdle, as my son had indicated? No. But I guess it's a big hurdle. Anyway, for that, I guess I'll stop, because I think I got to make a phone call here on the radio. So thank you guys for listening. And if you have any questions, I got time.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? I see Butch Smith's hands up. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mike, and thank you for your testimony from your kids too. It was great and informative. But knowing all, and this might be something to think about if you don't want to answer it, and think about this. But I'm listening at all sides here, and I am the rookie. I haven't dealt with gear switching, and issue at all, coming from the salmon sector. But might there be a step in between? Meaning, is there a step between all or nothing? Is there a step to get us there? There's obviously people that have put gear switching in their business plan, to survive or whatever the reason. It seems like John Corman testified to back, that it would seem to me that there's some kind of fisherman solution to this, other than maybe the alternatives they're looking at. Maybe that's too much pie in the sky, but I, like I said once, I always believe if there's a solution that comes from the fishermen, it always seems to be one of the, the best. But anyway, Mike, that's my question, or that's my rhetorical question, however you want to take it. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to ask the question. Thank you.
Vice Chair, thanks. Butch, thank you for that question. I believe there may be, and as I said all along, you cannot blame people for being opportunists. We're opportunists. We bought gobs and gobs of fish thinking that this was what we needed to do to make sure our boats stayed busy. And the opportunity was there, it was presented. You think about the fixed gear fleet that, with 3 top tier permits, they're only allowed to catch 160,000 pounds of sablefish. So there's restrictions on them. So in that sector, right? So to put no restriction would be failure by council, in my opinion. Because if you think about 10 vessels capped out in the fixed gear fishery, that's half of the overall quota for the trawl fleet. You take half of that fish away, and that just minimizes the amount of fish, other fish, the other 29 species, or 28, whatever you minus the whiting, that are in this complex fishery. So you're going to go harvest them with half of what should be there. And when you have a fish that a sablefish is in all areas, and I'll point out that why would we implement rules that we have control of that cause fishermen to have to avoid them? So, like during the rockfish rebuilding program, that was done, but it was because of the stocks were in trouble. Our stocks ain't in trouble, but this rule is causing fishermen to have to avoid a fish that used to be their bread and butter. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't comprehend to me why anything like that would even be considered. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's how I feel.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions for Mike? Okay, we go to Bob Alverson, I believe. Yes, Bob?
Okay, I think I'm on.
I've got you. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Chairman Pittenger. I have submitted for I'm Bob Alverson for the record, and I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. We submitted testimony. Some of that was incorporated in the GAP statement. So I'm just going to give a brief review of that and then read a paragraph of a letter that one of our boat owners sent to some of the council members. So to begin with, in our opinion, the three restrictive alternatives developed by the SAMTEC do not guarantee additional non-sablefish species will be delivered. The SAMTEC did not discuss how the alternatives they created address self-imposed limits on non-sablefish trawl species such are currently imposed on Dover sole. All of the alternatives developed by SAMTEC will have a devaluation effect on the asset holdings of the trawl fleet that will not be reclaimed if a restriction is imposed on gear switching. We request the council to stand down on developing restrictions and further development of a purpose and need and statements for the restrictions. We suggest the council monitor gear switching activity on an annual basis and submit findings to the Commerce Department, which has resources and tools to work cooperatively with industry in addressing issues of market demand in the context of unused trawl non-sablefish allocations. We believe the problem that is manifested here is largely a market demand issue. The three SAMTEC alternatives presented to you are assumed methods to attempt to force the delivery of trawl quota pounds of unused species by restricting gear switching. The problem with these options is that trawlers are currently making a choice to gear switch because a return on investment can be achieved with this choice. That cannot be claimed by trying to force trawl holders to deliver more dovers along with sablefish by restricting gear switching. Some of you know Gary Olson and his son Peter. They have the boat St. John's Second, and on behalf of Peter, on behalf of the crew of the St. John's Second, they're currently up in Kodiak. Sent a letter to some of the council members. It didn't go into the full record, but I'm going to read one of the paragraphs that Peter submitted to some of the council members. Our boat, the St. John's Second, leases everything, our trawl permit and trawl quota. I've attended a lot of council meetings, and it's hard for me to listen to a lot of the companies and boats complain about limited access to sablefish being the reason for their hardships. Almost all of them have called and asked us to lease quota from them when they couldn't catch it or didn't want to because of the small amount of profit available. We have leased quota from Pacific Seafoods and many of the draggers affiliated with them, along with Bornstein Seafoods. The countless others who are now trying to push us out after we have gone out and worked hard for them, catching something they didn't want to do themselves. This whole push to remove us is insulting and hurtful. We have followed all the rules laid out before us. We have stayed and suffered through years where there have been little money. We have paid tens of thousands of dollars in buyback fees. And now that there is a bright side to this fishery, they want us gone. Every boat has access to sablefish on Jefferson Trading. It's a fair market and allows every individual the same opportunity at quota. I don't understand how there is an argument that they don't have access when the draggers still own the vast majority of the quota. It is a choice every year to lease that they make, one that is not forced upon them. The whole argument to remove gear switching seems to be a decision made by processors so that they can control the market of sablefish and Dover sole. It seems wrong to me that a processing company should be able to control a fishery and not the actual fishermen who go out every day on the water and put work in and catch the fish and risk their lives every day of making a living. So those are the comments of Peter Olson on behalf of the fishing vessel St. John II. I'd like to conclude in referencing Lathine's testimony before you with the use of co-ops, marketing associations. All of these things are available. They are powerful tools for the harvesting industry to negotiate price, to organize their quota. And these are available to the fleet now, to the trawl fleet, to the fixed gear fleet. If they wanted to form their own co-op and manage their own black cod or other species in a more efficient manner without asking the council to take some deliberative action of restricting activity. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments on behalf of the association, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Krista Swinson.
Here. And thank you, Bob. You're the first one really that I've heard of that's talked about the devaluation of the fishery in terms of quota price. Can you elaborate a little bit on kind of the expertise behind that, how you got to that, but also, and I recognize that 90% of this is caught by or owned by the trawl fishery. Let me rephrase that quota, and you don't necessarily represent them. Is there the potential for significant challenges for those owners in terms of things like getting bank loans or having their loan refinanced on them? Or what does that really mean? Not just that it's going to be more affordable or more achievable, but are there ramifications for vessels that they should be aware of when we're thinking this through, or for council members as well?
So am I still on? I don't see my icon. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, thank you. So through the chair, Krista, a couple questions there. The first one I'll answer that I know that there are some fishermen, some trawl fishermen that I'm well aware of here in the Seattle area. I don't know if there are any. Well, there are some, the Augustine, the Clampets, they have mortgages based on a certain valuation of that black cod. I know the trawl organization that I'm thinking of, they took all their quota and they have it as collateral for doing significant maintenance to upgrade their vessel to participate in the coastal fisheries out here. So if you have a devaluation of the asset that's already being held by a bank, that can be a big problem. as to the numbers that I've indicated in our previous testimony, Krista, you can go to Dock Street Brokers or a number of brokerage houses, and you can see what the prices for black cod are in Alaska and for down here for a tier permit, for instance. And the tier permits here are tending to be valued similar to what sablefish is valued in the Central Gulf or in Western Gulf and of Alaska, which is about right now around $14 to $16 a pound. Last year, I know a guy that bought some or sold some at $15. And when the price was rather robust here 2 years ago, there was some that was sold at $20 a pound. And that has been about 4 to 6 times the ex-vessel price for permanent sale of this asset. Not a lease, but for permanent sale. So if you apply that same logic to the price the trawlers are getting, if all of a sudden 90% of the trawlers can no longer have access or potential access to gear switching, their sablefish is going to reflect their asset value, what they can make off of it. And right now, I don't know, at 50 to 60, 80 cents a pound, maybe for if they're lucky on the size grade that they're delivering on the coast here for the trawlers. So you're talking about $4 to $5, maybe even $3 a pound for permanent sale. So if you bought some at $15 a pound and all of a sudden you're restricted and you lose your ability to use your permit because it doesn't have the magic amount of poundage on it, you may have just lost $10 a pound on the asset value of your fish. So I know that's a long answer, Krista, but that's what I think that answers it.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for Bob? Okay, thank you, Bob. Seeing that we have none there. So I got Michelle Etter, followed by Mark Cooper. Michelle?
Mic check.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. My husband, Bob Etter, and I own the fishing vessel Timmy Boy, 60-foot steel vessel out of Newport, Oregon. My husband's fished for sablefish for over 40 years as an owner-operator on board the boat using fixed gear. Back in 2011, we purchased the fishing vessel Timmy Boy, and that boat had a history of decades-long history in the trawl, shrimp, and fixed gear fishery using pots. That's right. It both trawled and used pots. And we bought the vessel and its trawl permit and its quota to participate in the trawl IQ fishery using fixed gear. As invited to by the trawl industry representatives who designed the trawl IQ program, as permitted by the Pacific Council and is now regulated by NIMS. Since our initial purchase of multi-species quota and permit in the vessel in 2011, we've also bought additional trawl sablefish quota from willing sellers, namely trawlers. And during the last 10 years, from 2011 to 2020, we have also leased sablefish quota from other participants in the Trawl IQ program. We've leased sablefish quota from processors, midwater trawlers, and bottom trawlers. In addition to buying and leasing sablefish quota from trawlers, we've also traded quota to multiple trawl fishermen, certain other species such as whiting, petrale sole, widow rock, dark blotch, yellowtail, halibut, and several other species of concern. Our vessel's operations and all the details I've just provided is just one example of the significant financial investments made and the extensive commercial relationships that have developed during the life of this program to date. And it's happened without government intervention and in the context of a free market. Willing sellers, willing buyers, willing lessors, and willing lessees. And now I would say that some of the trawl fleet are coming forward and the processors. by asking you to restrict gear switching. They're asking the council and NIMS to take by a regulation that which they are not willing to pay for. Our recommendation is very similar to the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, as well as all of the others who have testified today to not move forward with restricting gear switching. We concur with a lot of their comments and feel that taking a look at the program and monitoring gear switching activity on an annual basis would be a better way to go. I'd also say, though, that should the council decide to proceed forward with examining options relative to gear switching, that certain principles be taken into consideration, that a significant gear switching history be required for a trawl endorsed permit to be able to gear switch, that all of the abilities that a trawl permit has to, or a trawl owner can own up to 3%, a vessel limit be 4.5%, that also be allowed to those who have significant gear switching history, that there not be any arbitrary expiration or sunset dates, and that we be allowed to transfer to the next generation these permits that we have invested in and wish to have our family business be able to consider. Finally, I'd like to note and emphasize, of course, I agree with pages 4 through 9 in the GAP report, but also that to highlight the Groundfish Management Team report that raises a couple of issues. In the fourth full paragraph on page 1, it identifies the volume of sablefish that's going to be available both on the West Coast and on Alaska. And that increased supply coupled with depressed demand is likely to compound a continued issue here, and that those factors do not support the need for immediate action, and that the GMT supports a holistic program and allocation review for sablefish over the 2021-22 catch share review cycle that would support improved long-term management. And I would support that statement and the fact that the GMT notes that NIMS is scheduled to commence a review of both groundfish fisheries and the management catch share programs in the future. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Michelle. Next up is Mark Cooper, followed by Ms. Heather Mann.
Vice Chairman, council members, my name is Mark Cooper. My family owns 3 trawlers and 4 IFQ trawl permits. I have been in the trawl fishery for 42 years. People are saying it's a fish plant production problem. That's why non-whiting trawlers are having trouble obtaining a larger portion of their quota, not a problem with gear switching. I say if that's true, how come trawlers are catching 65% of the northern sablefish, while gear switchers are catching 30%. IFQ trawl fishery has caught or rolled over 97% of the northern sable quota most years since the trawl IFQ program has been in existence. I believe that is as close to full utilization as we can come in this program with some of the limitations we have. Trawlers are capped at the level we are at unless we can get some of the northern sablefish from the gear switchers. Letting gear switchers continue to catch 30% or more of the northern sablefish will keep non-whiting trawlers from catching more groundfish. What I'm saying is that having gear switching, catching trawl sablefish is hurting non-whiting trawlers. Non-whiting trawlers are catching the northern sablefish that are not being caught by gear switchers. Non-whiting trawlers cannot increase the groundfish catch without more northern sablefish. I think it was a big mistake to have gear switching in the trawl IFQ program. I see letting gear switching and this program as a change in the allocation program that was established 30 years ago between fixed gear and trawl. Non-whiting trawlers need northern sablefish to gain access to more groundfish. Non-whiting trawlers are the glue that keep processing plants going, provided employment year-round. Non-whiting trawlers do more to support our coastal communities workforce than gear switchers. My processor tells me they are reluctant to invest money in their non-whiting trawl line unless gear switching is reduced or done away with. I would encourage the council to continue working on this program using the purpose and needs statement that the SAMTAC committee developed until you come to a solution that improves the IFQ trawl program for non-whiting trawlers. That kind of concludes what I have to say, other than I submitted a written statement, and I guess I got a little statement to say about it. I want to reference my written testimony. I wrote that, try and point out the problems I perceived with the hypothetical example that the analysis prepared, which was the example showed that trawlers only caught 4 species of groundfish, which is not true. Looking at my groundfish account, there are 12 categories of fish that I catch with sablefish, and 3 of these categories have more than 1 species. I would like to say the 4 species of fish that they analyzed make up about 50% of my catch. Showing to me that this example was very conservative. I talked with the analysis and she told me that this was just an example, not a representative of the whole fishery, which is very misleading. I think that people using 2020 as an example of what is going on in our fishery is an unfair thing to do, because most of the problems are caused by the COVID-19, and we probably should not be discussing them at this time. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions for Mark? Seeing none, thank you, Mark. Next up is Heather Mann, sorry Heather, and followed by Travis Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is Heather Mann, and I am here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I'll start by saying that the only thing I agree with John Corbin on in his comment was when he talked about disliking issues that result in fishermen versus fishermen situations. You know, I have to agree with that. This is a difficult issue. It's pit my colleagues and friends against each other, and that bothers me greatly, especially considering there are so many people and groups that don't want commercial fishing to occur at all. I hate it when we're not working together towards a solution. This is why really I haven't commented a lot on this issue, maybe once or twice in the past. But, you know, I felt it was important to say something now. You know, this morning I've heard some fixed gear reps make some disparaging remarks about trawlers and trawl gear. I think that's disheartening, and in my opinion, it's not really productive. I'm proud of the processors and the trawlers who have testified. They've remained respectful and described for you how they believe that gear switching is impacting their businesses within the trawl IQ program. We have at MTC many members who have been involved in leasing their sablefish as part of their plans, their business plans to fix gear folks. We have fishermen who have tried out gear switching. You know, they're primarily trawlers with nets, but they have bought pots and tried to make a go of it. So we represent people that do all different types of activities related to this issue. Nevertheless, MTC has continuously upheld the position that gear switching, the gear switching fishery that has developed really was never intended to develop in that way under Amendment 20 or to that degree. And we continue at MTC to believe that restrictions on gear switching should be implemented. My recommendation is not to abandon this process. I mean, that's really the crux of the issue for the council at this meeting. A lot of time and energy and analysis has gone into this issue, and you have heard from a multitude of trawlers and processors that there is a problem. I believe it is only fair to all the participants on every side that you see this process all the way through. I would argue that trawlers are dependent on the trawl fishery. We don't have the opportunity to fish some of the tiered sablefish fishery. I don't believe that gear switchers have provided evidence that they are dependent on this fishery in the same way the trawlers are, but rather they did take advantage of an opportunity that was presented to them, and they have made investments. I acknowledge that. I'm also curious about whether gear switching activity has played any role in the fact that the tiered fishery is now asking for an emergency extension to their catch share season. Let me be clear, gear switchers have not done anything wrong. They took advantage of an opportunity that was presented to them, something all fishermen will do. That does not mean that decisions on limiting gear switching cannot be made. When we moved to the trawl ITQ program, no one was made whole. Trawlers who had invested a lot over the years, they also lost a lot, and they've had to build back their businesses. These are difficult decisions for the council, but I believe that as a council, you have the responsibility to see this issue all the way through. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather? Seeing none. Thank you, Heather. Okay. Next, we have Travis Hunter, but we've missed a couple people. Let's see, Carl Campbell, Rick Harris, I'll call on you when Travis is done. But if not, Travis, why don't you bring us home?
Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Vice Chair?
I can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair Pettinger, members of the council. For the record, my name is Travis Hunter. My family owns and operates 2 trawl vessels out of Eureka and Brookings, and I'm a 3rd-generation trawler. Commenting today to urge the council to move forward with the gear switching and sablefish management scoping, adopt the purpose and need statement as proposed by the SAMTAC, and include an alternative that caps gear switching at or below 20% or eliminates it altogether. I'd like to acknowledge that gear switching was and currently is a permissible option in the Groundfish ITQ program, and vessels that participate are doing so lawfully under current regulations. However, like with many regulations, there have been unforeseen consequences because of it. This issue was identified by the CAB in the 5-year review. It was my understanding that the catch share program was intended to be a better management tool for the trawl sector. Every pound of initial allocation quota was calculated using groundfish caught with trawl gear. Naively, I figured that trawl quota would stay in the trawl sector and not be available to use to those who use fixed gear in other sectors. Consequently, it has become less of a gear switching issue and more of a quota switching issue. We have heard from those that support gear switching that their investments need to be recognized. I believe that the decades and generations of involvement and investments made by trawlers need to be considered as well. Gear switching of sablefish hinders the success of the groundfish fishery at the individual fleet and community level. Others opposed to gear switching will lay out the negative impacts to the fishery as a whole. I want to explain how it negatively impacts individual businesses as an owner-operator of a bottom trawler, which was not addressed in the analysis. Every year, we try to maximize fishing opportunities for our vessels. We start out with a preliminary fishing plan and adjust as needed. While markets and processor landing limits can change our target strategies, one thing is constant. We need access to sablefish quota in order to harvest our target species. Although improved markets would benefit per trip limits and revenues, having more access to affordable sablefish quota would increase opportunities for more trips throughout the year increasing profitability. It is all about having the opportunity to continue making deliveries to provide consistent product and revenue for the vessel, crew, and processors. It would be a fair assumption that many other trawlers are in the same situation that I am, and prior public comments have proven that. And that brings up the subject of what is affordable quota. I realize that the free market will dictate quota pound prices in a transferable quota system. However, in the absence of gear switching, sablefish quota prices would be more in line with other highly attained species, such as petrale sole, relative to trawl ex-vessel prices. Bottom trawlers are at a competitive disadvantage in the quota pound market. The inflated sablefish quota pound prices due to gear switching has made sablefish a lost leader in a multi-species trawl fishery. Where in the past, sablefish was targeted and added value to fishing trips, it is now avoided as much as practical and treated more like a choke species, which devalues our catch. So again, I would like to urge the council to move forward with the gear switching and sablefish management scoping, adopt the purpose and needs statement as proposed by SAMTAC, and include an alternative that caps gear switching at or below 20% or eliminates it altogether. And that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Travis. Questions for Travis? Okay. Thank you, Travis. Okay, so I'm looking at the list. I'll just, I see Bruce.
Brad, there's a question from Kelly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Travis, for your testimony. Can you just elaborate a little bit on the rationale for 20%?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ames, I probably shouldn't even have put that, and I should have just probably put eliminates it altogether. But I believe currently the alternatives are for 30%, or 20%, and I'd like to see something, an alternative that's below 20%, or for a bookend, elimination of gear switching altogether.
Thank you.
Okay, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Travis. I may have missed this in your testimony, and I don't believe I heard anyone mention this today, but in the past, the gap, and maybe as far back ago as the 5-year review or maybe further back, you talked about the idea of leasing, of a two-way street of quota going between the tier fishery and the IFQ fishery. So if fixed gear boats can lease quota pounds in the IFQ program, how about considering the other way around and leasing fish from the tier fishery? Is that at all on the top of your mind as being a possible way of helping out here still?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, that's not something that I thought of or that I think would help anything. With the difference in ex-vessel prices between fixed gear and trawl gear, I think the bottom trawlers would still be at a competitive disadvantage due to that. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I know for myself, and I know from talking with many others, that had we known the amount of effort from fixed gear vessels entering into the trawl fishery, that I would have strongly fought against about having any kind of a gear switching provision in this program.
Okay, thank you for taking that one on. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions for Travis? Okay, very good. Travis, thank you. And looking at the list, we have 4 names that haven't been have not spoken yet who are on the list. I have a Bruce Campbell, a Kevin Dunn, a Carl Campbell, and Rick Harris. And if you're online, if you would wish to speak, please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing no hands, we're past, let's see, we're into the lunch hour here, I guess. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe I'll hand the gavel off back to you to finish it up here.
Thank you very much, Brad, for taking us through public comment on D1. A lot of great comments there. Obviously, a great deal of interest. But it's now about 12:15, and unless Mr. Tracy has an announcement to make, I would suggest that we break until 1 o'clock. Chuck, do you have anything to?
See if I can unmute myself. Yeah. No, I think, well, I'll just mention that after lunch, we will pick up with our HMS agenda item and items and continue through those. If we have time before the end of the day and we can get back to this council action on gear switching and Sablefish area management, we will do that. I don't know that if we'll be able to get all the way through council action, but we could at least, if we have the time, to perhaps start some discussion and get some initial thoughts out. But that's our plan. Work through HMS this afternoon and get to gear switching if we can at the end of the day.
All right, thanks, Chuck. All right, so we'll all meet back virtually at 1 p.m. Have a good lunch. This is your 1-minute warning. We'll get started with agenda item D1 in 1 minute. Rather, E1. All right. Welcome, everyone. Back to the September council meeting. We're going to change gears here and get started on our HMS agenda. Agenda item E1, recommended international management activities. And to get us started, I will turn to Kit for the overview.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read from the situation summary for this agenda item. Recommend international management activities. At your last meeting, as you will no doubt recall, you were briefed on several upcoming regional fishery management organization meetings, but with a caution with the COVID-19 pandemic, it was uncertain when and in what format such meetings would occur. And since then, it has become much more clear that all of those meetings will be conducted online for the foreseeable future. And briefly updating the status of those meetings, the ISC, International Scientific Committee meeting, which had been planned as a virtual meeting, occurred as scheduled in mid-July. The fifth IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee Joint Working Group on Pacific Bluefin Tuna Management, that's a mouthful, meeting was originally scheduled in July, and it's been rescheduled for October. There's actually two attachments, attachment 2 and supplemental attachment 3, which are letters from the co-chairs of that group discussing the meeting and the meeting arrangements. And in fact, the WCPFC Secretariat just distributed a circular today with details on those meeting arrangements. So that's pretty much set in stone. And related to that, and immediately following the Joint Working Group meeting, there'll be a fairly short meeting of the Northern Committee, also virtually. The 11th meeting of the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee, during which stock assessments are reviewed for use in management, is scheduled to occur later this month, September. And then finally, for the IATTC annual meeting, the chair proposed meeting dates in late November. Those have not been agreed to. The chair, the IATTC chair, and the parties are still discussing some ad hoc rules of procedure for how to conduct that meeting online. And so there's still a ways to go on that in terms of getting certainty of when that meeting will occur, and then, of course, the specifics of how it will be conducted. So moving on, the ISC plenary back in July adopted benchmark assessments for Pacific bluefin tuna and North Pacific albacore tuna and made associated conservation recommendations. And the plenary report was included in your briefing materials, has the conservation recommendations and summaries of the assessments, and the full assessment documents are available on the ISC website. The albacore assessment shows that spawning stock biomass is well above the limit reference points adopted by the Northern Committee. Although no fishing mortality limit reference point has been adopted by our FMOs, the current, in this context, current is 2015 to 2017 fishing mortality is below all commonly accepted reference points, including FMSY, which is the reference point in our HMS FMP, except for the F50%, which is the rate expected to reduce spawning stock biomass to 50% of the unfished level. The ISC does note, however, that estimated recruitment reached historical lows in 2014, which may have contributed to relatively low catches of fisheries catching juvenile albacore in recent years. And of course, our West Coast fishery targets those younger year classes. Due to large uncertainties and estimates for the terminal years of the assessment, that is 2016 to 2018, it is unclear whether recruitment improved after 2015. Turning to Pacific bluefin, the new benchmark assessment, SSB, spawning stock biomass in 2018, is estimated to be 4.5% of the unfished level, which is an increase from 2016, which was the terminal year in the last assessment, the previous assessment, which was completed, full assessment that was completed 2 years ago. Recent, in this context, 2016 to 2018 fishing mortality, which here is expressed as F as a percent of SPR. There's a footnote explaining what that means. I'm not going to read it here. Is estimated to be 14% of SPR. Although this is above commonly accepted F-based reference points, and noting that our FMOs have not yet adopted an F-based reference point for bluefin, projection results estimate the stock will achieve stock rebuilding targets with high probability. And as I previously mentioned, the Northern Committee has been rescheduled to immediately follow the Joint Working Group meeting in October. And as has occurred in previous years, the Joint Working Group will develop management recommendations. Those will be communicated to the Northern Committee based on this new benchmark assessment. And then the Northern Committee will make a recommendation to the full Commission to be adopted during their annual meeting, which is normally occurs in December. And like the other meetings, although the meeting arrangements haven't been specified, it's a certainty that it will be a virtual meeting. So as written here, kind of repeating that Joint Working Group recommendations are likely to influence the adoption of a new resolution by the IATTC to succeed the current resolution C1801, which will be expiring at the end of this year. Another major task before the IATTC will be to negotiate a successor to the resolution C1702 on tropical tunas. That's yellowfin, big eye, and skipjack tunas, which also expires at the end of this calendar year. There are new benchmark assessments for EPO, big eye, and yellowfin stocks. And that is the approach there is somewhat of a change from previous years and uses a risk assessment framework to look at stock status. And those will inform the discussions for the new resolution. Prior to that, it will need to be reviewed by the Scientific Advisory Committee and essentially a decision made on whether to adopt those for management. In addition to the reference materials, so already mentioned the plenary report, The letters from the joint working group co-chairs. There are also 3 supplemental reports. There's a supplemental NIMS report, a supplemental HMS management team report, a supplemental HMSAS report, and of course, any public comment, written or oral, received and presented during this agenda item. So with that, the council action listed here is to provide recommendations to upcoming international forums, including the IATTC. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you very much, Kit. I'll see if there are any questions for Kit. And unless I'm doing something wrong, I'm not seeing any. So we'll first turn to the NIMS report. I think Ryan Wolf will be providing that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be referring to supplemental NIMS report 1. NIMS reported on U.S. priorities for the IATTC back in March as well as in June, and they haven't changed. Our 3 priorities are tropical tuna management measures and Pacific bluefin tuna management measures, both resolutions that are expiring at the end of 2020, and selection of the executive director of the commission. The latter term ended on August 26th, and in accordance with the IATTC rules of procedure, the senior policy advisor of the commission is now performing the duties of the executive director until a new executive director can be selected. Kit went through a good amount on the schedule, but I want to reiterate some of these for folks, at least our current understanding from a U.S. delegation perspective. We do have the meeting dates of the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee, annual meeting, subsidiary bodies, and the AIDCP, all technically still pending adoption for virtual meeting procedures. We do have some dates, at least, that have been proposed. The Secretariat has proposed September 21st to 25th for the second phase of the Scientific Advisory Committee. I'm relatively hopeful that that will stand, as that's a week from today. And then November 16th through the 27th was the last proposal for the AIDCP, IATTC, and its subsidiary body meetings. And as Kit noted, there has been no confirmation on that. The U.S. had responded a while back, proposing mid to late October as an alternative option, but there has been no formal decision and no consensus. However, given that we're in mid-September at this point, November meeting, whenever the actual dates are, is probably more likely than October at least. We do have a confirmation on the joint IATTC, WC, PFC Northern Committee Working Group on Pacific Bluefin Tuna that will meet virtually October 5th and 6th, followed by Northern Committee meeting. And I won't go into that here because I believe you have a brief report from Dorothy Lohman, our co-chair there, who will talk a little bit more about that meeting. I do want to flag, though, there is instructions in the NIMS report here if you are interested in participating on the U.S. delegations for either or both of those meetings. And I can confirm, as Kit noted, WCPFC is also expected to occur virtually, and it's currently scheduled for December 8th to the 15th. And then finally, the U.S. government does plan to host a follow-up General Advisory Committee and our Scientific Advisory Subcommittee calls in advance of the IATTC meeting at a date still to be determined at this point, as we are waiting for a little bit more resolution on the commission dates. And that's my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Are there any questions of Ryan? Keeping in mind, we'll be hearing from Dorothy in a moment. I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Ryan. Dorothy, you like to provide your report?
Thank you very much, Chair. Briefly, I just wanted to let people know that, as I think it's been outlined in some of the letters that the co-chairs have sent, we are having a very abbreviated joint working group meeting this year. So it's only what would have been a 4-day meeting in person is now 2 3-hour sessions. So part of what that requires is that people do their homework. And for example, the ISC has put together about a half-hour PowerPoint presentation that's up on the WCPFC website under the Northern Committee webpage, but there's and then some of the things are under the Joint Working Group and some of them are under the Northern Committee. So you have to kind of look at both because some are requirements for the Northern Committee in addition to being presentations to the Joint Working Group. So be sure if you are planning to attend, as Ryan said, to let Valerie Post know like by tomorrow, and because in part the WCPSC, who's providing the technical support for the Joint Working Group meeting and is especially for the Zoom meeting, they are asking that all delegations then be approved through by each member country by September 25th, so that people can be given the notice if you are a participant in order to be able to access the link for the Zoom meeting when it does come. I will mention there was some confusion when I was in with the AP about when the Joint Working Group meeting starts. For the West Coast, it is at it's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 5th. So that's not 4 o'clock in Japan time. It's 4 o'clock in our afternoon, which will be 7 a.m. Japan time. So I think that is the primary thing. We're waiting still, just as a note to Ryan, for the report on management activities so that it can be posted on the website for the U.S. and Mexico. I've been in contact with Mexico, and I think we'll be getting theirs today or tomorrow so that it can be posted too. So just mainly be sure to let Valerie know, and then and I understand from Valerie that there is going to be a U.S. delegation call probably on the 30th of September, and then and then be sure to look at the website on the WCPFC website and do your homework. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. Are there any questions for Dorothy? Thanks very much, Dorothy.
Sure.
We now have a couple of reports. We'll first hear from the management team. I think I have Celia presenting that.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The management team wanted to highlight again that the IATTC tropical tuna and bluefin tuna resolutions are expiring at the end of this year. There are related concerns that the IATTC may not adopt new resolutions applicable to 2021. Consequently, this would result in a lapse in applicable regulations under the Tuna Conventions Act. The management team is particularly concerned given that the current status of bluefin is overfished and subject to overfishing, and that the Eastern Pacific Ocean yellowfin tuna is subject to overfishing. The applicable regulations for tropical tunas largely affect vessels fishing on the high seas and include big eye tuna catch limits, fish aggregating device management, and time and/or area closures for large purse seine vessels. The bluefin tuna regulations that will expire are a 600 metric ton commercial catch limit for 2 years combined, and associated management measures that include a pre-trip notification for purse seine vessels, a 24-hour e-ticket submission, and trip limits applicable to all commercial U.S. fishing vessels. The council may need to consider how to address the potential lapse in regulations, and so the management team provides additional information on this topic in its supplemental report under agenda item E3. Thank you.
Thank you, Celia. Other questions for Celia on the team report? Thank you very much, Celia. Now we have the advisory subpanel report. Mike Conroy.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
All right, let me pull this thing up on screen. The HMS-AS report is broken down into two components, one related to Pacific bluefin and one related to tropical tunas. The HMS-AS notes with concern the condensed and abbreviated timeline for international meetings which impact U.S. fisheries. In particular, both the IATTC and WCPFC meetings are scheduled to occur after the PFMC's November meeting. This may be particularly relevant for Pacific bluefin tuna should there be a consensus on raising quotas based on the most recent stock assessment. The fifth IATTC WCPFC Northern Committee Joint Working Group on Pacific bluefin tuna management is scheduled to convene on October 5th, with the WCPFC Northern Committee meeting later that week. It is likely that some agreement on Pacific-wide PBF harvest will come out of those meetings. While we may not know the particulars of a potential IATTC resolution for our November meeting, we believe there are numerous issues related to the U.S. fishery which should be discussed. Many of these were included in the June supplemental NIMS report highlighting the outcomes of the May stakeholder webinar. In particular, with regard to the trip limit, currently U.S. commercial vessels have a 15 metric ton trip limit. Is that trip limit optimal? Pre-trip notification. Currently, U.S. commercial purse seine vessels are required to submit a pre-trip notification at least 24 hours before departure. How has this impacted those vessels? And with regard to the buffer, currently the trip limit is reduced to 2 metric tons when catches within 50 metric tons of the catch limit. Does this provide enough of a buffer to safeguard against overages? For 2020, the U.S. catch limit was 356 metric tons. As of last Wednesday, 52 metric tons has been landed. This year, the purse seine fleets have reported great abundance of bluefin, but schools and sizes too large to effectively set upon. In 2019, the U.S. catch limit was 425 metric tons, of which 274 was harvested. We believe the ETICS requirement implemented in California provides NIMS and the department with more certainty and up-to-date information on current commercial harvests. We remind the council in-season action was taken last August to reduce the trip limit to 2 tons. This action was implemented prematurely based on assumptions made when a pre-trip notification was received. While NIMS was able to increase the trip limit back to 15 metric tons in about a week, by that time bluefin was no longer available to the commercial fleet. The AS believes changes can be made to our domestic framework, which would protect harvest opportunity while ensuring the U.S. does not exceed whatever catch limit is in place for a given year. With regard to tropical tunas, the AS remains concerned about the status of both yellowfin tuna and big eye. We have been informed that more clarity may be provided on the status of both of those stocks before the council's November meeting. We expect that additional clarity will provide the foundation for a more complete statement at that time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike. Are there questions for Mike on the subpanel report? I'm not seeing any hands. Thanks very much, Mike. That concludes reports, at least those that I have here. It takes us to public comment. And I have one public comment card. That's from Bob Osborne. So Bob, raise your hand so your voice can be activated.
Hello, this is Bob Osborne. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. You came up here really fast. I expected maybe not to be first. Okay, I'm representing the Billfish Foundation. I would like to make some short comments on this agenda item and offer the council a letter from the Billfish Foundation. First, I would like to thank the council for recommending to NIMS to work with the IATTC to prioritize assessing striped marlin stocks within the IATTC convention area. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the council for its dedication to sustainable HMS fisheries and its aggressive program to develop more sustainable gears. Recreational fishermen who participate in the striped marlin fishery in Southern California have been aware of declining opportunity for many decades. However, until last year, the reality of the situation was largely unsupported by science in what was in essence a cloud of uncertainty about striped marlin stock structure. That appears to have all changed in the past year, where it appears to be acknowledged that the primary source of striped marlin to Southern California comes from the overfished Western Central Pacific stock. I'd like to acknowledge that the U.S. has been leading an effort in the Western Central Pacific Fishery Commission to implement a rebuilding plan for striped marlin. I spoke about the stock structure in my testimony under open comment period, so I won't repeat that here. However, the details are included in the series of letters submitted at this meeting on striped marlin. Other concerns arose since the last meeting after several days of coming through the data publicly available from the IATTC. One, there is a documented increase in the effort in the IATTC North Pacific by longlining vessels from China. Two, currently, over the past decade, the documentation from China has the largest impact in the North Pacific IATT zone on striped marlin and second largest impact in the entire Eastern Pacific. Three, China's effort in the Eastern North Pacific appears to have more than tripled in the most recent decade, and overall, the longline catches of striped marlin in the North Pacific area of the IATC zone appears to have doubled. It appears that China's effort is primarily on North Pacific albacore in the northern Pacific Ocean sector of the IATTC, and that would be in contravention to resolution 2005 resolution by the IATTC not to increase any effort for nations not to increase any effort on North Pacific albacore. 5, the U.S. provides detailed catch reports to the IATC that includes our small boat, commercial fleet, and recreational fleets. We appear to be the only nation to be doing so. Over the years, I have followed the HMS plan. I've been constantly reminded anecdotally of restaurants being required to source fresh longline caught swordfish from our neighbor to the south. However, Mexico does not appear to have reported any longline catches to the IATTC over the past 15 years. Therefore, the Billfish Foundation requests that the Council advise NIMS that 1, there is a need for the IATTC to restrict expansion of striped marlin mortality in the North Pacific until a stock assessment is completed. And 2, there is a need for the IATTC to press for improved compliance with reporting of striped marlin catches, particularly in the North Pacific. And 3, the Council is in strong support for the implementation of a rebuilding plan by the WCPFC on Western Central North Pacific marlin. I bring these topics up perhaps maybe a little earlier. It might have been an opportunity in November, but I thought it would be good to get it on the table here, especially in this virtual format, in case the Council wants to assign any time to staff to pull up any of these numbers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these issues.
Thank you very much, Bob. Are there any questions for Bob on his public comment? Thank you very much. Let me just double check here. Okay. Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate your comment. That concludes public comment. We've had all the reports. It brings us to our council action, which is there on the screen. We have gotten report from Dorothy Lohman. We have heard concerns from both the management team and the advisory subpanel, and we've had a pretty comprehensive public comment. So I'll look for a hand to get our discussion started. Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was very interested in Bob Osborne's testimony. Even though we have a large bluefin tuna fishery here in the sport fishery, which is sort of cast a shadow on our marlin fishery, both here in Southern California and down in Cabo San Lucas area. The striped marlin has very large economic effects on our sport fisheries and on our boat building and such. So I just wanted to thank Bob for bringing that up. And then I also wanted to speak to the seriousness of these regulations on the tropical tunas and on the bluefin tuna expiring this year. And I really look forward to seeing what comes out of the October meeting, with the reservation that that does not give us much time to work. And so then a question would be to NIPS, I believe, to Ryan, would be, if we had to respond in November, do we need a 2-meeting process, or how would we respond? Thank you.
Corinne? Oh, by the way, welcome, Dr. Bravey, to the table.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to join you this afternoon. And essentially, Louis' question to NIMS was the same as mine, and so I would appreciate understanding what those next steps might be if the resolution if the resolutions are not resolved in October. What are our next steps, and how do we meet that gap?
That's a good question. Ryan Wolf might have an answer.
Yeah, thank you. To be clear, the question I'm hearing is what happens in case there are no measures adopted, I believe. I'm happy to answer that now. I do think we should revisit this a little bit under E3, as there is a HMST report that does propose a scenario here. But again, just briefly here, if that were to happen, that's a little bit, I don't want to say completely unprecedented, but at least in my 15 years of working in tuna RFMOs, I've yet to see that. And we're looking into this now. That would leave us without authority under the Tuna Conventions Act, I believe, to implement regulations. So we're considering how this scenario might interact then with obligations under the MSA. And then we also have a lot of unknowns that are also folded into this. For example, whether the status of tropical tunas will change based on the 2020 assessments, whether an IATTC meeting will actually occur. So I wish I had more to answer now. I do think we'll have a lot more clarity for the council on these topics before the November council meeting. We'll know, the SAC will know a little bit more clarity on whether we have BSIA for tropical tunas. And we will be, well, if you look at the MT recommendation, either way, whether it's through the MT or NIMS, will be looking into what our options would be under the MSA based on the status of those assessments if there was no regulations to be adopted. I wish I could say more than that at this point.
Thank you, Ryan. So I guess we'll be touching on some of this later this afternoon under E3. Let's see if there's any more discussion on this agenda item in terms of providing recommendations. Kit, what sort of, how are we doing here? Are we bereft of recommendations, and is that okay? It seems like we're waiting for these meetings to happen and have them get scheduled.
Was that a question to me, Mr. Chair?
To you, yes. I'm not seeing any more hands here, so I'm not sure that we have additional recommendations. Most of the concerns seem to reflect the timing of these meetings and what do we do if we, if they don't occur, they don't complete, they don't provide, the management measures we're expecting. John, let me call on John Ugaretz. His hand just went up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just maybe if it helps, I did note that in the management team reports for this and item E3, that they do make a recommendation that they and the advisory subpanel could begin looking into some measures that we could take if international measures are not in place in a timely fashion. And I think under E3, we could maybe address that and give them some direction on that.
All right, thanks, John. Appreciate that. So, except to the extent that we're going to be deferring some of this discussion because it more properly falls under E3, I'd like to see if there is further discussion on E1. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So I'm going to go back to Kit. And Kit, with a proviso that we're going to be discussing some aspects under E3. How are we doing under E1?
I think you're doing fine, Mr. Chair. There is a lot of uncertainty here. It does seem like the only meetings of relevance, I guess you could say, would be the Joint Working Group and Northern Committee meetings in October. But even there, unless there were, the council wanted to make specific recommendations around, for example, a change in the catch limits, I don't think there's really a lot else to comment on or make recommendations on.
Well, thanks for that. Let me just ask, is there anyone around the table that plans on participating as part of the U.S. delegation for the Joint Working Group or the Northern Committee or both? Well, if you do, I'll remind you of the request from Dorothy Lohman, as well as in the NIMS report, to contact Valerie by tomorrow. Krista, are you planning on attending?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the answer is yes, and I've already notified Valerie.
Thank you very much, Krista. Appreciate that. All right, is there anything else under E1? Okay, so Kit, are we done? Can we move on to E2?
Yes, we can move on, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks so much. All right, I'll toss it right back to you, Kit, to get us started on E2, exempted fishing permits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading from the situation summary. As noted, the Council Operating Procedure 20 lays out an annual June-September schedule for reviewing EFP applications for HMS. But because of the COVID-19 situation, this schedule has been pushed back to a potential September-November timeframe. But the Council has been using the one meeting process to make recommendations on deep set buoy gear EFP applications. And otherwise, the Council would follow the annual process shifted to September, November. There were 20 applications received, and none of those were for gear other than deep set buoy gear. There are, and actually this is a bit of a misnomer and incorrect, but the management team report will provide much more detail on this. There are, I believe it's 4 applications that propose testing deep set buoy gear fishing at night. And this is a non-standard use of the gear, although you did approve an EFP application last year for this use of the gear, and that EFP was issued, and the permit holder is conducting night fishing. So there will be more information forthcoming, but not until next year. So there's a decision particularly around those proposals or applications related to fishing at night and how to review those and granting and making recommendations on those. Having said that, Attachment 1 provides a summary of the applications that have been submitted And as already noted, there are 20 applications. Those are presented as attachments 2 through 21. And just noting some information you've already seen, that EFP recipients are obligated to submit a report on their activities from the previous year. And those reports were presented to you back in June as informational reports. So that's flagged here in the situation summary, in case somebody wanted to go back and take a look at that information. So in terms of other materials, you have reports, you have a supplemental NIPS report, a supplemental HMSMT report, and from your HMS advisory subpanel, and also from the Enforcement Consultants Committee. So with that overview, the council action listed here: review exempted fishing permit proposals and consider final recommendations.
Thank you, Kit.
Review.
Any questions for Kit on the overview before we get started with reports? Not seeing any hands. So Ryan, I hope we haven't gone too far away. Do you have the NIPS report on E2?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I can be pretty brief here, speaking to the NIMS report. Just a reminder, we provided a summary of our buoy gear EFP observer data in the June NIMS report. And we also had a informational report in the June briefing book, which compiled all of the EFP holder reports of their 2019 activities. So those interested, those are in that book. For this meeting here, this report just lists all of NIMS currently issued HMS exempted fishing permits that are valid currently through this year and beyond. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Any questions for Ryan? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Ryan. We'll turn first to the team report. And my notes say that Liz will be providing that. Welcome, Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. For the record, Liz Helmers. I am the HMS Management Team Co-Chair. At the March 2018 meeting, the council chose to return to COP20 schedule of accepting new HMS EFP applications at the June meeting of each year. Applications that propose a new gear and/or method would be evaluated during a June and September 2 meeting process, while applications for deep set buoy gear proposing no new gear configurations or fishing methodologies could continue to be approved in a single meeting. Due to impacts from COVID-19, the schedule has now been pushed back to begin in September. Despite the influx of approved deep set buoy gear applications since 2015, abandoned applications and non-renewal of previously issued EFPs due to no fishing activity has resulted in only 26 standard buoy gear, 8 linked buoy gear, and 1 night set buoy gear EFPs being issued and authorized to fish in 2020. Thus, any deep set buoy gear EFPs approved at this September council meeting would remain within the constraints of NIMS' current ESA Section 7 coverage for up to 62 standard buoy gear and 15 linked buoy gear vessels. The team recommends that observer coverage requirements for new EFPs be consistent with NIMS' existing observer coverage for currently issued EFPs. The team reviewed the 20 new HMS EFP applications received for this meeting, as summarized in Attachment 1, and offers the following overview. For new deep set buoy gear applications that the team recommends for a 1 meeting process include Attachments 2 through 7, 9, 11 through 13, 15 through 19, and 21, and notes that Attachment 15 is for an additional vessel for a current EFP holder. These applications propose using standard buoy gear and/or linked buoy gear configurations to fish during daylight hours. The team has reviewed these applications and recommends that the council approve these and direct them to NIMS for issuance in priority over applicants approved at prior meetings who have not yet completed the process for obtaining their permits. The application submitted as attachment 17 proposes to fish deep set buoy gear, but does not specify standard or linked configuration. The applicant had previously applied for an EFP, which the council approved and NIMS issued. Some fishing effort was completed, but the applicant did not fish in 2019 due to vessel construction, and his permit was not renewed for 2020. This application is for a different vessel than the individual used under his former EFP. The team recommends the council approve this application at this meeting and allow the applicant to fish deep set buoy gear on the new vessel. In addition, 2 applications under attachments 10 and 20 for standard buoy gear and linked buoy gear mention a desire to fish at night, but do not specifically request to test night set buoy gear as defined in the original Perez application and issued EFP terms and conditions. One individual currently has indicated no deep set buoy gear experience. The other has minimal experience as crew on a deep set buoy gear vessel. For new night set buoy gear applications, at the September 2019 meeting, the council approved the Perez-Carson EFP to fish both night set buoy gear, linked and standard, under 100% observer coverage for a single vessel. Results from this EFP would be presented to the council in June 2021 for COP20. The team discussed pros and cons of approving the 2 applications for night set buoy gear, as well as the 2 deep set buoy gear applications, which mention the possibility of fishing at night. Approving all applications which either request an EFP for night set buoy gear or mention night use of deep set buoy gear would provide an opportunity for the council to collect data from an additional 5 vessels to better inform conclusions about the viability of using night set buoy gear, thereby avoiding over-reliance on a single vessel's results. In addition, approving these applications could also reduce the time needed to expand the use of this method, if effective, or provide the council with a rationale for not further supporting its development in case problems arose. If night set buoy gear fishing proves effective from economic and conservation standpoints, it could provide West Coast fishermen with another viable means to target swordfish and could increase the supply of domestic cod swordfish available to U.S. consumers as an alternative to the current high reliance on imports. While there's benefit in the approval of additional EFPs for night set buoy gear, the team also heard concerns on too rapid of an expansion of night set buoy gear fishing. To date, no data are available from the initial EFP. Without this data, there is little to inform additional analysis, so limited conclusions can be drawn regarding its efficacy or bycatch rates. The likelihood of lost gear, especially from individuals with no prior deep set buoy gear experience, is potentially higher, resulting in a risk of unintended entanglements with non-marketable species and protected species. Additionally, NIMS' current ESA coverage for night set buoy gear is for a single vessel, so a new consultation process would have to be undertaken before additional EFPs for night set buoy gear could be issued. As stated in prior discussions, authorization of night set buoy gear to fish HMS would be a completely separate action for the current deep set buoy gear authorization process and would require additional data and a much longer timeline. This is both an argument in support of approving additional night set buoy gear EFPs, as well as highlighting the lack of urgency to simultaneously authorize night set buoy gear with deep set buoy gear. Attachment 14 is from Mr. Nathan Perez and Mr. Thomas Carson, requesting to fish night set buoy gear on an additional vessel. The team received clarification from one of the applicants who indicated that he would, at minimum, like the flexibility to fish on either the currently approved vessel or on the new vessel. However, should the council decide to approve additional night set buoy gear vessels, Mr. Perez and Mr. Carson would like to be able to fish the 2 separate vessels simultaneously. The team recommends the council at minimum approve Mr. Perez's request for permission to fish on either vessel. Attachment 8 is from Mr. David Hayworth and Mr. Nicholas Hayworth, requesting to fish night set buoy gear on 3 vessels. The team received clarification from the applicants who indicated that they do not intend to recruit a 3rd captain, nor fish 3 vessels simultaneously. While 2 vessels may be fished concurrently, the majority of effort would be from 1 vessel at any given time, and the 3 vessels are to allow for flexibility. The team also notes that this application is almost an exact copy of Mr. Perez's original and current applications. After substantial team discussion on the merit of the 4 applications for night set buoy gear or which mention fishing deep set buoy gear at night, as well as discussion regarding enforcement and conservation concerns, management team members were not in complete agreement on a council recommendation. While all members of the team feel that having adequate data for decision-making is always important, there was a difference in opinion in how and when those data should be collected. Therefore, the team proposes the council consider the following possible approaches regarding the above stated EFPs for night set buoy gear or which mention using deep set buoy gear at night. The first is to approve all the applications which include night fishing, attachments 8, 10, 14, and 20. The second, to approve none of them for night fishing, but approve attachments 10 and 20 for daytime deep set buoy gear fishing only. Third, to delay approval until after review of the current night set buoy gear EFP as presented at the June 2021 meeting. And lastly, to approve only the EFPs for Mr. Perez and the Hayworths, attachments 8 and 14, who have substantial deep set buoy gear fishing experience in order to gain more data representative of night set buoy gear fishing. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Liz. John Ugaritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Liz, for the report. I have several questions regarding the report, and I'll, if it pleases the chair, I'll ask and wait for an answer and then ask the next one.
That's fine.
So, Liz, with regard to the 3 new night set requests, did the applicants provide any justification in terms of support of testing buoy gear at night or additional data that would be collected beyond the current night set EFP?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ugaritz. For 2 of the applications, attachments 10 and 20, the applicants simply mentioned that they would like to be able to fish at night. They did not expand on any additional data that would be collected from that, different from what's already being collected. As for the Hayworth application, which I believe is attachment 8, as the team report said, it was basically a copy of Mr. Perez's initial application, and so it uses the same reasoning and logic and just proposes more effort so that a larger amount of data could be collected.
Thanks. And then in the second paragraph of the team's report, it states that current ESA Section 7 coverage for up to 62 standard buoy gear and 15 linked buoy gear vessels exists. But then the third paragraph in the night set buoy gear section on page 2 states that current ESA coverage for night set buoy gear is for a single vessel, so a new consultation process would need to be undertaken for additional EFPs for night set buoy gear to be issued. So I just wanted to confirm that the 2 consultations are in fact separate and there is not current ESA consultation coverage for an additional night set buoy gear vessel at this time.
Yes, it is my understanding that the ESA coverage for up to 62 vessels and 15 linked vessels, that is for deep set buoy gear as the council approved for authorization and NIFS is working towards authorizing, and the night set buoy gear is considered a separate gear and its current authorization is only for 1 vessel.
Thank you. And 2 more questions, sorry to drag it out, but so the team recommends that observer coverage requirements for the new EFPs that are issued should be consistent with existing observer coverage for current EFPs. And I think NIMS notified the council at our June meeting that they had changed the observer coverage requirements from those originally recommended by the team and council for deep set buoy gear. Could you clarify the level of coverage that's currently being applied by NIMS for deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear?
Yes, so the new coverage that NIMS has been using for new standard deep set buoy gear EFPs, it's 100% coverage for the first 3 fishing days and then a minimum of 10% afterwards. For linked deep set buoy gear EFPs with no effort to date, it's 100% coverage in the first year, then a minimum of 10% in the second year. for continuing standard and linked deep set buoy gear EFPs. So those are the vessels that had activity in 2018, 2019. It's a minimum of 10% of fishing days. And then for the Perez night set buoy gear EFP, it's 100% observer coverage for all trips in 2020 and 2021.
Thank you. And last question. Looking at the list of potential options in the team's report at the end, I don't see an option that would approve an additional vessel for Mr. Perez that would not be fished concurrently with his existing vessel, as you state in the body of the report. So is this an option that the team envisioned the council might consider, or were you only thinking we would look at those 4 options from your report?
The team provided the list of 4 options as just a few ideas of the way the council could proceed. It's not exhaustive. And as the body of the report said, we did recommend that at minimum, the council approve just the additional vessel for flexibility for Mr. Perez. So, the council can obviously do whatever it would like as far as addressing the night set buoy gear EFPs.
Thanks very much, Liz. That helps, and I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Liz. Further questions? Mr. Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's good to hear you, Liz. And I want to thank the Highly Migratory team for their work on this. Could you illuminate a little bit more the process of consultation for additional night set buoys? I see that you mentioned that it would take to June 21 perhaps, but could you illuminate that more for us? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Zim. I believe that is a question better answered by NIMS staff. I cannot accurately explain what that consultation process would look like.
Could we pass that on to Ryan then?
Why don't we wait for council discussion for that, if that's okay?
Excellent. Thank you.
Let's get through the reports here. Are there further questions of the management team? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Liz. We'll now go to the advisory subpanel. Mike Conroy.
Yeah, mic check on me. Marky, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to make sure. The HMS-AS was briefed by Ms. Liz Helmers on the morning of September 8th concerning the most recent standard and linked deep set buoy gear exempted fishing permit applications. She expressed the management team's concerns about the lack of effort for existing permittees north of Point Conception and the EC's concerns with the proposed EFPs, which contained a nighttime fishing component. The EAS has reviewed the new EFP applications and agrees with the concern expressed about the lack of deep set buoy gear EFP effort outside of the Southern California Bight. Our hope is that more data will be collected in regions where there has thus far been very little effort, which was promised but not delivered. The AS wants to point out that special consideration and possibly incentives should be given to those EFPs who will fish north of Point Conception. At the afternoon joint meeting of the AS and the MT, there was considerable discussion surrounding the night fishing EFPs. The issue was whether to authorize more night fishing EFPs without more information on interactions with non-target species and species of concern. The AS acknowledges the current EFP holder allowed to fish at night has not yet had to submit any of the required annual reports, but anecdotal reports are that it has been successful in harvesting marketable species. The discussion centered on the inherent conflict between the need to gather more data versus the possibility of interactions with species of concern. After deliberation, the AS makes the following recommendations to the council. All of the EFPs should be approved and forwarded to NIMS for authorization in the interest of gathering more data. Should the council be concerned about the amount of EFP activity in the Southern California Bight, it should prioritize those EFP which propose to fish outside of that area. And should the council be concerned about the EFPs with a night fishing component, the council might want to consider only authorizing night fishing to permittees with experience with daytime use of the gear. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mike. Are there questions of the AS? Not seeing any, Mike. Thanks very much. And we have an enforcement consultant's report, Lieutenant Ryan Howell.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik, members of the council. Ryan Howell representing the enforcement consultants. I will be reading supplemental EC report 1 on agenda item E2. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the material associated with agenda item E2, exempted fishing permits, and provide the following comments. The deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear EFP conditions have 2 enforcement concerns. Specific comments are below with related EFP conditions. Gear marking requirements, EFP conditions E7, E8, and E9. Deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear have nearly identical gear marking requirements. To facilitate at-sea enforcement, the EC recommends that marking be required to indicate which fishery the gear is used for, along with vessel's official number. For example, DSBG or NSBG also being marked on the buoy. Night set buoy gear is also required to attach a light to the strike detection buoy. However, there is no deep set buoy gear condition that prohibits deep set buoy gear from also having a light on the strike detection buoy, which some operators may use to help tend and locate their gear during the 3-hour period after sunset. In the event enforcement came across EFP gear actively fishing 3 or more hours after sunset, the additional gear marking would aid enforcement to determine if this was legal night set buoy gear or illegal deep set buoy gear, since lighting could be used by operators participating in either fishery. Notification of lost gear. The EC is concerned that there is not a mechanism or condition that requires the deep set buoy gear or night set buoy gear EFP holders to notify NIMS when they lose a piece of gear. Notification of lost gear could help reduce the amount of time enforcement spends monitoring gear for compliance with tending requirements. And that concludes the EC statement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Other questions on the EC report? I'm not seeing any, Ryan. Thank you very much for those specific suggestions. That, I guess I was muted. That concludes all our reports, brings us to public comment. We have 2. We'll hear from Teresa Labriola and followed by Nathan Perez.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. I'm Teresa Labriola with Wild Oceans. And for more than 40 years, Wild Oceans has been working to develop innovative approaches and solutions to fisheries management that preserve healthy ocean ecosystems and fishing for the future. And for this reason, we have supported the EFP process as a mechanism to explore ways to encourage innovation and efficiency in the swordfish fishery that can bring more prize swordfish to market with less bycatch and discard mortality than before, and with fewer interactions with endangered and vulnerable species, fewer management costs, and hopefully greater profit to the fleet. The way we can get to this goal is by making more holistic choices about how the swordfish fishery interacts with the rest of the California current large marine ecosystem. To this end, we support continued research and development of actively tended gears like deep set buoy gear and linked buoy gear. And we support additional research that starts with traditional linked buoy gear and deep set buoy gear configuration. And I would say that Mr. Perez and Mr. Carson's application does this. They take the standard gear and they go, what happens if we do something different with it? In this case, fish it at night. We have some concerns with expanding the night sets, the number of night set permits before the initial report is provided to council. Thinking about this, though, we think, considering Mr. Carson and Perez both have experience with deep set buoy gear and using the gear at night, that the council could consider expanding the permit to include those two vessels to be used simultaneously. I haven't heard of any reported negative impact on his using of deep set buoy gear at night at depth. And the key there is this is a different EFP than the research performed by Pier. I believe Pier did some night work and it was at shallow sets. And this is for 300 feet of depth at least. And considering that there is a depth requirement here, I want to ensure that any EFP, including this one, has sufficiently discrete operating parameters so we can gain valuable information to assess the success of night set buoy gear and its ability to target swordfish while avoiding bycatch, specifically sharks. So that depth requirement is very important, and might even consider putting a parameter on it so that when we get information back, we know they've been set at below 300, and there might even be a bottom number, depth number that you would consider. We do not support at this time the use of night set buoy gear by anyone who has not yet fished deep set buoy gear or linked buoy gear. Turning just and pivoting a little bit when I think about exempted fishing permits, in order to give fishermen and researchers a target to aim at when they're considering modifying buoy gear or submitting an EFP, and to objectively evaluate the results of EFPs, Wild Oceans has supported the Council's creation of performance criteria for EFPs. And without such EFPs agreed upon in advance, or without such criteria agreed upon in advance, assessing the results and making management decisions based on those results will be open to interpretation and likely lead to conflict amongst stakeholders with varying interests and priorities. So consider there's results from this deep set EFP in 2021 with a set of identified performance criteria for EFPs. We would know what we are looking at. We would know the precise aims and objectives against which EFPs could be assessed. And that list of aims and objectives could be developed through a transparent process. So what criteria would the council use to evaluate gear and determine whether it achieves your goals and your mandates, such as reducing bycatch? And just as a short list of questions that I come to mind for me, and these are in no way exhaustive, but are here to help explain my request that you create performance criteria for EFPs, would be one, what percentage of the target species catch are we aiming for? So performance criteria could be, we're aiming for target catch consistent with deep set buoy gear, which is about 90%. Two would be, what percentage of bycatch or dead or alive is acceptable? And an example could be similar to consistent with what we're achieving with deep set buoy gear, which is no more than 20% definitely. Other questions would be, what's the ultimate fate of bycatch and discards? Has the gear demonstrated an ability to avoid and reduce mortality of vulnerable fish species, such as billfish and sharks, as well as other endangered turtles and marine mammals and seabirds? Can the proposed gear or changes avoid species that may be subject to future management? So if you look at selective gear for the future, if a non-target species were subject to future fishing regulation through quota or size limits or prohibition, would a gear be able to basically release the species or not catch the species? And if you think about deep set buoy gear, they use an upper hook for OPA. And in the future, OPA hook were restricted in some way. Buoy gear fishermen could remove the upper hook to avoid OPA. And that's a pretty unique thing, I think, to buoy gear that it would be interesting to see if other gears that are developed have similar ways of being modified to react to future scenarios. And then finally, what's the economic viability of the gear? And if economic feasibility of alternative gears is relevant, then we should also consider management and regulatory costs associated with gears. So by having a frank discussion of our values ahead of time and setting goals for new gear development, we can lay a course to end the use of indiscriminate gear in the California current ecosystem and transition to an innovative and selective fishery. And thank you for taking this into consideration. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Are there questions for Teresa? Thank you very much, Teresa. Nathan Perez.
Can you guys hear me?
You bet.
Thank you guys for having me. I am currently probably the only guy doing nighttime set for buoy gear. As of now, we've made 5 sets. We've had marketable species, 0 bycatch, so I'm happy to report that. My concern with this gear is I want other boats to get it. I want guys to get it. I just want the right guys to get it, guys that are going to take this serious, because it's a lot harder to do. A lot of these guys are going to try to do nighttime and try to do daytime like we're doing. And it's exhausting after like 3 or 4 days of that. You get really tired. And if you don't build the gear properly, you don't have forward-facing lights to find your gear at night with reflective tape. You don't have good lights on your gear with fresh batteries in it that you change out every few days. If you don't stay on top of your gear, you are going to lose gear. And that is, I can't stress that enough with you guys. I don't want to see this fishery go away. It's looking very promising with the few sets we have made. And we have a lot of upcoming sets that we're going to be making in the next few months with the species, moving into the area where it's going to be a little bit more successful. We don't want to just set just to set. We want to set and be successful. So I just can't stress enough that having proper gear maintenance and staying on top of your gear and having the correct gear made, not having cheesy flags, not having cheap radar reflectors, not putting up cheap strobes, having all top-notch gear is going to keep this fishery successful. And I know that with the deep set buoy gear, the type of gear everybody's throwing together is just, just sticks out of their backyard with a little flag, and it's not the proper gear, and that's why you're going to see gear loss in the deep set buoy gear fishery. And I just would hate to see that reflect on the night fishing, because it's going to be more difficult to stay on top of your gear. And as far as enforcement is concerned about distinguishing the 2 gears, I'm already thinking of ideas, a way to make a tag that can clip on the gear, since I use it for the daytime. I can clip something on so you guys know that it's nighttime, it's labeled nighttime, and then I could unclip it and use that as a daytime gear too. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. But having guys with experience with deep set buoy gear in advance and having the proper gear is definitely going to help this fishery out a lot. You need boats that have fly bridges. You need boats with forward-facing lights. You need boats with 2 radars, just because 1 radar goes out. There's certain things these boats are going to need with the proper captains in order not to lose the gear. Because if you got everything good, it's really not that hard. You just get a little tired every now and then, but it can be a really good fishery, especially so far. We've seen 0 bycatch with any type of sharks on this gear at all. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Nathan. Oddly enough, there are a number of people who want to talk to you about this. So thanks for being here. John Ugoritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Nathan, especially for showing up for this one. How many sets have you completed for night set on the current EFP?
We've made 5 sets, and we were successful on 2 of the sets with landing marketable species.
Great. Thank you very much. That's it.
All right. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Nathan, and thank you for the work that you did so far this year, and looking forward to more. Am I allowed to ask what those marketable species were?
Yeah, we went and targeted bluefin on the first go around, and we were successful the first and second night.
Excellent. That's very good to hear. If I may ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Sure. Yes. Well, thank you. I'd like to ask you about the size of your boat. You mentioned twin radars and a full complement. Well, perhaps you didn't mention a full complement of crew, but this seems like this night setting might require a larger boat and a larger crew. Would you concur with that?
I would say not necessarily a larger boat, just a large enough boat that maybe could handle a flybridge or a tower, and then to be able to find your gear and your flags and have good binoculars, gyro stabilized binoculars. So a lot of the problem is guys are on like a little lobster boat, and they're looking out through these little windows, and it's nighttime, and you got a little bit of breeze, and you got spray coming on the windows. You're not going to be able to see your gear. You might need to get up on the flybridge, turn that bow light on so you can see the gear out in front of you, so you can drive up and down it and find it all night. And if you can't find a piece of gear because the fish is hooked up to it and it's swimming away, you go up to the flybridge, turn off all the lights, and get your gyros out, your binoculars, and look super far away and be able to see that light getting pulled away out of the order of all your other gear. And then that's how you'll be able to find it. And then also having a good radar to help you pinpoint exactly where that thing's at.
Thank you very much for that, Nathan. I had the same experience with my many years of trying to track down research buoys and that got loose and blew away. So I very much sympathize. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Karin Braby.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and thanks, Nathan, for coming and providing comment today. I have two brief questions. One, well, maybe not. One is I wondered if you could just describe a little bit more about how precise, how good do you feel you're able to maintain the depth of your hooks, your deployment depth, so your fishing depth, especially at night? Is there anything about night fishing that compromises your ability to do that?
Not at all. The gear has an 8-pound lead ball. Your weight's down at the minimum depth. All my gear is made a little bit long just in case enforcement wants to board my boat and measure my gear. It's deeper than it's supposed to be. I have no problem with my gear. It stays where it's supposed to be. Have very little tangles, no issues with it at all. It's pretty tight.
Great. Okay. And then the second question is, you had 5 sets, 2 were successful for swordfish, correct? But all 5 sets were fishing, correct?
So we made 5 sets. We built gear the first night. We went to target bluefin, and were successful 2 of the nights. And then the next time we went out, we had all the gear built. We were targeting bluefin at night and swordfish by day, and it pulled us out of position to really be successful with the night fishing. And so that's why I think we were unsuccessful that day, because we weren't in the area during the day to really locate the schools and put the gear exactly where we needed it to be. But we're going to start targeting the swordfish with the night gear soon, I believe this next few weeks. And we're bringing an extra crew member on board just to help out with the daytime work, so the nighttime crew can, have a little bit of sleep during the day if we need to take naps and stuff like that. But we just want to make sure that we're ready to fish hard day and night, because if the gear is successful, which I think it's going to be a lot of fish to clean. So we just want to be ready for it.
Okay, great. A follow-up question. Is there a reason to think that you might have different bycatch rates targeting bluefin versus targeting swordfish? Do you expect that to change? Or what are your thoughts there?
No, I don't think so at all. We saw a sufficient amount of mako sharks and blue sharks in the area, even though we'd be keeping the mako sharks if we caught them in the areas where we're setting, and we had no interactions with any sharks of any sort.
Okay, and one final question. Sorry, Chair Gorelnik. The final question is about the EC's report on reporting lost gear. What do you think about a phone-in requirement to report lost gear so that can help out with enforcement and lost gear?
That's completely up to you guys on what you guys want to do and how you want to enforce that. If you want to require people to report lost gear, I say go for it. If not, it's, I don't want to make that decision for the fleet.
Fair enough. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
I've got a question for you, Nathan. You had mentioned you talked about the difficulties of prosecuting this fishery at night. And I thought I heard you say that guys have tried it and haven't been successful or have had difficulties. Can you touch again on who else may have tried this particular fishery at night and what their experience was?
And been successful landing swordfish quite a bit. As far as like a buoy gear standard, like I know Chugi and they did, there's a shallow set and they were unsuccessful. I think they were just too high in the water column. But as far as like, I don't know if anybody's tried this night with buoy gear besides just guys going out rod and reel fishing, which have been successful. It was in my original report. Mr. Jeremy Smith on the Chula was fairly successful with just a rod and reel on the boat.
Okay, those are rod and reel fishermen. They were not deep set buoy gear. Or night set buoy gear. I was asking because I know there's only one EFP out there for this, and I guess I misunderstood that maybe there are other people out there prosecuting this fishery without an EFP.
Not of my knowledge. I don't know.
Okay, great. Karin, do you have another question?
No, I'll lower my hand. Sorry.
Are there any further questions for Nathan Perez? Thank you very much, Nathan. Your comments were very helpful.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so that concludes the reports and the public comment on this agenda item and brings us to our council action, which is to review the proposals and consider final recommendations. And, perhaps there'll be a motion coming. But before we get to motion practice, let's see if there's any discussion on this agenda item. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion so far from Nathan and others. With regard to the bulk of these applications for deep set buoy gear, standard and linked configurations, I really don't see any issues. The team did not raise any concerns, and I know that the applicants will be reviewed by enforcement and NIMS prior to issuing. So for the bulk of the applications, I feel confident that we can move forward with recommending approval to National Marine Fisheries Service. I do have some concerns about additional night set buoy gear effort prior to completion of the first EFP. And as we just discussed, 5 sets of a brand new configuration of the gear fishing, or at least a brand new way of fishing the gear, is really not much to go on. And I think that without having results from the current EFP on bycatch rates, gear or navigational conflicts, unexpected enforcement concerns, and other things, we just don't have much to go on in terms of whether or not we want to further investigate this night setting of deep set buoy gear. Some people have argued that we should be collecting effort data for night set buoy gear at this time in terms of what does it look like when we have more than one person fishing. And unlike deep set buoy gear, which was completely new and required a significant amount of data in order to have a protected species consultation, night set buoy gear is doing something different now. They're testing a somewhat known deep set buoy gear fishery in a different time frame. And I feel like we should get the results of that first EFP and then have a discussion about what additional data needs we might have, whether we want to pursue additional data, and whether or not additional EFPs are needed to do that. And so with that, at this point, I haven't heard things that would make me want to approve additional night set effort at this time. With regard to the current EFP and a desire to fish a second boat, I certainly have no problem with that EFP fishing one or the other of 2 boats. I don't, again, for that same reason of not wanting to increase effort at this time, I don't think I would want to approve fishing both vessels concurrently. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Karin Bravey?
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I wanted to ask a little bit more and talk a little bit more about the ESA authorization. in particular, and the way that I understood the discussion earlier is that we have authorization for one vessel. And I just wanted to confirm that that's accurate. So that's a question to NIMS.
So Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Brady, for the question. That is correct. For nights at buoy gear, our both NEPA and ESA coverage is for a single vessel, the one the council recommended in 2019. So any additional nights at EFPs would require us to renew our NEPA and ESA analyses and consultations.
And a follow-up question, if I can.
Of course.
Thank you. What would the timeline look like for getting further authorization?
Thank you for the follow-up. I'm sure my colleagues in my Protected Resources Division would like me to give it a specific time. I can say there's a couple of ways. I mean, we did our current ESA analyses using nighttime hook and line data as a proxy, since obviously we didn't have any previous nights at buoy gear data. We could use that same proxy data, essentially moving forward for new EFPs, which potentially would be a shorter time frame. But of course, you're also looking at getting data from this first EFP probably sometime in the spring, a little bit before the June meeting. So if we were to wait and incorporate that data, you're probably looking at a consultation at the very earliest a year from now.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the comments that we heard today about distinctive marking and a consideration of a reporting requirement, I assume, but wanted to confirm that those could simply be written into 2021 permits. Should the council request that?
Ryan?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so we would incorporate that into any 2021 either new or renewal exempted fishing permits in their terms and conditions. We would also probably amend the current terms and conditions for those that already are permitted to fish through 2021 that are outlined in my NIMS report.
Great,
right.
thank
Louis
you.
Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate this opportunity to ask some further questions, but I will start with remarking on Ryan's excellent reply. It would seem that our decision on citing more permits for night setting is moot, since we will probably not have the consultation on that until next summer. However, I would like to note, and I may get kicked for this, but it's interesting that this swordfish deep set buoy gear has actually morphed into a bluefin tuna deep set buoy gear, which I think is a great idea, because many of our bluefin tuna that we catch on our CPFVs are caught at night. But I just wanted to comment that this is interesting, and I hope that the applicants will get in trouble for doing something that is not exactly what we had in mind. Sorry for that kind of spoil the party comment, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
John Uritz.
Thanks. I wanted to circle back to the ESA consultation for the current EFP. And Ryan, it sounded like there was one vessel. Does it have to be a specific named vessel, or is the coverage for essentially a single vessel? In other words, if the council chose to approve a new vessel for the current EFP that would not fish at the same time as their original vessel, it's essentially a replacement. Is that valid within the current consultation or not?
Through the chair, thank you. Mr. Egerts, for the question. No, I mean, that would be consistent with our current analyses, right? Our analyses just looked at a single vessel fishing. If you have a single vessel fishing and it rotates between the actual vessel name, that would still be concurrent with that would still be within the bounds of our ESA analysis and thus have coverage.
Thank you.
All right, looking to see if there's any further discussion on this agenda item. Just like to touch briefly on the marking requirement. It does seem appropriate to have some marking, but we could also only require the marking of the nighttime gear, since we could presume that gear without that marking is daytime gear. Also note, as Nathan pointed out, that he may want to fish the same gear day and night, and so allowing that additional marking to be removable would be helpful. So those are just my comments on that part. And not seeing any further, well, there's a hand. Maybe John has more discussion or a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion when you're ready.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so I think we are ready.
And I believe staff may be able to share it. I don't.
And there it is.
Thank you. I move that the council recommend, 1, that National Marine Fisheries Service issue the following EFPs for deep set buoy gear as requested in the applications for both standard buoy gear and linked buoy gear. Attachments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 21. 2, that National Marine Fisheries Service issue EFPs for Mr. Lebec and Mr. Wallace, attachments 10 and 20 for deep set buoy gear, standard buoy gear, and or linked buoy gear to fish during the day, but not approve night fishing or fishing at shallower depths. 3, that the above applicants be given priority for EFP issuance over previously approved applicants who did not complete the process for obtaining their permits. 4, that National Marine Fisheries Service reject the night set buoy gear application from Mr. Hayworth, attachment 8. 5, recommend to National Marine Fisheries Service that Mr. Perez and Mr. Carson, attachment 14, be permitted to fish night set buoy gear on either the currently approved vessel or the additional vessel, but not on both vessels simultaneously. And 6, recommend to National Marine Fisheries Service that they modify the terms and conditions for all deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear EFPs, new and existing, to include a mandatory lost gear reporting requirement and clear marking of gear between deep set buoy gear and night set buoy gear, as requested in the E2A Supplemental Enforcement Consultants Report 1.
Thanks for that motion, John. Could we go scroll back up to number 1, which listed the permits? I don't know that I heard you recite the number 7. So
thank you. If I did, it was left out unintentionally. The screen is correct.
Thank you very much. So the language on the screen accurately captures your motion, correct?
Yes, it does.
And with that, I'll look for a second. Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've discussed this possible applicants, and I think I've made myself clear as to why I think additional night set buoy gear effort is not appropriate at this time, as well as the fact that ESA consultation needs to occur. I think we'd be far better suited to wait and see the results of that first EFP effort next year. And with regard to the enforcement consultant's recommendation, I agree that marking requirements should make it clear which gear is being fished. I feel that National Marine Fisheries Service, working with the enforcement groups, and the current EFP holder can definitely come up with something that would work for the time being, and then be applied to new EFPs if we do ever approve them in the future. And with that, I think the motion speaks for itself.
Okay, well then we'll look for questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, for putting forth this motion. I will be supporting it. However, I would like to say that I would have welcomed Mr. Hayworth's participation in the night set, because I know of his history and record and extensive knowledge of swordfish habits, and I would very much like to see him be involved. I also am always very nervous about having just one boat in a fleet being in a large area and not being able to have a second set of eyes. Oftentimes when I lost gear when I was in research, it was another boat that was working in with me that would find the gear, also a safety measure. However, I understand that I can see it would be impossible to bring him in on this one. So I understand that, and I would like to encourage Mr. Hayworth and his folks to continue to put forward proposals for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Karen Braby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, for the motion. I also intend to support the motion. Just wanted to highlight that it meets my desires in terms of recognizing folks who are experienced in the deep set buoy gear fishery for helping us collect information about night set and stays within the authorization, the ESA authorization that we already have. And so I think it's a good solid motion for where we are. I look forward to understanding more about the night set buoy gear performance at our June 2021 meeting, and thinking about that coming in the future. I'm hoping we can have a bit more council discussion on what our request to NMFS might be at this meeting in terms of at least workload planning for additional ESA authorization. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. Is there further discussion on the motion? Or any amendments? The only hand I see is Karen's, which I'm sure she intends to lower. If there's not, Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that I plan to abstain on the motion, and just wanted to explain that I have no issues with the content. It just, since it's directed solely at a recommendation to NMFS, that's the only reason why. Thank you.
Understood. Thanks for that, Ryan. All right, then we'll call the question on the motion by John. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention?
Abstain.
Ryan Wolf abstains. So the motion passes with Ryan abstaining. Thank you for that motion, John. Let's see, ask around the table if there's further action or discussion on this agenda item E2. Kit, how are we doing on here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with your motion, you've clearly addressed your recommendations on the 20 applications that have been received. And, so your business here is done. And also, more for the benefit of Mike Berner and Mr. Tracy, just to be clear, I think that your action today also means that the EFP item does not need to be taken up on the November agenda.
Okay. Karen Braby?
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I agree our business seems wrapped up, except for maybe some comment from NIMS on additional steps and considerations for teeing up ESA authorization. And I come back to this because our initial understanding of the gear with NightSet buoy gear deployment is that so far so good, and recognizing that it takes a lot of time to go through an ESA consultation and wanting to be able to move forward should there be no additional problems as we're projecting right now with that gear.
Ryan?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Braby, although I'm a little bit confused by your question. I mean, with the motion that went forward, there was nothing contained within it that would require additional or new ESA coverage. Are you saying, should we continue to pursue and provide updates to how we might facilitate a future ESA analysis should the expansion of NITEC gear be pursued by the council?
Thank you. Yeah, and just to clarify, I view ESA authorization and consultation as being something that's time-consuming, and that it might be worth hearing from the council if we are interested in NIMS starting to think about working that into your workload for next year. Not doing anything until such time as we do that is that initiative of council and potentially moving that forward and considering having additional effort in NightSet buoy gear with the bycatch rate, for example, come back with no significant impacts as we're understanding them to be at this time. So is that helpful to you? Is that something that council has any comments to NIMS about at this time? Or is it just wait and
see? Karin, I should mention that your audio at times is unintelligible because of some background noise with the microphone. But I think what you're wondering is if the council would like to see NIMS work into its 2021 work plan the opportunity to authorize more than one vessel to fish this gear at night. Is that right?
That's essentially right. Yeah. Is it helpful to get any indication from the council today in terms of our desires should the bycatch rates come back with little impact?
So Ryan, would you like that input from the council at this time? Would it be helpful or not?
Thank you, Chair. I always think it's helpful when the council gives clear direction or guidance. Yeah, I mean, at least from our perspective, like I said earlier, once we get the full data from this, hopefully relatively early next year, early spring, there's nothing that would stop us from starting to have some initial consultation. We have constant coordination meetings with our Protected Resources Division. It's not a big workload to at least start the conversations, but again, it'll be a lot easier to pursue anything once we have actual data from the first EFP.
Understood. Let me just see if there's any disagreement around the table about the council's interest next year we be able to consider authorizing more than one vessel for this nighttime gear, again, with a qualification that the experience with the current permittee is not negative. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay, so I think Ryan, It seems that the council would like to see that next year, of course, with the qualifications provided, that the additional data that is yet to come from the one nighttime permittee is positive, and it would suggest that we need to suggest that it's justified to authorize one or more additional vessels. Anything further from the council on this agenda item? Kit, I turn to you to confirm we're completed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. You are completed, I think, and you've clarified your interest with that last discussion around possible future action on recommending applications for night set, deep set buoy gear, night set buoy gear. So yes, you've covered everything.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for your work on that. That completes agenda item E2, and it will take us to E3 after a break. So unfortunately, since we're a few hours behind, it can't be a generous break. We'll take 10 minutes. I have a 2:46, so we'll be back at 2:56. And at that point, I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger. We'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, this is your 30-second warning. We'll get started with E3. All right, we're back. Day 2 of the September Council meeting. We're on agenda item E3, and I will pass the virtual gavel to Vice Chair Pettinger.
All right, thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and great job on gaining some ground here. With that, Kit, do you want to get us started on E3, please?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll go ahead and read from the situation summary for this item on biennial harvest specifications and management measures, preliminary action. The HMS FMP lays out a biennial process that allows the council input on determining key management reference points for the managed stocks. In September, the council would normally receive an update on status determination criteria in a preliminary SAFE document. There is a draft of that in attachment 1, and NIMS uses that updated information to determine whether a stock is subject to overfishing. That means that the current fishing mortality rate exceeds the minimum fishing mortality threshold, or is overfished, that is, spawning stock biomass is less than the minimum stock size threshold. The council then has an opportunity to provide input on identifying these management reference points. At this point, I should also mention there is a supplemental joint Southwest Fishery Science Center NIMS report that is essentially updates the information or supplements the information in the draft SAFE documents and includes a table that lists out all of those management reference points and where available indicates that the status is determined by NIMS. HMS are subject to the MSA section 304I when the overfishing or overfish status of the stock is primarily a result of excessive international fishing pressure. In this case, while the council may propose measures to address the relative impact of fishing vessels of the United States on the stock, the broader charge is for the council to develop recommendations for international actions. And that differs from stocks fully subject to domestic management, where determinations lead to remedial action by the council. HMS FMP management unit species stock assessments are conducted under the auspices of the 2 Pacific RFMOs, the IATTC and the WCPFC, and their science bodies. And the situation summary lists out the stock assessments that have been conducted in the previous 2 years since the last biennial session occurred in 2018. So in 2019, WCNPO striped marlin, EPO yellowfin tuna, although that assessment was not accepted for management by the IATTC. And then in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean, skipjack tuna. There's a longer list for 2020. You've heard about these assessments already from the ISC, North Pacific albacore, Pacific bluefin tuna, and then big eye tuna and yellowfin tuna, both the EPO and WCPO stocks. So based on assessments conducted by IATTC and WCPFC respectively. The new benchmark stock assessments for EPO yellowfin tuna and EPO big eye tuna were conducted within a new risk analysis framework instead of the previous best assessment approach. The risk analysis framework employs a variety of reference models to represent plausible alternative hypotheses about the biology of the fish, the productivity of the stocks, and/or the operation of the fisheries, thus effectively incorporating uncertainty into the management advice as it is formulated. And that's a quote from a document submitted to the IATTC at SAC. The IATTC's SAC, well, when this was written, it was originally scheduled to occur in August. As you've already heard under agenda item E1, it is now scheduled for about a week from now, later this month. And they'll review those assessments and make recommendations for their use in management. The WCPFC Science Committee already met in August and adopted those assessments for the Western Pacific stocks. As part of the process for estimating status determination criteria and making status determinations, NIMS considers whether these stock assessments constitute the best scientific information available, or BSIA. This occurs once the regional fishery management organizations have adopted the assessments for management. NIMS is currently undertaking this review. Therefore, any revised status determination criteria estimates, which would otherwise be found in the SAFE documents, will be provided in a supplemental NIMS report. I already referenced that report. It's actually a joint report with the Southwest Center. And because of the meeting schedule in there, you will find there's still some determinations pending for some of these stocks, most notably for the EPO, yellowfin, and big eye stocks. Through two subsequent meetings, November of this year and March of 2021, the Council may make recommendations to NIMS about any revised status determination criteria estimates. It also may formulate recommendations on domestic management measures and measures that should be addressed through relevant RFMOs to address stock status. And we touched on this a little bit in the discussion under the international item E1, and those concerns that were raised around whether the IATTC will reach consensus and adopt resolutions for expiring resolutions. For HMS, the Council is not obligated to set annual catch limits, ACLs, in those cases where catch limits have been set for U.S. West Coast domestic fisheries, and that's Pacific bluefin and also big eye tuna. These derive from agreements reached internationally through the IATTC. But at the same time, the Council is not prohibited from establishing catch control measures or other measures to address management concerns through the biennial process. And so that takes us to an issue under that umbrella of scoping potential new management measures. And back in June at your meeting, the HMSAS raised the issue of the entry of small, high-speed vessels into the West Coast commercial albacore fishery. There's a reference there to their report from June, and they expressed concern about overcapitalization and the potential to complicate U.S. compliance with IATTC resolutions. There's several listed there, essentially emendations and replacements for the original resolution. And the current resolution states that CPCs, that's parties and members essentially, shall take necessary measures to ensure that the level of fishing effort by their vessels fishing for North Pacific albacore tuna is not increased. And in the measure as supplemented, that members will periodically report such fishing effort using a standard template. The HMSMT noted that the subpanel's request for an analysis of increased participation by these vessels was being addressed by the Eastern Pacific Professional Specialty Group. There's a reference to their report from June with that notation. And so in June, the council recommended that it consider the need for new management measures under this agenda item. That's why I'm summarizing it here. The council could decide whether to move forward with considering measures to address the issue and formulate the proposed action. And I should say here that actually the subpanel has not submitted a report under this agenda item. The HMSMT has, and actually that is in sort of two formats. There is a written report and also a presentation focusing on that analysis that the professional specialty group did of PACFIN data to look at whether there were any effort increased by small vessels is apparent in the landings data. So, in terms of the materials here, I already referenced. There's the draft SAFE document and that supplemental report, joint report, NIMS Southwest Center, that adds information that will be incorporated into the SAFE document. And then, as I just mentioned, there is a supplemental HMSMT report and accompanying that a PowerPoint. So with that, the action listed is to review preliminary estimates of reference point values and make recommendations on their use in determining stock status, and consider the need to develop ACLs or other harvest objectives and/or management measures. And that concludes my overview.
Well, thank you, Kit. And are there any questions around the table for Kit on the overview before we go to the reports? Okay, seeing none. Yes, we go to the NIPS report, and I believe, Ryan, are you going to be giving that?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
See.
Thank you. As Kit noted, this is a joint NIMS report. And just as a reminder, that's because it's the center's duty to evaluate, based on their review, whether international assessments provide the best scientific information available on the status of stocks, and it's the region's duty to determine the status of stocks relative to status determination criteria in the FMP, and then convey any management obligations to the council. Given some of the delays with international meetings this year, the timing of agency decisions for some stocks will be a little different for this biennial management cycle than described in the FMP. The joint report discusses the international assessments completed in 2019 and 2020. These include assessments by the International Scientific Committee, or ISC, the IATTC scientific staff, as well as the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, or the SPC. The BSIA from the assessments and the status determinations, if they're completed, are presented here in Table 1 for determining overfishing and Table 2 for determining overfished. These tables also include estimates from assessments completed prior to 2019 for some stocks, depending on the availability of BSIA for making status determinations for the various stocks. The report includes the following updates based on the latest 2019 and 2020 assessments. The Western and Central Pacific Ocean, the WCPO stock of striped marlin, was determined to be overfished and subject to overfishing based on the 2019 ISC assessment. The results of the 2020 Pacific bluefin tuna ISC assessment indicate that this stock continues to be overfished and subject to overfishing. However, the formal status determination is still pending. The IATTC staff completed 2 benchmark assessments we've heard about in a couple of places now on both yellowfin and big eye tuna in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. International review of these assessments is not yet complete. However, the SAC is expected to meet starting next week and review these assessments prior to the November meeting. And depending in part on the outcomes of that Scientific Advisory Committee review, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center would then consider whether to identify BSIA estimates from those assessments. NIMS has determined that the WCPO stock of skipjack tuna is neither overfished nor subject to overfishing based on the 2019 assessment conducted by the SPC. And the SPC also assessed WCPO big eye and yellowfin in 2020, but the BSIA determination is pending. In this report, NIMS conveys it does not intend to send the council letters pursuant to 304I of the MSA for any stocks based on the 2019 and 2020 assessment results, and because the council already met their obligations to do so for Western Central North Pacific striped marlin, Pacific bluefin tuna, and EPO yellowfin tuna. However, I should note that while that's in our report, as noted in, we started the discussion in E1, I anticipate here as well, should the IATTC not adopt resolutions to replace the Pacific bluefin tuna and tropical tuna resolutions that expire at the end of the year, NIMS may send the council letters pursuant to 304I of the MSA. And that's because the council's prior recommendations for those stocks were premised on the fact that regulations were in place under the Tuna Conventions Act to manage fishing effort on those stocks. And without the adoptions of new resolutions, there would effectively be no management measures to end overfishing under an international agreement to which the United States is a party, which is a verbatim condition of Section 304I of the MSA. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ryan? Okay, not seeing any hands. Thank you, Ryan. Now we'll go to the management team. Celia Barroso will give the team report, I think, followed by Jessica Watson with the PowerPoint presentation. Celia?
Yes, thank you.
Is that the proper pronunciation?
No, it's Celia Barroso.
I'm glad I asked. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. The management team reviewed the latest information in the NIMS report on status of management unit species in the HMS FMP. The 2 key discussion topics are highlighted here with recommendations. First, we discussed the new tropical tuna assessments, including the atypical review schedule this year with delays in international meetings, the new approaches in the 2020 IATTC benchmark assessments, and the potential implications for evaluating the results of these assessments relative to the SDC specified in the HMS FMP, as indicated in the NIMS report. Second, we discussed the potential ramifications for stocks with status concerns like bluefin tuna and yellowfin tuna if the IATTC does not adopt new resolutions to replace those that expire December 31 of 2020. On the 2020 tuna assessments and status determinations, the HMS FMP specifies that proxy reference points from the international assessments that are determined to be BSIA can be used for the purpose of calculating SDCs. During the 2018 HMS Biennial Management Cycle, the Council requested that its SSC review the estimates used to calculate SDCs selected by NIMS at the time and to consider the suitability of proxies selected. In their report, the SSC conveyed that the HMS subcommittee was able to confirm the values presented by NIMS. Additionally, the SSC commented that it should not be necessary for them to routinely review the proxies used for HMS status determinations. Ultimately, the Council directed the management team to develop a safe report for Council consideration, incorporating the estimates used by NIMS. Given the IATTC scientific staff's new approaches to the benchmark assessments for big eye and yellowfin tuna this year, the management team requests the council considers setting aside time on the SSC's November meeting agenda for them to review the proxies selected for status determination. Should these assessments be determined to be BSIA following review by the IATTC Scientific Advisory Committee in September, they could then serve as the basis for a 2020 stock determination for those stocks. Because the 2020 assessment results for both stocks are based on risk assessments instead of base case models, it may be useful to have the SSC review the suitability of proxies selected from those benchmark assessments for calculating SDCs. A status determination for those stocks is typically in progress by this time in the biennial management cycle, with any resulting council obligations conveyed by the November meeting. Therefore, SSC review at the November meeting would help minimize the impact of international meeting delays on the council's schedule for HMS biennial management cycle. On stock status concerns, as noted in the NIST report for this agenda item, the council has already made international and domestic recommendations to address the stock status of bluefin and yellowfin tuna pursuant to MSA Section 304I. The council's recommendations were premised on measures that had been agreed to internationally and implemented as regulations under the Tuna Conventions Act. However, if the IATTC does not adopt new measures to replace the current IATTC resolutions intended for the conservation and management of bluefin and tropical tunas that expire this year, NIMS would not have authority under the Tuna Conventions Act to maintain those regulations. Such a situation may not only be problematic for the conservation and management of these stocks and fisheries, but also for meeting the obligations under MSA 304I. While the MT considers the scenario stated in MSA 304I that no management measures to end overfishing under an international agreement as a worst case scenario, the management team is concerned about the time needed to adequately prepare and react should the IATTC not adopt those resolutions. The MT believes it is important to consider the options available if regulations for bluefin and tropical tunas expire, because the IATTC meeting, if it occurs, is expected to take place after the November council meeting. The council will not meet to address the expiring regulations until March of 2021. According to the FMP, the final meeting in this biennial management cycle is in March of 2021. Consequently, the management team recommends the council task the management team with examining options for potentially taking action under MSA in coordination with the advisory subpanel and report to the council at its November 2020 meeting. For example, the management team could consider criteria and justification for an emergency rule as outlined in the NOAA Fisheries Management Policy Directives. And before I turn it over to Jessica Watson, I would be happy to try to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Celia. Any questions for Celia? Okay, seeing none. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Great. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I'm a member of the HMS management team, as well as the Eastern Pacific Professional Specialty Group. Today, I will be representing the EPPSG and providing council with an overview of the albacore vessel length data summaries that were conducted. Next slide, please. So just for an overview, at Council's June 2020 meeting, the HMS advisory subpanel raised the issue of the entry of small, high-speed vessels into the West Coast commercial albacore fishery, expressing concern over overcapitalization and the potential and its potential to complicate U.S. compliance with IATTC Resolution CO502. This topic was originally brought to the attention of the EPPSG by Council Member Mr. Niles, and conversations were reinitiated prior to the June 2020 Council meeting. The EPPSG has expanded on the work done previously to address the HMSAS request for analysis of increased participation by small high-speed vessels in the West Coast albacore fishery, and I will be presenting those results to you today. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, with regards to those IATTC effort baselines, we're looking at here effort reported as number of vessels as well as fishing days, and there have been 3 years from 2011 and through 2013 for which the U.S. has exceeded the 24 through 2012 2002 through 2004 average effort for number of vessels or fishing days. So as you can see, in 2011, there was a slight overage in fishing days. 2013 had a slight overage of number of vessels, but really the concern was raised in 2012 when there was an overage of number of vessels and fishing days. So as I go through the rest of this presentation, I'm going to keep bringing council's attention back to that year of 2012 where there was this double overage. Next slide, please. There's going to be a lot of plots coming up next, so I wanted to go through a little bit about what you'll be seeing. So here you can see that vessels that are less than 30 feet in length are indicated with a pink color, and vessels greater than or equal to 30 feet in length are that blue color. For the first couple of slides, we're going to be looking at albacore in thousands of pounds on the y-axis with our time series from 2010 to 2019 on the x-axis. And the C, O, and W represent California, Oregon, and Washington. And so for these plots, you can look at between state differences or within state differences. So overall, you can take away from this slide that albacore landings from those smaller vessels that are less than 30 feet in length account for a small proportion of the overall albacore landings. So as you can see, for all three states, the less than 30 feet in length landings are substantially smaller than those greater than 30 feet in length. Next slide, please. So for this slide, you'll notice in this plot that now the state of landing is indicated with a different color for California, Oregon, and Washington, and we can kind of compare between states for those less than 30 on the top panel and greater than or equal to 30 on the bottom panel. And once again, you can see that there was an order of magnitude difference in landings between the two vessel size classes, and the albacore landings for smaller vessels that less than 30 feet in length and larger vessels greater than 30 feet in length both peaked in 2012 when there was overages. So that happened both for the smaller vessels and the larger vessels. Small vessel landings have declined to under 100,000 pounds in 2015, where they have remained ever since. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at HMS landings were highest for Oregon and Washington prior to 2015 for smaller vessels, the less than 30 feet, with the highest HMS landings occurring in 2012. So what these plots are showing is the vessels that participate in HMS, but also the other PACFIN management group types. And what you can notice is that for California, Oregon, and Washington, again, looking at that 2012, there was a peak in both HMS for all three states. Next slide, please. So now the next couple of slides are going to look at number of vessels by state on the y-axis. And you can see here looking at California, Oregon, and Washington and comparing within the state for the less than and greater than 30-foot vessels, that there were increases in the number of smaller vessels and larger vessels landing albacore in 2012 throughout all three West Coast states. So they're very small jumps, but you can see that the number of vessels are increased in the year 2012 for both the larger and smaller vessels, but that the smaller vessels are substantially lower than the larger vessels. Next slide. Looking at this, again, looking at this now comparing between states for the less than 30 feet in length and greater than 30 feet in length, and looking at the number of vessels by state. The number of vessels decreased for California after 2012 until 2014, when vessel numbers leveled off before increasing again in 2016. Oregon had a downward trend in smaller vessel participation from 2012 until 2018, with the exception of a brief increase in 2014. And Washington has only had slight fluctuations in smaller vessel participation throughout the time series. As you can see, again, for most of the states, when it comes to that year of 2012, there was an increase in both the smaller and larger vessels, not just the smaller vessels. Next slide, please. So for this slide, what we're looking at here are in the black line are vessels with multiple managed group landings, and the green line is the vessels with only HMS landings. So this is kind of now looking at the number of vessels for each one of the states that are only making HMS, so kind of specializing versus have more diverse portfolios. And as you can see, there are fewer vessels that participate only in HMS than vessels that participate in multiple fisheries for all three states. Next slide. And so this last slide, what we're looking at here is the number of vessels by state that are only participating in HMS in the two different size classes. So really this is trying to get at those smaller, less than 30 vessels that are only participating in HMS might be most representative of the AS's concerns over these high-powered, high-speed recreational vessels entering into the albacore fishery. And what you can see here is there are a few small vessels, less than 30, that participate in only HMS than the larger vessels that participate in only HMS. And again, in 2012, you can see that specifically there are a couple of increases in the number of vessels. Specifically, you'll see here with Washington with greater than 30 feet. Next slide. So in conclusion, I just want to note that there have been similar data summary requests raised for the Southern California region with regards to swordfish and Pacific bluefin tuna. And should the council want these analyses, the management team could be directed to coordinate yet again with the EPPSG to produce similar data summaries as those presented here for albacore. Last slide. And with that, I'm more than happy to take questions.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. Questions for Jessica? Okay. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Jessica. Thanks for you took that work I started and took it to new places. So thank you very much. I just wanted to recognize the work that was, and thank you and the EPPSG, which now I will do my best not to forget or mess up what that acronym means anymore. But yeah, I just wanted to send thank you for doing that. Was helpful. I know it was a tough thing to get done. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, Jessica. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. I think that completes our reports. And we'll go to public testimony.
We have none, Mr. Vice Chair.
Really? Well, now we are rolling, aren't we? Okay. Well, that works too. Well, I guess that concludes council discussion. That concludes public comment, right? So it comes to council discussion and action. And with that, I'm looking for some hands. I'm sure somebody wants to say something, or not. John Ugertz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I'll save you from the unbearable silence. I appreciate the work that's gone into this item. I don't think there's really a whole lot to say about it. However, I do think, as we discussed under E1, there's possibly some actions we could take in terms of directing our various advisory bodies to look at some things. I think the management team's recommendations in E3A supplemental report are good. And I think that having the Science and Statistical Committee review some of the proxies based on 2020 assessments for big eye and yellowfin would help. And importantly, that sort of getting the management team and advisory subpanel working on the what if in case the international advisory bodies don't adopt measures, so that we have something to discuss in November would be useful. That's my general thoughts on it.
Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, John, for articulating those thoughts. That they sound very sensible to me based on what we've heard. And Kit, you mentioned the AP not having a statement. I almost asked Jessica and Celia what they had heard, but I'm just presuming that they're very much of the same view. given that we didn't hear a statement from them that there's not a compelling need to for new management measures here, but is my understanding on that presentation in particular that Jessica just presented, that the data is showing is no need to bring the council's attention to this albacore issue, but yet the states will continue to keep an eye on it and keep seeing if there's maybe something in the data that's not happening on the water that's not in the data. But long way of saying is that a correct interpretation of there being no AS statement? Their E1 statement basically covered it.
Through the vice chair, Mr. Niles, yeah, that's correct. They did discuss, sort of concerns around perhaps increased participation in the recreational fishery, but they felt that there wasn't a clear need or proposal at this time to address those concerns. They may have a report under future agenda planning with some thoughts about perhaps the council looking into this some more next year, but we'll see what they have to say under that agenda item, if anything.
Thank you.
Karen Raby?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just ensuring you can hear me. And wonderful. Well, I just wanted to put support out for John's fine suggestions on moving forward. I think we have a request for additional review by the SSC, and we'll see what the meetings this fall reveal in terms of additional action needed to address any gaps in regulation. So I feel like we've said what needs to be said today in large part. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Anyone else? Okay, Karen, I assume your hand is up. Ryan Wolf?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I agree with the points that have been made. I just wanted to put a flag in here that in addition to all the recommendations that's for November, I noticed that our regular 3-meeting process, September, November, and March, is not reflected on the current year at a glance. So I just wanted to put a pin in that here and return to that in workload planning. Obviously, we've seen MT's recommendation for things that we'll be discussing in November, but regardless, we will probably need that March meeting as well. And I'll return to that when we get to that agenda item. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. Any further questions or comments? John Ugertz.
Sorry, I'm raising and lowering my hand here. Just wanted to be sure that everybody's in agreement that in order for the SSC to review the proxies, that they'll just have to be sure there's time on their agenda, and we can again get to that in workload and agenda planning. But making sure that everybody understands that there's a need there.
Okay, thank you, John. All righty, anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands. Kent, are we done with this agenda item?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, you are. I think the guidance that you've provided to the HMS advisory bodies is sufficient, and we'll be working at the staff level in regard to putting something on the SSC's agenda for November in regards to the assessments and the SDCs, and maybe we'll hear some more from you about that under future workload planning. So we're done with this one. Thank you.
Very good, Kit. Thank you. All right, we're doing well here today. With that, we're going to go into E4, and I'd ask Carrie to get us started on that item. Carrie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E4, the highly migratory species essential fish habitat periodic review. EFH for the species in the HMS FMP was established in 2003, but it hasn't been reviewed yet. The council kicked off this review in March by adopting a work plan for phase 1. And recall that under our council operating procedure 22, we do these reviews in a 2-phase process, with phase 1 essentially a literature review and summary and a determination on whether new information is substantial enough to warrant moving forward with consideration of actual modifications of EFH. And that typically entails an FMP amendment. So if the council chose to move forward into phase 2, that would be determined at this meeting. Then we'd move forward afterwards. I wanted to note that the NIMS West Coast region was instrumental in getting funding from NIMS headquarters to support this review. It wasn't a ton of funding, but it was some, and it was helpful. The Southwest Fisheries Science Center took on the task of the literature review and the summary, which you'll hear more about in a moment. The scope of this task, the scope of the literature review focused on species distribution, habitat associations, and diet and prey habitats. It didn't have as a primary focus non-required elements of EFH, such as HAPSES or habitat areas of particular concern, or on fishing and non-fishing impacts, which are treated fairly robustly in the FMP and the appendices. However, throughout the review, I know that the analyst and HMSMT members paid attention to the literature and information that's out there that could potentially inform all the elements that are described in the EFH regulations. In your briefing book materials, you have 2 HMSMT reports, an advance and a supplemental. And you also have an HMSMT supplemental PowerPoint. There's an HMSAS report and a Habitat Committee report. Those were both supplemental. As for the order of operations, today we'll start with, after my overview, we'll go to Dr. Stephen Stows for some introductory information, and then to Dr. Nicole Nasby-Lucas of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who will provide the summary of the literature review, and then back to Stephen for the HMSMT reports. And then we'll have the HMSAS and the Habitat Committee. The council action is to review the phase 1 report and determine if modification of EFH provisions are needed. I think that is my summary, my overview of the agenda item. One thing I wanted to mention, I think that at least some of our presenters are on the phone, and so we'll be depending on Sandra to move the slides forward. So they'll just say when it's time to move the slides forward. That concludes my overview. I can take any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Carrie? Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With that, we'll go to the team. And Steve, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. As Carrie mentioned, we have 3 items in the briefing book on this agenda item. The first management team report was in the advanced briefing book and gave a status update on our work on the assignment, and also on the July 27th, 2020 webinar presentation by Nicole Nasby-Lucas. I'm not going to read that report into the record because there's some overlap between that and Nicole's presentation. What I will do is hand over the presentation to Nicole in a moment and let her present her PowerPoint and give you an idea of the work that's been done so far in this assignment. And then I will turn to the supplemental report. And the supplemental report is focused on trying to help orient the council to its alternative ways forward with considering whether to go on to phase 2 of the review or not. And with that, I will turn over the presentation to Nicole Nasby-Lucas. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Stoves.
Can you hear me?
We can, Nicole, please.
Okay, great. So I am by phone and I can't see any presentation. So if you let me know when the PowerPoint is ready.
It's ready.
Okay, great. And I'll let you know when to change the slide. So I'm with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and I've been working on a literature review of the new research and information on essential fish habitat for HMS in order to suggest potential changes in the current description in the fishery management plan. So the current description, as you know, were from 2003. Next. So I've been looking at each of the species listed in Appendix F and doing a literature review to look for new information. And the goal of this task has been to focus on habitat information. This includes range and movement, temperature and depth information, any oceanographic conditions and currents, as well as preferred prey species. Less effort was spent on life history information and fisheries utilization at this time. Next. So the first potential update or change is for the removal of essential fish habitat descriptions for 2 species. These are the pelagic thresher shark and the big eye thresher shark. The reason for this is that these species were removed from the highly migratory species, FMP. The species of interest were common thresher shark, short fin mako shark, blue shark, albacore tuna, northern bluefin tuna, skipjack tuna, yellowfin tuna, striped marlin, broadbill swordfish, and dorado. So the next potential change is to update the maps with new and or better maps of EFH within the EEZ. So part of this has to do with new mapping technologies in the last 17 years, and the other is related to new information available that could be included in these maps. Next. So I'll just give you a brief overview on each of the species. To start with common thresher shark, the information that is available since the last descriptions were made. There are updated references on general distribution in the California current. There's also new electronic tagging data that better identify the inshore distribution and habitat utilization in Southern California. And there's also new data on feeding habits, including comparing prey species in warm water and cool water, periods showing a high number of prey items in warm water periods and cold water. Another study looked at stomach contents of 225 common thresher sharks between 2002 and 2008, and also a comparison of diet between size classes. Next. For short fin mako shark, most of the currently listed information comes from the fisheries data. So since 2003, there's a lot of new electronic tagging data that are available for juvenile through adult mako sharks that better identify the coastal range within the California current and provide details on preferred depth, temperature, and variations in movement pattern by season, sex, and size. A recent analysis was also done using observer data from the California drift gillnet fishery from 1990 to 2017, showing that young year and age 1 mako sharks were captured almost exclusively south of Point Conception in the Southern California Bight. It also shows that makos appear to extend their northward range as they grow, with catch rates north of Point Conception increasing with size. There's also new data on feeding habits from a study that sampled 330 mako sharks between 2002 and 2008, and also did a comparison of diet between subregion and size classes. Next. Blue shark, again, a lot of the currently listed information comes from fisheries data, and there's quite a bit of new electronic tagging data available for juvenile through adult blue sharks that better identify the coastal range within the California current, providing details on preferred depth, temperature, and variations in movement patterns by season, sex, and size. There's a recent analysis of observer data from the California drift gillnet fishery from 1990 to 2017 that shows young of the year through juvenile blue sharks are commonly encountered north of Point Conception, well into waters off Oregon and Washington. And there's new data on feeding habits from a study that sampled 158 blue sharks between 2002 and 2008, and did a comparison of diet between subregion and size classes. Next, albacore tuna. There's recent studies that look at juvenile albacore in the California current and use their oceanographic environment and how their distributions overlap with the habitats of 4 key forage species. There's new electronic tagging data that shows seasonal movements, migration patterns, and vertical distribution of juvenile albacore tuna off Southern California, Washington, and Oregon. And there's a recent analysis of stomach samples taken in the Southern California Bight, which indicates important prey species. As for big-eye tuna, there is a recent study looking at medium phytoplankton size as an informative environmental predictor of big-eye tuna recruitment in the Hawaii longline fishery. There's additional information on prey species as well. Next, and northern bluefin tuna. A recent study examined local oceanic conditions such as sea surface temperature, surface chlorophyll, sea surface height, eddy kinetic energy, as well as large-scale oceanographic phenomena such as El Nino and Pacific bluefin tuna availability to commercial and recreational fishing fleets. And the results from generalized additive models showed that warm water temperatures around 17 to 21 with low surface chlorophyll concentrations increased probability of occurrence in the commercial passenger fishing vessel and purse seine fisheries. There is new electronic tagging data that shows repeatable seasonal movements along the west coast of North America, and fish showed latitudinal movement patterns that were correlated with peaks in coastal upwelling-induced primary productivity. And recent analysis of stomach samples taken in the Southern California Bight, which updates information on important prey species. Next. Yellowfin tuna, there is, again, updated information on diet. And for striped marlin, there's been, despite advancements in genomic and electronic tagging data, annual migration patterns still are poorly understood. There's additional information on diet and information on spawning locations. Next. As for broadbill swordfish, there is new data available on optimal sea surface temperature for swordfish. There's recent electronic tagging research that has shown, despite large-scale seasonal migrations, individuals may return to the same location year after year. Both juvenile and adult swordfish occur off Southern California to forage during the summer and fall, with some individuals possibly remaining in the Southern California Bight throughout the entire year. There's electronic tag data showing diurnal depth distribution of swordfish off Southern Cal and Central California, revealing that daytime depths typically range from the surface down to depths in excess of 400 meters. And as they move offshore towards tropical spawning grounds, the average daytime depth distribution increases to depths closer to 600 meters. And there is additional information on diet. Next. And then Dorado. Again, there's new data on feeding habits for Dorado. Next. So in summary, there's new information available for highly migratory species, essential fish habitat descriptions due to advancements in electronic tagging data over the last 17 years. And this provides important data on migration patterns, preferred depth and temperature data, and additional environmental preferences to remote sensing data. This also shows variations in movement patterns by season, sex, and size. There are quite a few new studies available on feeding ecology, and of course, new mapping technology available to update the EFH maps by species. So, in conclusion, it was found that there is new information on a lot of the range and distribution and the prey species, the trophic interactions, but generally they are supported by the original descriptions, not anything that's entirely new with some of those, just new references. So there's also some updated information on prey items. There's new information from electronic tagging studies that indicate several HMS species are present further inshore than currently indicated in the current descriptions, and that's because a lot of the descriptions are from fisheries data. And the tagging data also provides new details on habitat utilization linked with environmental data in the coastal environment. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Nicole. Questions for Nicole? Louis M.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for this information, Nicole. It's absolutely fascinating, and I'm looking forward to actually reading some of the things that you cited. My question is probably kind of a dumb one, but as they say, there are no dumb questions in fisheries, I suppose. What about OPA? And then, of course, Pacific Pomfret. I know OPA is now possibly being targeted with this mention of putting a hook up higher on the deep set buoy gear. Thank you.
Cool.
So OPA is a good question. I would have to say that it's not my job to add that to the list, so I don't know if anyone else could address that.
Okay.
This is
hello.
OPA is not in the FMP right now as a management unit species, right?
That's correct, Gary.
Thank you. Sorry, Steve.
Okay.
This is Hector, and neither is Pomfret, and OPA is definitely a secondary target, both in the deep set buoy gear fishery. If they put the hooks a little higher, it can be. And then in the longline fisheries offshore that are now landing more so in California.
Roger. Well, thank you for that answer. And I could see that you might need an FMP amendment, et cetera. So thank you for that.
Okay. Any more questions for Nicole? Okay, seeing that, we'll go back to Dr. Stowe.
Thank you. And thanks very much, Nicole, for your assistance to the management team on this assignment. I think the council members can see that Nicole has done a very thorough job on the phase 1 literature review. And I'm going to take up the supplemental team report now. The first paragraph is pretty much a summary of information you already heard from Nicole and Carrie. So I'm going to go on to the remainder of that report, which is intended to help the council with its decision about whether to move on to phase 2. So Nicole presented her presentation at a joint session of the advisory panel and the management team. Discussion following the presentation considered whether the HMS EFH description has changed sufficiently to warrant moving on to phase 2 of the review. Council Operating Procedure 22 states that a phase 2 review process may be unnecessary unless sufficient information is provided to document changes in distribution, prey species, or habitat of management unit species. While a substantial amount of new research was brought to light, primarily updates to diets, movements, and distributions for highly migratory species management unit species, it was not entirely clear how much the actual EFH for HMS MUS has changed since the original version set forth in 2003. There has also been substantial advancement in mapping technology since the original HMS essential fish habitat description maps were created, and the current maps are outdated both in terms of information on species distributions as well as visual clarity. The team discussed the range of possible next steps the council could take regarding the EFH review. These include taking no further action, revising the maps in the HMS FMP describing EFH, updating the bibliography, or revising the body of the EFH description. Other than no action, the other choices would constitute a decision to move on to phase 2 of the review. Following the Habitat Committee's recommendation, the team prepared a spreadsheet documenting potential changes to the current EFH descriptions in the highly migratory species fishery management plan. If the council decides to move forward and consider revisions to the EFH descriptions in the management plan, the team could develop a scope of work per Council Operating Procedure 22 for consideration at a future council meeting. The team recommends the council consider the workload involved in deciding whether, how, and when to implement phase 2 of the review. And I'll just mention a couple of other details that might be useful. First of all, notice that as an appendix to our advanced briefing book report, we included the updated bibliography or references as we describe them. And as an appendix to our supplemental report, we have the the summary of potential changes that the Habitat Committee requested. And lastly, I'll mention that another Southwest Fisheries Science Center colleague, Dr. Heidi Doerr, weighed in during Nicole's presentation. She's Nicole's supervisor, and we appreciate her weighing in with her expertise. And thanks. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Questions? Okay, seeing none. All righty. Thank you again.
You're very welcome.
Okay, with that, we'll go to the AP. I believe Mike Conroy is going to give the statement. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I am, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. So I'm going to read into the record supplemental HMS AS Report 1 for agenda item E4 on essential fish habitat final review. The HMS AS received a presentation from Nicole Nasby-Lucas of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center on Wednesday, September 9th in a joint session with the HMS management team. Ms. Nasby-Lucas summarized a literature review for all managed species under the HMS FMP and EFH designations. We understand there is new information available for HMS EFH descriptions due to advances in electronic tagging of migratory species over the last 17 years, as well as important data on migratory patterns, depth, temperature, and environmental preferences. Observer data sets synthesized through 2017 are also showing new information on species distribution. However, data sets used to formulate earlier EFH descriptions are no longer available. It would be helpful to identify those data gaps if this item is moved forward. We acknowledge and agree with the Management Report 1 under this agenda item, which noted that the maps in the existing EFH designations are out of date and should be updated with the latest mapping technology to better convey the EFH information. The AS believes there is enough new information to warrant an update to the EFH designations and supports the council moving forward to phase 2. We acknowledge this could affect workload for the management team and Science Center staff and defer to their judgment on how and when to proceed with this update. And that concludes our statement.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Okay. Seeing that, thank you, Mike. Much appreciated. With that, we'll go to the Habitat Committee and Lance Hebden. Lance,
good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council, for the record, this is Lance Hebden. I'm representing the Habitat Committee today. The Habitat Committee heard a report on presenting on agenda item E4, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report number 1. The Habitat Committee heard a report on the literature review undertaken to determine if the essential fish habitat descriptions for highly migratory species should be updated. Since new information focusing on diet, movement, and habitat utilization of HMS species is available, the Habitat Committee supports moving to phase 2 and updating the existing EFH provisions in the fishery management plan. The HC looks forward to reviewing the supplemental report in the interest of evaluating whether this information can be used to identify areas of particular concern, habitat areas of particular concern, or HAPCs, and describe the dynamic nature of highly migratory species habitats. Based on the information presented thus far, the HC supports the continuation of the EFH review process. With that, Mr. Vice Chairman, that concludes my statement.
Thank you, Lance. Questions for Lance? Okay. All righty. Well, thank you, Lance. Testimony or for your report. Okay. With that, I see we do not have any public comment. So that brings us to council discussion. Do I see any hands? No hands? Okay. Oh, Gertz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to say that I think it's important that we press forward with revising EFH for highly migratory species. I think it's been, more than enough time that changes as demonstrated in these reports need to be included in the description. And I really think that the next important step would be for the management team to come up with a scope of work that delineates the full scale of what needs to happen in an FMP amendment.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Out of curiosity, Carrie, would you need a motion to move forward to that, or?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it wouldn't hurt to have a motion, and the council might want to think about when to ask the HMSMT to come back with a proposed scope of work, and then so that doesn't hurt to get it in writing.
Okay, very good. I see. We're right on John here for my life ring. John.
Thank you. And I do have a motion when we're ready. I think maybe just a little discussion on the timing of this. I think perhaps an update in November, but asking for a full scope in March would give the team the time they need to do this adequately. I don't think there's a huge rush here, but I do think that we want to, press forward on a timely fashion.
Okay. Thank you on that. Anyone else? Anyone?
Mr. Vice. Oh, good.
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, my mute button's a little laggy today, but I would, the extent of my comments was about John is full of good ideas today. So I will yield to Chuck, because I'm sure he has more detailed thoughts, but I think John's ideas sound good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would agree with Corey that John is full of good ideas today. So I like his approach. Yeah, and as far as the timing goes, the council wants to, put some ideas out there now. I think that's fine, but I would think that under workload planning, it's probably when we should make the final decision. We've got a lot of moving parts for our workload planning this time around, and so in addition to just the normal business, we've got the executive order that we're supposed to put together priorities to address the requirements of that order, and including a plan to implement those priorities, with an initiation by May of next year. So in reality, almost everything the council's thinking about doing kind of needs to take that into consideration. So I guess I would, I agree that I don't think there is any great rush on this. And I think the amendment process, starting with a scoping agenda item is appropriate. Just a timing question, I think. I guess I'd like to see the council have all the information it needs to sort of make those decisions, which I think will occur later on in the meeting.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, and I do see that Karen has said she's having problems with her mute button, but she's good with the direction we're going here. Okay, so seeing no more hands, John, did you want to do that motion? The considerations that Chuck has just went over?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I'm happy to.
Proceed, please.
Let's see if we can get something on the screen here. Okay, thank you. I move that the council proceed to phase 2 of the EFH review for HMS and direct the HMS-MT to develop a scope of work, including but not limited to consideration of the Habitat Committee's E4A Supplemental Report 1, an updated bibliography, revised maps, and a markup version of the FMP with proposed EFH revisions.
Okay, John, the language on the screen reflect.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? Krista Swenson, thank you. Okay, John, speak to your motion.
Thanks. I think we've gone over this. I omitted a timeline in the motion. I think, as Chuck points out, we're going to be hearing more about various commitments of the council and our advisory bodies later during the meeting. And I think we can cover timeline for this in agenda planning for future meetings. I think this gives the HMSMT the proper direction to continue the process and keeps us on the path to revising EFH.
Okay, very good. Any more discussion on the motion? Okay, Krista, please.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman. I am appreciative of the motion. Thank you. And I just want to say that I'm supportive of it. I think it is timely in terms of all the documentation and some of the changes that have gone on since we had one of these quite a while ago. I'm also appreciative that we don't have a strict timeline in this particular motion at this moment in time when we do have so many things in flux. So thank you for your thoughtfulness, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion is passed. All right. Carrie, how are we doing? Are we done with our business here?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I think that very efficiently and appropriately concludes your business here. We got good direction to the HMSMT and it was a good discussion. So that concludes this agenda item. And you might be muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. And we've done well. And with that, I will pass the gavel back to our chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. You did an excellent job on E3 and E4. We've made up some time this afternoon, which means we have time, hopefully, to take up and conclude agenda item D1, which we will do after a break. I have 4:08. Let's be back at 4:20 and see if we can tackle D1. So we'll see you at 4:20. This will serve as your 30-second warning for agenda item D1. All right, welcome back. This should be our last agenda item of the day, D1. And Jim, could you please remind us of our objective here? If we can put, there it is. So we have a two-part council action here. One, whether to move forward, and two, if we do decide to move forward, to adopt a purpose and need statement and to consider further development of alternatives. So we've heard, we've had quite a number of informational reports from the management body, from the advisory body. We've heard about 4 hours or so of public comment this morning. So let me open the floor to discussion. If anyone has anything to say, which I'm sure they do. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, I'll take the bait against my better judgment. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons I'm jumping in first is just I've been involved in this issue in a significant way, as being a part of the SAMTAC process and have attended at least one of the Santa Rosa industry meetings where it was a significant issue, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. So to the extent any of my thoughts are valuable, I'll go ahead and provide them. First of all, I think one of the things that I keep in the front of my mind is the primary consideration for the consideration of whether or not something needs to be, some added feature needs to be included in the catch year program relative to gear switching, is the consideration of the success of the trawl catch year program. And sometimes I have to keep reminding myself that this is a trawl catch share program that was put together, and the elements that are contained within it were intended to put the trawl fishery in a better place than it was prior to the time this program was implemented, understanding that the industry had a lot of problems. I'm not saying that they've been all solved for sure. In some ways, there are those who argue that it's worse off. But there wasn't any way it was going to continue with the way it was. Status quo really wasn't an option. I think the council and the industry all understood that there had to be some changes made in a significant way. Now, since the program was implemented, and I do remember, even though it was a long time ago, the conversation around adding the ability for trawl permit holders to catch some portion or all of their quota pounds using fixed gear. I do remember that conversation, and there's been a number of people who were around at that time who have shared their remembrance of that discussion, and I'm not sure any of them completely match up with each other. But I do remember the conversation. And from where I sit, how it has evolved was not how I thought it would evolve. How that tool has been used is different than what I imagined at the time. I'm not saying necessarily that what has happened is bad, just saying that it's not, it has evolved in a way that I didn't anticipate. Now we're all aware that there's been a number of attempts to try to address this issue by different groups, and we haven't got there yet. Matter of fact, we're a long ways from it. The council took a big step I think, in setting up the SAMTAC committee. The council is heavily invested into the SAMTAC committee and the work product that they've brought forward. There's obviously a lot of time and effort and money, human resources put into that process. And walking away from this issue now won't make it go away. And I am convinced that we need to move forward and see this thing through to whatever the outcome is, so that there is to degree satisfaction can be found by the public and the trawl fishery, that we have taken a really hard look at this and come to a conclusion that whatever action we end up doing is the one that will, at the end of the day, improve the catch share program for the trawl fishery. I thought it was particularly important that the SAMTAC process took some time to set out some principles kind of at the outset of their deliberations. And I totally understand that, I mean, these were developed by the committee. They weren't adopted by the council. And to the best of my knowledge, they're like they're not going to be. They're contained in the SAMTAC's report. There's a few of those principles I think that are important just to restate. And these are in no particular order of importance. But the committee, after some initial deliberations and gaining some understanding of the issue, said that we believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. We said we wanted to consider the impacts on existing operations and investments. And I think, well, we used the word consider. I think we, at least, you know, I'm thinking we want to respect existing operation and investments. We said we wanted to maintain gear switching as an option for trawl operations. And we said we wanted to consider the industry and the community impacts and ensure long-term stability. And finally, we said we want to increase the net economic value of the trawl individual fishing quota fishery. And there could be other ways to say those things, and that you may or may not agree with those principles, but those were some fundamental principles that we thought were important to keep on our screen as we went through and developing and considering the alternatives that were ultimately brought forward. And those, you know, those principles are diverse, and so respecting all of those at the same time isn't easy. But then these things we do are. The in the CAPS report, in the opposition, well, I'll call the opposition statement, they reference the limited discussion that the committee had on the reasons that the trawl fleet didn't harvest a significant portion of the Dover. I found that an interesting perspective, one that I don't agree with, because I thought we spent a lot of time talking about and trying to understand the reasons around why there was so much of the Dover that's allocated to trawl fishery that isn't being brought ashore for sales and marketing. That is a principal piece of our deliberations here, and one of the principal reasons we've got this issue in front of us. I don't believe this is the time, as in meaning today, this is the time to add or modify alternatives. I think that is yet to come. And we'll talk about when we'll have the further deliberations, and we'll do some additional thinking about the alternatives that SAMTAC brought forward, and that may well lead to some modification of one or more of those, or perhaps a new one. I'm not going to try to speculate on that, but I don't think we should try to do that today. I think we have to make this fundamental decision of whether we're going to pursue this and see this through, or whether we think a case has been made that we should set it aside. And obviously, I'm in the camp that thinks we ought to see it through. I would urge folks to think of this as not an all or nothing decision. And I think, as oftentimes happens when we have a disagreement over a topic or an issue, the two sides to that issue retreat and bunker in and take up their positions and set aside their thinking about the potential for something in the middle. Because my guess is, and if the history of this council is of any indication, this is not going to be an all or nothing decision at the end of the day. So if there is an appetite after we make this decision today, and let's assume for the moment that we choose to move forward, if there is an appetite on the part of the key industry members to seriously look for a solution, now's the time. This winter is the time. The next few months is the time for you to do that. We're going to need your help. We, the council, are going to need your help to come out of this process with a well-reasoned decision that I hope, at least in part, includes the consideration of those principles that I cited a few moments ago. So, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my remarks there. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this topic. Just to reiterate, I believe that we should all see this process through and take the next step. I'm urging us not to deal with adding or modifying alternatives at this point in time. I'm hoping that we will have the appropriate discussion under the appropriate agenda item when we talk about what is the next step and when is the next step. And I look forward to that conversation, as well as the perspectives of my colleagues around the table. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Phil, for your thoughtful comments and your perspective, since you have been involved in this process for such a long time. Butch Smith.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and also great comments from Mr. Anderson, and agree completely. And I think that the questions I asked during public testimony attest to my hopefulness that industry leaders can get together and work something out. So, assuming just for this conversation that we're gonna move it forward, I hope the council leaves some room for that interaction with the industry leaders, and I'm hoping that I in talking to industry leaders from the last month on this issue, I found it to be just great individuals to talk and get education on this issue. Every one of them, no matter what industry they were from, and I truly appreciate that as the rookie. But I am hopeful that process can move forward, and they will sit down and give the council some direction on some kind of compromise, if you might wish, or something that will work for everyone and try to keep everyone whole. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for your comments, Butch. I will say, with regard to your self-reference as a rookie, you're akin to a rookie who spent a career in the minor leagues. You're well experienced here, and your thoughts are very valuable. So, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a checklist of comments, and Phil seemed to hit every one of them, and I couldn't say it any better. I too have been involved with this since Santa Rosa meetings, the very beginning of the program, and have heard all the concerns on both sides of this argument all the way through. Was part of the CAB, was part of then the 5-year review, was a industry member to begin with on the SAMTAC, and later the California representative on the SAMTAC as well. I think that to not move this forward, as Phil described so well, and I won't retread that, would be a disservice. I think a lot of good work went in, and a lot of good analysis went into the SAMTAC report. I think Jim and Jesse did a great job of analyzing all sides of this. I think that we didn't end up with a zero option, and I think that there's a reason for that. I think it was that it was proposed a couple times, but it wasn't part of what the council charge was for the SAMTAC. I mean, if you look at the principles that Phil laid out and that are in the report, I mean, they don't leave room for that, for zero. So that's why. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to consider zero, but I think that's just, it's that. I think that's the reason it didn't. I think there's, I think any rational person would look and see that there is, if we don't do something to limit this, it will be a problem. When we're talking about 97% attainment of North Sablefish, and I think we need to look at it, but we can't close our mind to what it is, and it will be, like Butch described, a industry-wide effort to try to figure this out. We've had this industry-wide effort for many years now, 3, I think, at least, maybe more, since the first days, well, even before the 5-year review. So I guess it's been a long time. And I think this is a tough issue for a lot of reasons, but I think we need to really heed some of the testimony we heard today. This is a trawl fishery, and we need to think about that, how to preserve that trawl fishery and bring it back. Living here in California, it's a stark, and living here all my life, seeing a stark reminder of what we used to be and what we aren't now. So anyhow, I am also worried that if we don't move it forward, we have a control date right now that's active. And we know from past experience that we've got to keep working on it to keep that fresh. That's a critical tool in whatever we do, should we choose to limit gear switching in the future. And I think that's a critical benchmark that will make it much more difficult if we were to punt this forward and lose that marker. It'll be a lot harder to put the genie back in the bottle if that's the council decision. So for all those reasons, I think that we need to move this stuff forward. And one other issue I'd like to talk about is the purpose and need. The committee went back and forth. I believe we changed it at least 2 times and altered it, went back and forth. And I think we could probably, go back and forth and try to refine it even more and more and more and more. But I think it's fine the way it is. And I think it'll get us to where we need to go. Shouldn't focus so much on that as where we might end up at the end. So I'll stop there. And I just, I really thank the committee for all the work, and I thank Jim and Jesse for all the work they did, and everyone else. So it's been an effort, and I think, in my opinion, I believe that we worked very hard to get alternatives on the table that would produce the analysis necessary for the council to look at these from a broad perspective and be able to have something to support their decision. And I think that was achieved in my mind. So anyhow, I'll stop there and hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Bob. And for purpose of discussion, let's try to focus on the first part of our task here, which is decide whether to move forward. And once we've reached a decision on that, then obviously we'll need to address the purpose and need statement. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the others before me, I agree with the comments they've made. I just wanted to take the opportunity here to express my opinion also, since I've been engaged in this for quite some time. I've been on the SAMTAC, and with respect to that first decision at hand, whether to move forward, I also believe that we need to move forward on this issue in the future. I'm not prejudging any of the alternatives at this time, which includes the status quo, but I'm thinking about this more from a process standpoint. Bob had thanked the staff, Jesse and Jim, for all the work they've done, and I certainly do that also. But I also want to recognize the commitment and involvement of, for lack of a better term, the public, the industry, the fishers, all those who participated in that SAMTAC process and brought information and comment to us. It's an extremely large issue, and to make the decision not to move forward, to me, just does not bring closure to this issue. We've heard the word deliberate or deliberation several times throughout the comments. And as I think about that, we really need to be deliberate about this and take a long and careful look at the issue and work through it. it's a huge issue to the West Coast because the fisheries, not just the trawl fishery as I see it, but also there's a component of the fixed gear fishery that developed within the rules set up for the trawl fishery. So taking that into mind, and we had a set of principles, as Phil mentioned, I believe those principles allowed us to proceed and treat all parts of this, all sides fairly. And again, we need to move forward in order, from a process standpoint, to bring appropriate closure to this issue with a final decision somewhere down the road. It's too important, and we put too much effort into it to stop at this time. So that's why I am of the opinion at this point that we need to move forward. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Krista Svensson, followed by Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair. I am also in agreement with the conversation that we've had today. Coming from HMS and the pelagic longline scoping discussions from last year, I see a lot of similarity. I think that if we don't take the time to go through this topic and really come to terms with what we're looking at and make sound decisions, we are going to continue to see sablefish and probably other species continue to surface. And I think that in the long term, that would be a much larger time commitment than if we take this head on. I will say that I am not as involved in terms of the SAMTAC process as many of the others we've heard from today. That being said, I have had about 40 people call me, and the majority of those we really have not heard from in the council process. And I commend the state of California for reaching out to stakeholders. I realize that was a pretty limited sample, but I think that it is important to think about what's going on with all of those permit holders. And I know we saw in that original agenda item, attachment 1, that there are, and this is on page 69 if anybody's interested, but we've got 164 permit owners. And I did some kind of cocktailish math last night where if you take a look at the West Coast Seafood Processors letter, we've heard from 47 vessels there, the 15 vessels from the California survey, and the majority of the fixed gear folks who, there were 15 of them last year, plus a couple of others. So essentially, we've heard from about half of the people that are going to be impacted. And I think it will be important as we move through this to do something to get stakeholder feedback into the process from that remaining 50%. That's a lot of folks out there that are going to be impacted that I do think we should be hearing from. And with that, I will close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Pettinger, followed by Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Chair Dorelnik. Well, I'd say that there's probably no better way to catch sablefish than with pot gear. That's what you're going to target. I mean, besides select, it's very efficient, and it's a great way to catch a single species fish. I think that for us, I think we need to move forward. I really appreciate everyone's heartfelt comments, and I agree with virtually everyone about moving forward. Because right now we're dealing with a fishery that is, for the most part, the issue is probably more on leased fish, obviously, than what is owned by people who are gear switching. And I think that if we would not move forward at some point, I mean, because people have quit buying fish for numerous reasons, but one of them is because we have a control limit on place and a lot of uncertainty about that. And I think that that has held up people from making those decisions, purchases. And my fear is if we didn't move forward, that if it was wide open, fixed gear people could move in and and purchase fish, and that fish would be lost to the trawl fishery forever. And I think that would be a travesty. Now, when we're talking about the reasons, the rationale why Dover, why the Dover catch has been going down from the peak in 2009, I believe, of almost 24 million pounds. I think a few things have been missed there. I spoke on the council floor when I asked Jim about Seeger about the analysis on what the sablefish quota was and the effects on the fishery. And I don't know if you recall or not, from 2009 to 2011, the quota dropped. No, 2009 to 2009 and 2011, the quota dropped 27%. And by 2013, it dropped overall 43%. There's a reason why Dover limits or Dover catch went down. And actually, after the day, I remember something hit me. It's like kind of the elephant in the room. It's like you can't see the forest of the trees. I don't know why I didn't think about it earlier, but another thing happened. That same, almost virtual same time frame. Sablefish was declared overfished in late 2009. I believe the September council meeting was accepted, and that was the. And actually, the council moved ahead and delayed or reduced trip limits at that council meeting in anticipation of there being an issue. We need to rebuild that stock. And so we went from 2,500 metric tons approximately quota for a trolley down to 700 tons for 2009 or 2010, and then like about 1,000 tons for the next couple of years. And so is it any wonder the landings dropped? Dover landings dropped in the trawl fishery. And we lost the two money fish, trolley and sablefish. And so that was a big hit. And that's the reason why. And I think that, so that wasn't necessarily fixed or gear switching, but I think gear switching is limiting the ability to get that Dover quota back up there, or Dover landings back up, because the market, it's hard to build up and it's tough to get back. And so I will say this, that it is a fantastic fish. I remember last week, or actually about a couple months ago, I fed my daughter-in-law a miso black cod, and she says, this is absolutely the best fish I've ever had. I mean, it's a great product. And so we should never understate that. But this is a complex fishery and lots of moving parts at numerous levels. And I just say, I'll quit talking here, but I just should move forward. And I think we should, I agree with Phil that we shouldn't put any new motions or any alternatives on the table now. That's for a later date. And I think we should move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Brad. And I guess I will second your opinion on black cod. I've only actually had it once properly prepared. I think you prepared it in Idaho. So, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Some thoughts from today. It's really apparent from the testimony how individual trawl businesses have changed and morphed and grown and consolidated since the program's inception. Since then, I recall lots of cleanup rules to ensure the program offered the flexibility that we advertised. And more recently, I remember when the day finally came that the trawl fishery was free to roam about the West Coast, free of the RCAs, following the completion of the EFH amendment. Today, we heard from trawl businesses that have vastly different strategies. Some fish year-round, some only for a few months, some primarily target flatfish, some midwater, and some are eager to target sablefish with trawl gear when market conditions become favorable for this strategy once again. I'm interested in looking at potential solutions in more detail, but along the way, I'll consider some lessons learned along the way and over 2 decades or so now working on various West Coast, state and federal limited entry programs in my role with CDFW. What I've noticed is that limited entry programs always initially create a scheme of winners and losers. And then in response, as time passes, individuals' needs and interests change and develop in ways that allow businesses to fill unique niches. because they see an opportunity and they work hard to seize upon it. Changes that come later can be disruptive and essentially reshuffle the deck with a new suite of winners and losers, which is why I'm sensitive to comments we heard today from Joe Sullivan and others that there's no evidence supporting a conclusion that there would be a net benefit to the groundfish fishery as a whole if we were to end or limit gear switching. Our Trawl IQ program, once it was instituted, allowed for and even promoted the diversification of the participants. You had the option to fix trawl gear like you've always fished, or fish with trawl gear configurations that may maximize efficiencies, fish with fixed gear if you like, or sit on the beach and lease out your quota to whoever you like, or sell your quota and your vessel and retire if you like, and receive the fair market value of the assets if you like, or pass your assets to others in your family or business. The market has changed a lot over the last decade and no doubt will continue to change in ways we can't foresee. That's why today's West Coast trawl fishery looks much different from the fishery of 10 years ago. However, one thing still unites all of the TIQ fleet, and that's the fact that in order to hold and use quota, a trawl permit is required. And while trawl permits are not too constraining on the open market, it does establish the finite universe of who may participate in the fishery. I see all permittees are as much a part of the IQ fishery as others. We heard a lot of testimony today from active trawlers, from family businesses, processors, and fixed gear fishers and gear switchers. We heard from folks who had bought quota, leased quota, and pooled quota in co-ops. However, as Krista referenced earlier, we didn't hear a whole lot from one group of folks that are still a part of our trawl fishery today, though they may not be actively engaging in SAMTAC or other council discussions. They may be retired and leasing their holdings out, or they may be leasing to pursue other opportunities until market conditions were more favorable. The CDFW survey encountered some of these folks when attempting to gain the input that we provided in our report. It's important to me, and I've realized the decisions of these folks help build the fishery that we have today. My takeaway from CDFW survey really isn't all that enlightening. The root problem isn't so clear, and exactly how we might mitigate or address it isn't so clear, but it did suggest to me that there are people and businesses and investments that have been made in the industry that we may not have heard much from recently. And they've elected one of the choices that the program afforded them, which may have included consolidation or not actively participating. So I look forward, as we move forward with these discussions, is to have these public discussions in the full council venue so we can receive the broadest of public participation and input. Another thing I heard today from a number of those that testified is that gear switching is not the only problem having economic consequences in the fishery. Many reported this isn't the fishery they envisioned. Travis Hunter described he'd love a do-over with regard to gear switching if he knew then what he knows now. And as he described, if trawlers like him don't have affordable access to quota, it inhibits opportunity. But then I balanced that statement with the remarks of David Linton that we've given them the tools to effectively regulate themselves, and getting rid of gear switchers will result in an overall loss of fish buyers, which could take away opportunities. The thing that strikes me is these differing individual business perspectives are both true. And I'm really looking at perspective solutions that support each of them. It's difficult to think about developing options when we really can't drill into any database to help us analyze the economics kind of in a holistic sense. And we don't have all the information on the private transactions that govern the flow of quota. So it's difficult to know the magnitude of the problem or evaluate the outcomes without a whole lot of information. But as Lynn Walton mentioned, if there was a smoking gun as to the source of the harm, the analysts would not have missed it. So again, I support moving ahead to the next step. It is in the spirit that we need to strive to find ways to move the fishery and its economics forward in a holistic sense. And how we do that may or may not involve limits on gear switching. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Kelly Ames.
Thanks, Chair Grolnick, and thanks, council members, for sharing your perspectives. I would like to start off by thanking Jim and Jesse for their outstanding comprehensive analysis that has occurred over the past few years in support of the council, in support of the SAMTAC deliberations, and now in support of council action today. I'd also like to thank Phil for his leadership as the SAMTAC chair, and to the SAMTAC colleagues and the constituents that participated in that process over the past 2 years. Also appreciate the comments that we've heard at this meeting from the GAP, GMT, and the robust public comment. I will be supporting moving forward with additional council consideration of this issue. The underattainment issues in the trawl fishery that were raised in the 5-year review require careful consideration. The CAB, the GAP, the SAMTAC, they've all completed their work. And I do believe it's time now for the council to engage. The council does have the responsibility to review the performance of the trawl rationalization program, including the gear switching provisions, and make modifications if necessary to meet the goals and objectives of the FMP, and specifically the goals and objectives of Amendment 20, as well as the Magnuson-Stevens Act and national standards. As the committee discussed in the development of this action, evaluating these trade-offs is not an easy task, particularly in a multi-species catch-share fishery that spans 3 states. So it comes as no surprise to me that it's taken substantial time to get to this point, and that there are differing industry views on the problems and the solutions. Sablefish is one of the most important groundfish stocks on the West Coast and the most commercially valuable groundfish stock on a per pound basis. As such, I do support taking the time for further council consideration to determine whether an action alternative exists that would address the underattainment issues in the trawl fishery. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Corey Niles.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think I'll hold off now in anticipation that there's maybe a motion coming, but may wish to speak here shortly. Thank you.
How prescient. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. I am prepared to offer a motion if no other council members wish to speak first.
Well, I see no other hand raised except yours, so I invite you to go forward.
Thank you very much. Sandra, this is motion 1. I move the council move forward with considering potential modification of regulations regarding the use of fixed gear to catch sablefish in the trawl IFQ fishery north of 36 degrees north.
Okay, Maggie, the language on the screen accurately reflects your motion.
It does.
Is there a second? Phil Anderson, please speak to your motion as necessary.
Thanks, Chair Grolnick. I'd be happy to. I would first like to also echo all the thanks that have been given to those who have participated throughout the very lengthy discussions and deliberations on this issue through the various committees, public comments shared today and on many prior occasions, et cetera, the analysts and my fellow council members. Sablefish gear switching has been identified as a concern since shortly after the implementation of the trawl catch share program, and the history of testimony, debate, and work on analysis and on potential solutions in various forums illustrates its importance, complexity, and challenges. Ensuring a complete and deliberative process, as has been mentioned by several council members here just now, is a key basis for this proposal to move ahead with bringing it into the council arena. This meeting is the first time that many industry and council members have seen the information provided by the SAMTAC and the staff analysts. Because of the importance of this issue to stakeholders and the volume and detail of the analysis and SAMTAC recommendations, it's important to provide adequate opportunity for public input and thoughtful evaluation and decision-making. In addition to this process rationale, there's also a bar of determining whether or not there is a problem here to address through regulatory action. Based on the analysis and public testimony, it appears that gear switching may pose an obstacle to achieving the goals and objectives of Amendment 20, the Groundfish FMP, and the Magnuson Act. I cannot conclude with certainty that it does not or will not. For example, sections 6.3 and 6.4 in the analysis presented under D1 provide information on latent and inactive permits and potential crossover from other fisheries, concluding that there is a risk of having additional participants join in gear switching. Much debate may remain ahead of us on what level of gear switching is a problem, and we have heard widely differing perspectives on that from stakeholders. In terms of the decision before the council today on whether to move forward with consideration of potential restrictions on northern sablefish gear switching, I think that at a minimum, it is clear to me that additional participation and expansion of sablefish gear switching would be detrimental to the trawl fishery. I do want to acknowledge the public comments regarding details of the alternatives, I guess I would share the opinion expressed by council members who spoke before this motion that we should not get into those details today. They would be considered at a future meeting when we adopt a range of alternatives, providing the council approves this motion and chooses to go forward. And any range considered will always include a no action or status quo alternative. Finally, regarding next steps and timing, I would say it will be a challenging discussion to work out how to move forward best with this. I expect some discussion of the full suite of potential groundfish workload items under D2, certainly recognizing the priority that has already been identified for this item. And then I would anticipate actual scheduling of a consideration of a range of alternatives at a future meeting to occur under C7, future workload planning. I'll conclude my remarks there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maggie. Are there questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on this motion number 1? I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. So with motion 1 on the books, we now turn to our purpose and need statement. Obviously this one's been proposed. It's in our briefing materials, but let's commence discussion there. And if if there's no discussion, we'll have a motion, but I imagine there'll be some discussion. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I am prepared to offer a motion. Perhaps that would stimulate some discussion.
I thank you for that. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Stand on motion 2. Thank you. I move the council adopt the statement of purpose and need presented in agenda item D1A, SAMTAC report, September 2020, as shown below. This action is needed because the shore-based individual fishing quota program has underattained most of its allocations since the inception of the program in 2011. The underattainment for some northern stocks may be due to the allowance to use fixed gear to harvest shore-based IFQ, declining trawl vessel participation, and the lack of market and infrastructure. Specifically, participants engaging in gear switching are using northern sablefish quota that may otherwise be used by trawl gears. This may lead to uncertainty in trawl access to sablefish, thereby affecting the development of markets and infrastructure. Working within the guidance and authority provided by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, Section 303A(c)(2), and the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan goals and objectives, the purpose of this action would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of northern IFQ allocations with trawl gear while considering impacts on current operations and investments. Underattainment results in the shoreside IFQ program being unable to meet management goals 2 and 3 of the Fishery Management Plan, which respectively seek to maximize the value of the groundfish resource as a whole and to achieve the maximum biological yield of the overall groundfish fishery. Additionally, this action would seek to improve the program towards the goal of Amendment 20 to the Fishery Management Plan, which created the shore-based IFQ program, providing for full utilization of the trawl sector allocation.
Okay. Is the language on the screen complete and accurate?
It is, thank you.
All right, looking for a second. It looks like Pete Hassemer has seconded your motion. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. The SAMTAC committee, as was noted, deliberated on the need for and purpose of any action that might be taken and eventually reached consensus on the statement here. It identifies underattainment as a key problem that may need action by the council and identifies northern sablefish gear switching as one of multiple possible reasons. This statement aligns the purpose for action with Magnuson-Stevens guidance and goals of goals of the Fishery Management Plan and Amendment 20. These multiple goals can be conflicting, and balancing them will always be a challenge and a policy decision. The key purpose of any alternative that may eventually be selected under this item is characterized here as keeping northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of northern allocations, while considering impacts on current operations and investments. While the council should always consider those impacts in any decision, I think it is important that it is stated expressly here, and it includes the operations and investments of gear switchers, trawl gear users, quota share owners, processors, and others invested in the trawl catch share fishery. I share the perspective expressed in the portion of the GAP report from those members supporting moving forward that the SAMTAC's purpose and need statement isn't perfect, but I appreciate their support for it and recognition that the committee spent quite a bit of time deliberating on it and finally reached it. And I think it is suitable for our purpose here, and am proposing it for adoption by the council. Finally, I also want to recognize some concerns that were raised in some of our public comment about the SAMTAC's principles and the subjectivity of some of those. I just want to be clear here that the principles are not part of this purpose and need statement, obviously, that this motion is proposing today. Thank you. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Are there questions for Maggie or discussion on the motion? Hands go up. Phil Anderson, followed by Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, I'm going to support the motion. The development of the purpose and need statement by the committee that's being put in front of you today for consideration was really an iterative process as we went through our deliberations and listened to our advisors that joined us at the table, as well as members of the public that joined us on all of our meetings. It really is a reflection of our education on the topic and an expression of a lot of the uncertainties around the failure of the trawl fishery to fully utilize the allocations that it has. And then, of course, brings in language that provides consistency with the Magnuson Act and our Groundfish Management Plan. So we did spend a lot of time on this to try to bring you something that we acknowledge is not perfect, but I think accurately captures the purpose for our deliberations on the issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Maggie, for the motion. And yeah, thank you, Phil, to you and the SAMTAC for your hard work on this, and not just this, but on all everything the committee did. And thanks also to the analysts, Jim and Jesse, and others who contributed to that. So, Mr. Chair, when you ask folks to divide their comments and their thoughts between the need to move forward and the purpose and need, I wasn't quite sure where to speak. There was so much said and very nicely and articulately under the last item, and I had a sense of where Maggie was going to come and speak more articulately than myself about that too. But just a couple thoughts, and yeah, no purpose and need is ever perfect. And I guess just a couple thoughts on where WDF&W is coming from is, well, I guess I'll start by backing up till Friday. And I always enjoy when new council members are sworn in and we get to hear the oath that they're administered. And I looked it up again, and whoever wrote that, it's in regulation, did a very nice job. And I like the way it frames our overall purpose as a council, just not on this item, but on everything we do. And it just to have some quick excerpts from that is, if those who Friday is a distant memory like me, that broader purpose is, we're carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation, and then we're doing that being careful to balance the competing private or regional interests, and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources. So to me, with the language in the Magnuson Act here, that also is our overarching guiding purpose as we move through this. And I could go through everyone who spoke and remark on how I appreciated the way they said it. I like how Phil used we're going to take a hard look here, and we should go through this deliberative process. And Bob Dooley saying this purpose and need is going to get us through that process. So yeah, very much appreciated all the comments that everyone spoke to. I think this purpose and need will continue that dialogue. I don't know what much else to say, though. I think we do, at least from my agency's perspective, have some questions about the economics here. When allocating a commercial species like this, between the trawl and non-trawl sectors, I have my presumption is that government can't do it better than business can, than the markets can, than trading can. And we heard some really good testimony and some really good information, some encouraging things about new investments being made. So I'm looking forward to understanding this more. I think if I'm doing my math right, we're talking about a difference between some of the proposals of 500 to 600 metric tons per year of sablefish, which is what is going to be the increase to the trawl sector between this year and next. So again, just highlighting that I expect much discussion to go on. I believe the SAMTAC, I'm always potentially missing something, but has the general outlines on the alternatives and tools we could be looking at. But yeah, I just wanted to support the purpose and need, support most everything folks said in the context of the opening statements and Maggie in support of this and her other motion. And I will end it there for now. So thank you again.
All right, Corey, thank you very much for those comments. Louis Zim.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this very thoughtful discussion. I want to particularly point out the thoughtful statements by Michelle Longo-Eder and John Corbin. I was involved in this a number of years ago in the GAP, and I agree with John Corbin that I'm troubled that this has gone on so long and that we should have been able to work this out long ago. But now I see hope for this to be worked out, especially with the considered motions that are on the floor, or motion that's on the floor. I also want to thank Marcy Yaremko of California Department of Fish and Wildlife for her elegant review of the issues. And I want to touch on one thing that I know is a concern of hers, and that is the southern sablefish low attainment. And I know she has proposed before opening up deeper parts of the CCA for sablefish access. And I also pointed out about increasing quotas for short spine thorny heads. So if we can get through this work, and I know it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of work, we can move on to this this problem with southern sablefish low attainment. So I will be voting for this this motion. I greatly appreciate everybody's work.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Louis. Is there any other discussion to be had on this motion? I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of motion number 2 by Maggie Summer, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie. If we could go back to our tasks for this agenda item, I think there's one more point, perhaps, or not. So, what else does the council have on this agenda item? If anything. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It might be useful for us to turn to either Chuck Tracy or Jim Seeger, but maybe Chuck, just to have him give us a perspective of when we would take up the matter of moving, how we move forward and where we discuss that. Unless I missed someone's perspective that they thought we should consider further development of alternatives, I didn't hear any support for that today. So maybe just a quick overview from Chuck on our next steps here, if that is permissible. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I think that's an excellent idea, and I thank you for that suggestion. Chuck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson. As we've discussed several times today, there's quite a lot of workload planning associated with this council meeting, including our chore tomorrow that we start off with, which is workload and new management measure priorities and mothership utilization scoping for the groundfish fishery. And there's a number of other items that I think are likely to come forward, this being one, as well as the fixed gear tier fishery review potential for that. So I think there's an opportunity to explore a little bit. Who let the dogs out? I think there's an opportunity to explore things a little bit more tomorrow, and then under C2, the executive order and that prioritization schedule, and where this fits in with the overall priorities of the council to achieve the objectives of the executive order and set a schedule to achieve those by May 1st or early May anyway. So I think there's a number of options there. Of course, the usual workload planning, but I guess just in terms of what we might expect for the next step, I agree with Mr. Anderson. I did not hear much consideration of further development of alternatives right now. So I think if there's an opportunity to bring further alternatives at the next step, I think the next step would be developing a range of alternatives. At that time, the council can adopt a range. They can add to that. They can give additional guidance for further development of alternatives. So I think there's a lot of flexibility moving forward in terms of further development of alternatives or adding new alternatives. It doesn't have to be a one-step process to do that. I think whenever the council decides they want to add the next step onto the council's agenda, whether that's November or further down the road, I think it would be important at that time to provide some guidance on what the council would expect back from staff or whoever gets the assignment to work on that. In terms of if there is any desire to provide guidance on development of other alternatives, or if alternatively the council could just take up what has been developed and then see what comes forward at that meeting based on advisory bodies and public comment. So I think I'm kind of rambling here a little bit, but so I think there's some flexibility, but I think the important thing is to determine when the council wants to next address this, and if they want to consider the existing range of alternatives, or have an opportunity to further add to that or modify it. And I guess I would also point out that while we did adopt, you adopted a purpose and need statement. Again, I think it's would be that is something that if the council feels there are other needs or other purposes to be served, that is something else that could be modified at the next step. For example, if there were other alternatives that addressed other other needs that they might see fit to update their purpose and need statement to reflect that. The bottom line being that at some point, the purpose and need statement really, the alternatives really, all of them need to address what's in the purpose and need statement. Well, I don't know if I helped or not, but I talked a while.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think what I'm hearing is that nothing further is required at this time, but this will come up later in this meeting. Bill Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chuck. I'm not sure I followed everything you said, but we will get a chance to talk about it a couple more times at this meeting, I think, to maybe to put a finer point on what we, what and when we'll be taking our next step. I would like to have included in that, maybe it's under the, I'm sorry, I don't memorize I don't have the agenda items numerically identified, put to memory, but under the Groundfish workload planning piece, maybe is the time. I would just like to have a discussion around whether there is any additional analysis that we would like to have before we take up consideration of the alternatives and the potential of modifying or adding any. I don't know exactly when the appropriate time for that conversation is, and it may be that until we do some additional refinements, there isn't any additional analysis that is reasonable to be asked of our analysts. So, but I just, before we leave this entirely this week, I would at least like for us to spend a minute or two hearing from Dr. Seeger and Ms. Dorvinghouse relative to any additional analytical work that they think might help inform the council when we do take this up, be that in November or at a later time.
Thanks, Phil. Well, we do have agenda item D2, which is coming up tomorrow on workload and new management measure priorities. And so that seems an appropriate time. I don't know if Dr. Seeger wants to offer some comments here that will help us plan our way forward. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, council members. Yeah, we do have one takeaway from your discussions, a point that Brad Pettinger brought up about an area where we could provide some additional information on exactly what happened in the transition period into the IFQ program with Sablefish quotas and Petrale quotas and so forth, and how those were changing at the same time the Dover was going down. So I am going to be looking at ways we can explore that a little bit more than we have before. Knowing Jesse, it's probably in a previous document somewhere, and we just didn't include it in what we gave the council. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to mention is with respect to things that would help move the process forward efficiently is if there are some council members, if you know that there is an alternative you're going to want to have looked at in November, we can make the process a little bit more efficient. If we know about that, then we can spend a little time talking to NIMS about things that would need to be clarified or worked for. Just do a little bit more groundwork so that when it comes to November, we're not sitting with a bunch of questions, but with hopefully with more answers than questions on it. And that's not to say there's, I'm not talking about taking action, or it's just simply a guidance or a statement that, yeah, I'm kind of thinking I'm going to want to look at this one. And you could bring that up under D2, or you can bring that up when you agendize under C7 and talk a little bit about what your expectation is for when that comes back to the council, what you expect to be happening, or sort of the range of possible things that you might like to happen. And then obviously we welcome if any council members, either now or under D2 or under C7, if something's come up where you've identified a piece of information that you think would be helpful. We will look into that. One of the other pieces of information that there's been some talk about gathering is trying to look at the quota that is being, let's see if I'm going to be able to remember this properly, but who owns the quota pounds specifically that are being sold to, the quota pounds that are being leased to gear switchers and are active trawlers. Do active trawlers own it? Do other folks own it? That's a little bit of a research project. This is going to take a bit of effort to work out, but if anybody who wants to put questions like that on the floor or any other requests, we'll definitely take a look at them and address them as best we can with the resources we have available. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Further hands on this agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. I think you've done a great job of efficiently moving through this. It's been a difficult and complicated issue. With your permission, I'd like to ask NIMS a question about how they're proceeding with consideration of cost recovery applicability on this issue.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
You've asked it, so maybe.
Hi, great. This is Kelly. Thanks for the question, Jim. As we noted under our NIMS report on Friday, we will be making determinations during the scoping phase of new actions and to let the council know when we've identified that an item is subject to cost recovery. So during the SAMTAC deliberations, we did inform the committee that we were recording staff and contractor costs associated with the deliberations and intended to include those costs in the fee calculations for the shore-based IFQ program. If the council proceeds with the actions as described in the SAMTAC report, which, the range of alternatives is still to be decided at a future meeting, but if things stay as they are described in the SAMTAC report, we would recover costs for the development of the action, rulemaking, and potential implementation. Throughout all of our cost recovery determinations, we continually check back in to see the progress of the council to see if those determinations need to be modified at any time, and we would make adjustments at that time as needed. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Thanks. Other questions for NIMS? And Jim, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Kelly.
All right, Jim, how are we doing? Phil.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, real quick, Dr. Seeger did correctly characterize the piece of information I was interested in terms of understanding the quota pounds that are leased to gear switchers. And I think it's really tough to do from what I've already kind of asked the question of behind the scenes, but any information on that would be appreciated at that's appropriate time. Thanks.
So noted. Thanks, Phil. All right. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Any further action on this agenda item? Any further hands raised? Okay, I will turn again to Jim Seeger and see how we're doing on agenda item D1.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're complete, and congratulations for catching up on your agenda.
They said it couldn't be done, and I was skeptical. So that concludes agenda item D1. And with that, I will turn to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, for any concluding comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I will just echo Jim's congratulations. You guys did a fantastic job. Got a lot of good testimony, a lot of good discussion on this agenda item, and not to mention filling in with 4 HMS items as well. So that was very good work. So we are on schedule tomorrow. We start with D2, the Groundfish workload, new management measure priorities and scoping of mothership utilization. Again, as I just mentioned, there are a number of other groundfish issues to come forward and be considered under that, I think. I would also note that we have eliminated from our agenda D3, which is the preliminary selection of topics for impact methodology review, since we did not get any proposals. Then we'll have the final approval of assessment methodology items, and then in-season adjustments and humpback whale ESA consultation to round out the day tomorrow. So it's another fairly weighty day of groundfish items. So be prepared for that, and thank you.
Okay, well, so we'll have a full day tomorrow, but hopefully not a long day. Thanks everyone for your hard work today. D1 is an agenda item for the ages, and it will live on later in this meeting and in future council meetings. So with that, let's break until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and we'll take up agenda item D2.